Abers Ross Abers Lol Abers 69 Abers Berg Abers Cat Abers B Abers Cross Abers Bonnie Abers Jam Abers Sock Abers Lil Abers Pog Abers Fabers Nis Abers Pow Abers Duritar Abers Sig Abers Steak Abers Drexy.
All right, Gimp, shall we do this thing? Are we prepared? Good morning, hello, afternoon. I'm very late today. If you don't know me, I'm Abers. I play video games sometimes. But today is Sunday, and on Sundays we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. Gimp, thank you for the resub. 19 months is wild. We're coming up on my 2-year Twitch anniversary, and I cannot believe it. Also, please notice the lighting and how amazing it is, and how there's not really glare in my glasses. Fucking Jalen Johnson bought me lights for my birthday from Throne. Thank you, Jalen Johnston. So because the lights look so good, I was like, I need to put on 1.5 pounds of makeup and wear an evening gown. So that's what I'm doing. Cheers. Today is U week for Wikipedia with me, which means we're going to be reading about things that start with the letter U. I didn't have too many in our little notebook here. I only had like one topic in our notebook that starts with the letter U, so if anyone has a topic, let me know. You look great, thank you! Thanks! It's I don't know why I was like, well, I felt the need to get all dolled up, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. There's no, where would I go? This is always my thing. I feel like, especially since COVID, I just like don't feel the need to go places anymore. But I still like to like get dressed up sometimes, you know? So the place I go is Twitch, I guess. I don't know. That's I don't know. There's logic. There's logic in there somewhere. Ooh, the Untouchables. Okay, got it, doing it. Dude, I cannot get over how great these lights are. I'm thrilled by it. And like, they weren't that expensive. They're like $30 or something, but like, for some reason it's hard for me to like justify those kinds of expenses. I'm like, love. Okay, anyway. The Untouchables, got you. I'll tell you what we have on the docket. Most of these, though, I will say are my own topics. The only one that's not mine, other than the Untouchables, which we're doing, is unusual eBay listings. T. Miller, hi. Don't they look amazing? Doesn't the lighting look amazing? I mean, I don't know if it's just me. Thank you, by the way. It's so good to see you. But, like, I feel like it's, like, a huge difference. Well, for people who don't know, T. Miller knows, what I was using before was, like, here, I can show you. What I was using before was desk lamps, just like normal desk lamps, and then LED lights, but because the LED lights are so bright, I put pieces of paper over them, which is, when you heard me yelling at my cat for eating paper, that's what she was doing, was like nibbling on the paper that I put as like a way to like warm up the light. Because I have a hard time justifying buying things for myself sometimes, even though I don't. It all depends on the situation. But stream stuff, it feels like a frivolous expense, although at this point it feels like I should see it as like an investment in myself or whatever. But it just feels like a huge difference. And it's just, all it is like a bar on top of my laptop, basically. It's just like clipped onto my laptop. And it came with a little tripod too, so you could like move it, but like, and the fact that there's like no glare, and before, so that there wasn't glare, I had to put my my display setting on like nothing. So like, because I already wear glasses, and then the light was like nothing on my laptop, I felt like I was always like reading like this on Wikipedia days. I feel great. I feel great. I was like, I'm gonna put on a bunch of makeup. I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna wear a fucking evening gown that I have worn like once in public before for a friend's wedding, and then the other time that I've worn it was on Twitch. My first Christmas stream when I was playing guitar. So that's me this morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is. What a little light can do. I know. There's a part of me looking at it now, I'm like, I wish I would have had this for the Trixie stream. It would have like made such a big difference. But we have it now. We have it now. I have a studio light and I forget about it all the time, and I finally put it up. What do you think? Has it changed your world? Also, Gimp, can I just say, I have had so much fun. Shout out Gimp Extreme. If you guys don't know Gimp Extreme, he's been running SMB3, Super Mario Brothers 3 speedruns, randomizer speedruns, and he was in a competition, and he made it really far. And honestly, like watching you like lose the other day, which that sounds really bad, you lost by the narrowest of margins, my dude. Like you did so fucking well. It was so close. And that first race that you did, the ending is a heartbreaker, because it's like the only reason he beat you was because he got the clip on the first try, and because he had hammers. If neither of those two things had happened, and those are luck things more than anything, right? You did so well, and it was so much fun watching you. And I hope you do more tournaments in the future, because I had so much fun watching. I really did. Y'all should go hang out with Gimp Extreme. He's great. And he just got new studio lights, so he's looking fantastic as well these days, so I've heard. Team Millhouse, how are you? Do you have a you topic? I was gonna say, okay, so far, here's what we've got. We've got the Untouchables, which is Gimp's topic. We have unusual eBay listings, which I believe was Wonder Goon way back, and it was in my notebook. And then I just have my own topics to fill time, because I was like, we don't really have any other you topics. So my own topics are unicycles, universal basic health care, umbrellas, and unicorns. Which we don't have to do any of mine, but those are just like the things that came to mind. So yeah, so here we are. And no pressure. That's not your topic? Which one's not your topic? What? What is your topic? Let me get some chill hop going. You know I love the jazz, and you also know that the jazz is always a little too hot. Always comes in just a little too hot, you guys. Even though I love it. Let's see. This looks... I always pick the Chill Hop album based on the album artwork. Oh. And then I'm always like, ooh, whenever it comes on. Also, how is the balance? I feel like lately when I've been looking at VODs, my music is actually a little bit low. Does it feel low to you compared to my voice? Let me know. I can crank it. And if not, we'll just leave it where it is. Is not your topic. I see what you did there. I wonder if is a thing in... Oh, I wonder if has its own Wikipedia page, because that would be great. I bet it does. It does! We'll put that on there. We'll put that on there. Like I said, most of these are my own topics, so we can absolutely forego some of my topics for other topics. Unicorns is great. Okay. Keep thinking about Uber, but I'm not sure I really want to learn about it. Let me think about it. Okay, yeah. Take your time. No pressure. You also don't have to come up with one. It's okay if you don't have one. Don't worry about it. Shall we start? Are we prepared? Levels sound good. Thank you, my love. Let's go for it. Let's do it. Let's do these things. I think I need to readjust a couple things because of the birthday stream. God, thank you all, by the way, for coming to the birthday stream. I had so much fun. And I still can't believe we pulled it off, gang. we did it. We pulled it off. I pulled it off and had plenty of activities to spare. I have so many cupcakes over there. Granted, I've been eating them throughout the week, so not as many as I started with. We didn't even decorate cupcakes. So many things to do. Do you want more bits? No. I mean, yes, but no. Don't do it. No. Don't do it. You've given so many bits and subs and things, and it was so sweet of you. See, I was okay with it. So exhausted, my old heart couldn't take it. Dude, it was wild. Like, it was wild watching you. Get out of here, Gimp!
Oops.
Don't you oops me. Don't you oops me, you fucking liar. That's not an oops. That's not an oops. Thank you. It's very sweet. Man, how many people yell at you for giving them bits? Is that part of it? Is that part of the motivation? You're like, ooh, I like it when they yell at me. Don't answer that question. Okay, shall we begin? Thank you both for being here. Thank you to anyone lurking. Thank you for the bits, Gimp. You're very sweet. Okay, you is the 21st and 6th to last letter. This is the 6th to last episode of season 1 of Wikipedia with me. Incredible. Amazing. Delightful. Let's see. Usually considered the 5th vowel letter of the modern English alphabet. I think the reason they say usually is because sometimes Y is considered a vowel because of the way in which we use it, which is pretty cool. Okay. Its name in English is you, pronounced you, plural, yous. Here's how you make a U in cursive. It's very similar to print U, really. And then let's look at the history, shall we? Did you know that the letter U started out as a bird? Because I sure didn't. Sometimes Y. Sometimes Y is a vowel. Sometimes. Sometimes it's a consonant. It all depends on the situation. Karen! Hi, BB. Thank you for the sub. That's very sweet of you. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Karen, I need to text you at some point. I need to message you at some point. I'm just remembering that, like, in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, I need to talk to Karen about that because it's just funny. You know what I'm talking about. Almost a year together. I think regardless of the subs, when did I met you, like, fall of 2020, right? So I've known you almost 2 years together, Karen. Let's see. Not today, Y. Not today. When will Y be? U, Q, R, S, T, U, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. So we've got a few weeks until Y week. Yes, I'll try to remember to message you later. Yeah, it's just funny. Just one of those things that, like, in light of, like, when you and I were talking the other day, you know what I mean. I don't need to go further. Anyway, the letter U started out as a bird, and then it became a wand, and then it continued to be a wand. We need one more sub for hype. It's fine. Listen, we have hype. We have all the hype. Look at hype. There it is. Hype, baby. Thank you though. I appreciate it. It's very sweet. Then it became a Y, but not today Y, as T. Miller pointed out. Oh, by the way, Karen, if you have a U topic, if you have something that starts with the letter U that you would like to learn about, let me know and we will investigate it. We will do it. Then it becomes kind of a Y, and then it's another Y, U, and then U. Do you like my explanation of the history of the letter U? Very historically accurate and intellectual. Okay, question, guys, because I've been talking about the lights so much, are they too bright? Oh. Ooh. Okay, that's like nothing. I like this. This feels intense. Hold on. That feels good. That feels good. That feels good. Guys, I can adjust it. Look, I'm so excited. You can also adjust whether it's like warm light or cool light. Warm light is too warm for me. The light is like, wow, that's like very intense. But then this guy in the middle, it's like Goldilocks theory. Beautiful. Amazing. I'm very hype about it. Shall we read about the Untouchables? I think we shall. Shall we? So Gimp, I've never seen this movie, I don't think. I'm curious about it though. Let us learn. The Untouchables is a 1987 American crime film directed by Brian De Palma, produced by Art Linson, and oh god, Anonymous gifting a sub to Real Pickford. That's very sweet. Okay, all right, hype train. Okay, all right, hype train. Thank you for the hype train, you weirdos. I love you all very much. It's very, very sweet of you. I like streaming a lot, and y'all are very supportive and sweet. Also, side note, the sub thingy doesn't like scam train. Give Bezos your money and me part of it, but mostly Bezos. Scam train. Why'd you put 69 in there? Just cuz? Cause why not? Theoretically, it should update the sub count number, but sometimes it does not. And it takes time. But y'all are sweet, and we all know what's happening here. We all know what's up. Thank you for the scam train. My cat is here. Hello, BB. Hi. I was watching another streamer earlier today, and he just like has one of the little like wands by his desk so that whenever his cat comes over, he just like starts like playing with his cat. I should do that for you, huh? I don't know why I never thought about that, but maybe that would be a good way to get you to be chill. Should we do a close-up so that Twitch can see you? As soon as I'm like, let's do a close-up so you can see her, she's like, no, I'm gonna knock over your picture of Trixie Mattel instead. That's rude, Bonnie. My lovely cat. I think it's Bonnie. Maybe I should update it to Cat instead of Bonnie. Because people that don't know her name is Bonnie, maybe they would know. Exclamation point Cat. There she is. There's our girl. What a sweetheart, huh? Hey guys. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. But remember how I had a dance party cam for my birthday? I kept it just because. But it feels very unhinged and very ridiculous. So we're going back to where we were. Especially with this music. Okay, anyway, sorry. I just feel the need to update you on all of the things that are happening behind the scenes, including my dance party camp. We're just keeping it because you never know. Well, you'll never know when it'll be useful. Okay, getting back into things. And also, did I put the lights to where I want them? That's nothing. This is something. This is where we want it. Okay, cool. The Untouchables. 1987 film. We read some stuff. We're just going to start over. 1987 American crime film directed by Brian De Palma, produced by Art Linson, and written by David Mamet. The film is loosely based on the book of the same name, 1957, and the real-life events it was based on, but most of its plot is fictionalized. The film stars Kevin Costner, Charles Martin Smith, Andy Garcia, Robert De Niro, and Sean Connery, and follows Elliot Ness. Oh, there was a restaurant in Fort Collins. It might be a chain. It might be like a national thing. It's like a sandwich shop called Elliot's Mess. And then all the sandwiches were like crime themed. I don't think it's there anymore. I don't know if that restaurant lasted, but I remember now. Okay, cool. So Elliot Ness. Elliot's Mess. What a name for a restaurant, huh? Elliot Ness, as he forms the Untouchables team to bring Al Capone, De Niro, to justice during Prohibition. The Grammy Award-nominated score was composed by Ennio Morricone and features period music by Duke Ellington. I do love me some Duke Ellington, I'm not gonna lie. Look at this epic poster, too. That's some pretty good poster art right there. I like that. Very nice, very nice. The Untouchables premiered on June 2nd, 1987 in New York City and went into general release on June 3rd, 1987 in the United States. The film grossed $106.2 million worldwide and received generally positive reviews from critics. It was nominated for 4 Academy Awards. Connery won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. Gimp, is there anything in particular? I'll probably just kind of run down the list, but... Oh, there's a video game as well. Good to know. I'll just run it down, but we got plot, we got cast, we got background, historical accuracy I find interesting, reception, and then video game. That works for you? Just kind of run it down? Okay, cool. Plot. In 1930, during In 1930, during... Why can't I read the word during? Doing. In 1930, during Prohibition, the notorious gangland kingpin Al Capone. Guys, I'm struggling today. Probably because I'm just very excited to be here for whatever reason. Not for whatever reason. I like you guys. I missed you. It sounds funny to say I missed you, but like it's been a minute since we've done a Wikipedia with me. Plus, I normally stream on Saturdays, and yesterday I was just like feeling the need to edit stuff, and I knew that like I could do one or the other. So anyway, it's good to be here. I don't know how to read. Welcome. In 1930, during Prohibition, the notorious gangland kingpin Al Capone supplies illegal liquor and nearly controls all of Chicago. Bureau of Prohibition agent Elliot Ness has been tasked with halting Capone's activities, but his first attempt at liquor raid fails due to corrupt policemen alerting Capone. He then encounters veteran Irish-American officer Jimmy Malone. Are these real names? Sorry. Just Malone and Capone. Are they all gonna rhyme? Probably not, but I have questions. clearly. Jimmy Malone, who opposes the rampant corruption and offers to help Ness, suggesting they find a man from the police academy who has not yet come under Capone's influence and still believes in the idealistic aspects of law enforcement. They recruit Italian-American trainee George Stone, birth name Giuseppe Petri, for his superior marksmanship and integrity. Joined by accountant Oscar Wallace, assigned to Ness from Washington, D.C., they successfully raid a Capone liquor cache and start to gain positive publicity, with the press dubbing them the Untouchables. Oh, I understand now. Sorry. Capone later kills the gangster leading the cache with a baseball bat to frighten his other subordinates. That's fucking brutal. Bludgeoning is like one of the most like brutal murder devices, as it were, like methods of murder, like yikes, dude. Okay, Wallace discovers that Capone has not filed an income tax return for 4 years and suggests that the team try to build a tax evasion case against him, as Capone's network keeps him well insulated from his other crimes. That makes sense. An alderman offers, what's an alderman? Member of municipal assembly or council in many jurisdictions founded upon English law. Okay. An alderman offers Ness a bribe to drop his investigation, but Ness angrily declines. After Capone's enforcer, Frank Nitti, threatens Ness's wife, Catherine, and their daughter, Ness immediately moves them to a safe house. In a subsequent raid on the Canadian border, Ness and his team intercept an incoming liquor shipment, killing several gangsters and capturing a Capone bookkeeper named George, whom they eventually persuade to collaborate. Back in Chicago, as Wallace escorts George from the police station to a safe house, a disguised Nitti shoots both of them dead. Ness confronts Capone at the Lexington Hotel after the murders, but Malone intervenes, urging Ness to focus on persuading the district attorney not to dismiss the charges against Capone. Realizing that police chief Mike Dorsett sold out Wallace and George, Malone forces Dorsett to reveal where Capone's head bookkeeper, Walter Payne, is located. That evening, one of Capone's men breaks into Malone's apartment. Malone chases him out with a shotgun, but Nitti ambushes him with a Tommy gun. Tommy gun is like a machine gun, right? Like an old school machine gun? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Shortly afterwards, Ness and Stone arrive to find Malone mortally wounded. Before he dies, Malone shows them which train Payne will take out of town. As the duo await Payne's arrival at Union Station, Ness sees a young mother with 2 suitcases and a child in a carriage laboriously climbing the lobby steps. Ness ultimately decides to assist her, but the gangsters guarding Payne appear as Ness and the woman reach the top of the stairs and a bloody shootout occurs. Though outnumbered, Ness and Stone manage to capture Payne alive and kill all his escorts, keeping both mother and child unharmed. My brain automatically went to like, oh, they were planted in order to distract you, but maybe not. That's where my brain went. Later, when Payne testifies at Capone's trial, Ness observes that Capone appears strangely calm and that Nitti is wearing a gun in the courtroom. You're not allowed to do that. The bailiff removes Nitti and searches him, finding a note from Chicago Mayor William Hale Thompson, which effectively permits him to carry the weapon. However, noticing Nitti possesses a matchbook with Malone's address written inside, Ness realizes that Nitti killed Malone. Panicked, Nitti shoots the bailiff before fleeing to the courthouse roof, where Ness captures him. After Nitti insults the memory of Malone and gloats that he will never be convicted for the murder, an enraged Ness pushes Nitti off the roof to his death, avenging Wallace and Malone. Stone gives Ness a list taken from Nitti's coat, which shows that the jurors of the trial have been bribed. Behind closed doors, Ness persuades the judge to switch Capone's jury with one hearing Ness persuades the judge to switch Capone's jury with one hearing an unrelated divorce case. This prompts Capone's lawyer to enter a guilty plea, although an outraged Capone violently objects. Capone is later convicted of tax evasion and sentenced to 11 years in prison. On the day Capone begins to serve his sentence, Ness closes up his office, giving Malone's St. Jude medallion and call box key to Stone as a farewell present. As Ness leaves the police station, a reporter mentions the probable repeal of prohibition, asking Ness what he will do in that case. Ness replies, "I think I'll have a drink." Fair, I guess. This is interesting to me. In a modern context, but you can't take it in a modern context, right? Because it's like you have to like take historical events. And granted, this is a movie, and they said it was fictionalized, and we'll get to that in terms of like historical inaccuracies and whatnot. But in a modern context, in terms of like believing in like police abolishment and defunding the police and prison abolition, and just seeing the harm that the war on drugs has done to impoverished people, and specifically to Black people. I just like Prohibition era stuff is very interesting to me. Because, and don't get me wrong, like mobsters like Capone, like obviously like brutally murdered people, and there's all sorts of like violence that occurred at their hands. But at the same time, people are gonna drink regardless, right? So it's like, I find it interesting, thinking about like prohibition and the legality of drugs and whatnot, and the way in which that manifests in terms of like people obtaining substances and whatnot, you know? I don't really know what I'm saying, but I find it interesting. Things I think about. Okay, anyway, so Kevin Costner, Elliot Ness, Sean Connery as Jim Malone, Robert De Niro as Al Capone, Charles Martin Smith as Oscar Wallace, Andy Garcia as George Stone, Bill Drago as Frank Nitti, Patricia Clarkson as Catherine Ness, Elliot's wife, Richard Bradford as Mike Dorset, Jack Kehoe as Walter Payne, and Brad Sullivan as George. I like how George is the only one without a last name. Development. I might skip development if we're okay with it. I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip it. Filming. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, sure, yeah. Principal photography began on August 18th, 1986 in Chicago, Illinois, where Ness's story begins with him recruiting his Untouchables team with the intent of taking down Capone. In August 1986, Paramount Pictures contacted Gary Wunderwald of the Montana Film Commissioner's Office to find a 1930 period bridge to imply a border crossing between United States and Canada. Wunderwald suggested that Hardy Bridge, which crosses the Missouri River, near a small town of Cascade, southwest of Great Falls. From October 6th to 20th, the bridge was closed due to traffic to film the shootout sequence. 25 local residents were cast to ride horseback as Royal Canadian Mounted Police during the scene. The crew then built cabins and summer homes along the river. Interesting. And 600 trees were brought in from Lincoln and Kalispell areas, planted in a day and a half. Several 1920s and 1930s era vehicles were rented from ranchers from Conrad and the Great Falls. Actual filming took approximately 10 days, but the production staff reserved the bridge for enough time to allow for production delays. Hundreds were allowed to watch the filming from a nearby field. That's interesting too, when you're like filming like on location like that, and like the way it's just interesting to hear about like the way that that affects local economy and like citizens that actually like live in that area, right? Like I think because people in New York all the time, there's so much filming that occurs in New York that I think people that live there are so used to like walking by like the set of something like happening, you know? But it's interesting like thinking about like being in this like tiny like border town and like having like a film being made there. Okay, anyway, Railway Station Shootout is homage to Odessa Steps montage in Sergei Eisenstein's famous 1925 silent movie Battleship Potemkin. It was parodied in the 1994 movie Naked Gun 33 1/3. I do love the Naked Gun movie. I haven't seen the Naked Gun movies in a long time, actually. But I like those were some of my dad's favorites, so I remember growing up on Leslie Nielsen. Anyway, as a dream sequence, right. Historical accuracy. While the film is based on historic events, most of the film is inaccurate or fictional. The raid at the Canada-United States border never happened. Interesting. Neither did the courthouse nor the railway station shootouts. Ness did not kill Nitti. He died by suicide in 1943, 12 years after the trial. Interesting. And Ness's unit had very little to do with Capone's final tax evasion conviction. Perhaps the most significant creative liberty of the film is that in real life, Capone had the Chicago outfit actively avoid killing or even physically harming Ness or other Treasury agents sent to Chicago. Although Capone frequently tried to bribe them, he decided that violence against them would lead to greater retaliation from the federal government. Ness and Capone also never met in real life. Interesting. Brant, hello, how are you? Welcome to Wikipedia with me. We're reading about things that start with the letter U. So if you have a topic starting with the letter U that you would like us to read about, let me know. We're reading about the movie Untouchables right now. And as I recall, you had a race. Did you raced a race car this weekend? I hope that went well. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Reception. The Untouchables opened on June 3rd, 1987 in 1,012 theaters, where it grossed $10,023,094 on its opening weekend and ranked the 6th highest opening weekend of 1987. It went on to make $76.2 million in North America. According to producer Art Linson, the polls conducted for the film showed that approximately 50% of the audience were women. Interesting. Ordinarily, a violent film attracts predominantly men, but this is also touching and about redemption and relationships, and because of the audience tends to forgive the excesses when it comes to violence. Tyrannosaurus West, welcome. I'm sorry, I didn't see your name there for a second. Genuinely curious what Wiki says about U-Hauls. Done and done. We're on it. I got you. Add it to the list, baby. We'll throw that in after unusual eBay listings. Hi, cleaning out the work van. I hope that the cleaning goes well. Good on you for being productive. You got this. I believe in you. And welcome. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we'll read about U-Hauls in just a little bit here. Let's see. Violence, right. Okay, critical response. The Untouchables received positive reviews from film critics. On Rotten Tomatoes, the film has an approval rating of 81%, based on reviews from 69 critics. Nice. With an average rating of 7.6 out of 10. The website's critical consensus reads, slick on the surface but loaded with artful touches, Brian De Palma's classical gangster thriller is a sharp look at period Chicago crime, featuring excellent performances from a top-notch cast. On Metacritic, the film has a weighted average score of 79 out of 100, based on 16 critics, indicating generally favorable reviews. Audiences polled by CinemaScore gave the film an average grade of A- to A+ on an F scale. Let's see, which I remember right include the country of Denmark. The U-Hauls do? What includes the country of Denmark? Missed it. Sorry. I don't know. What do you mean? Let's see. Vincent Canby of the New York Times gave the film a positive review, calling it a smashing work, and saying it was vulgar, violent, funny, and sometimes breathtakingly beautiful. Gimp, I've never seen this movie. Is this one of your faves? I'm curious. Now I'm curious to watch it. I do enjoy a good gangster film. I think they're kind of fun, violent, horrific way. You know what I mean? Oh, unusual listings on eBay. Ooh, we'll see. Wait, the country of Denmark was listed on eBay. Ooh, we're gonna get there. Who do you buy Denmark from exactly? You know what I mean? Okay, now Tyrannosaurus West, I want to learn more. For sure. Nope, just a good movie. Not as good as Ice Age. I was wondering if you were going to bring up Ice Age. Hey, maybe you weren't here for I Week. We did not read about Ice Age during I Week. Save that for season 2, baby. Okay, let's see. Something. Breathtaking, beautiful. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times praised the film for its action sequences and locations, but disapproved of David Mannett's script and Brian De Palma's direction. Interesting. Ebert singled out the film's depiction of Al Capone as arrogant and childish, to the point of misbehaving in public and in court, as the biggest disappointment of the film, while giving praise to Sean Connery's work. Hal Hinson, in his review of the Washington Post, also criticized De Palma's direction, saying, somehow we're put off by the spectacular stuff he throws up onto the screen. De Palma's storytelling instincts had given away completely to his interest in film as a visual medium. His only real concern is his own style. Interesting. So it's that age-old debate of aesthetic and substance, right? Because aesthetic is important, especially in a visual medium, but substance is also important. And so it's sometimes I think one suffers because of the other, although I don't think the two need to be mutually exclusive. Style versus substance. Interesting. Gimp, I'm sorry. I still have not seen. We should have a like countdown number. Like it has been 85 million days and Abbers has still not seen Ice Age. One of these days we're gonna do. Do you like how I roll my eyes? We're gonna do a Discord movie night and we will watch Ice Age. Okay. Let's see. The New Yorker's Pauline Kael wrote that it was not a great movie. It's too banal. Interesting. Too morally comfortable. The great gangster pictures don't make good and evil mutually exclusive the way they are here. That makes sense. But it's a great audience movie, a wonderful potboiler. Richard Schickel of Time wrote, Mamet's elegantly efficient script does not waste a word, and De Palma does not waste a shot. The result is a densely layered work, moving with confident, compulsive energy. Time ranked it as one of the best films of 1987. Adrian Turner of Radio Times awarded it as a full 5 stars, writing that David Mamet's dialogue crackles, Ennio Morricone, I bet it's Morricone, right? Music soars, and the production design sparkles. Yet, for many, the main attraction of this modern classic is Sean Connery's Oscar-winning turn as the veteran Irish cop who shows Ness the ropes. Despite receiving the Academy Award for Best Actor in a Supporting Role for his performance, Connery was voted first place in a 2003 Empire poll for Worst Film Accent because of his Scottish accent was still very noticeable. Fair. Absolutely fair. All right, so accolades, all sorts of stuff. We got the Academy Awards. We got the American Society of Cinematographers Awards, the ASCAP Film and Television Music Awards, Blue Ribbon Awards, the British Academy Film Awards, César Awards, David D. Donatello Awards, Faroe Island Film Festival, Golden Globes, Grammys, Japan Academy Film Prize, Kansas City Film Critics Circle Awards, London Film Critics Circle Awards, Los Angeles Film Critics Association Awards, Nastro de Argento, National Board of Review Awards, National Society of Film Critics Awards, New York Film Critics Circle Awards, Writers Guild of America Awards. So yeah, critically acclaimed, lots of awards. Although many of the critics, it seems like the critics are split in terms of like, I don't know, components necessary in order to make a good film, right? This idea of like good art. Ridiculous. What is that? The fact that I haven't seen Ice Age? Anyone else in the same boat as me and you've never seen Ice Age? Please speak now. Or don't. Video game. A side-scrolling video game, The Untouchables was released by Ocean Software in 1989 on multiple platforms. The game plays out some of the more significant parts of the film. Set in Chicago, the primary goal of the game is to take down Al Capone's henchmen and eventually detain Capone. Is it true that Al Capone, I mean, I guess no one knows this, but isn't he rumored to have been buried under Wrigley Field? Am I thinking of the right gangster? I'm pretty sure that's true. Also, I love how this is my knowledge of Chicago. Blues Brothers is my knowledge of Chicago. But I do love how in that film, whenever anyone asks for their address, they just give them the address for Wrigley Field. It's the best. Okay. Unusual eBay listings. Are we prepared? I'm curious what comes up here. Dude, Blues Brothers is in my easily in my top 5 favorites. I love Blues Brothers. I love it from a musician standpoint because it's such a musician's movie, but also in terms of a bromance kind of buddy adventure movie. It's so good. In terms of a fuck the police movie, it's so good. The car chase sequences in Blues Brothers are so good. Anti-Nazi. It's a great film. It's one of my favorites. Roommate introduced it to me, and I had never seen it before. Really, it was one I grew up on. My parents are nerdy musicians. I'd probably blame my father for us growing up on Blues Brothers, but I remember it was one that we watched when we were kids. And then when I was in high school, I led this like jazz band for like a variety talent show kind of a thing that our high school did. And so we were like the house band that would like play in between acts when they were like trying to like, you know, change up the scenery or whatever. And I, because I was the leader, I was like, we're doing this Blues Brothers themed. And so I like made everyone like dress up like the little blazer and the hat and the shades. I thought I was really cool in high school. I don't know if I actually, well, maybe I did. I don't know. But looking back, I'm like, good for you, kid. Good for you. Okay, let's see. Unusual eBay listings. Many unusual items have been listed for sale on the auction website eBay. Some sold while other auctions were stopped by eBay because of the listing breached their policies. I'm so curious about all of these. Buildings and land. Okay, we're going to get to it. If Denmark is on here, we're going to get to it. It'll be in like the first section. Okay. Bridgeville, California, population 25, was the first town to be sold on eBay in 2002 and has been up for sale 3 times since. How do you own a town? How does that even work? That's wild to me. The population is 25. My brain just skipped over that. Tiny town. All right, anyway. In January 2003, Thatch Key, the last privately held and undeveloped U.S. Virgin Island, was listed for auction by Idealite International. The minimum bid was $3 million, and the sale closed on January 16th, 2003. Interesting. City of Carlotta, California, was up for auction on eBay in February 2003. In September 2004, the Indiana Firebirds arena football team was auctioned off, first in a regular auction that failed to reach the reserve price, and again as a buy it now item for $3.9 million. What the fuck? That's so wild. I would never think to go on eBay to like buy a football team. Do you know what I mean? Or to like buy a town for that matter. Or to like buy an island. That's fucking wild. In late November 2005, the original Hollywood sign was sold on eBay for $450,400. That's kind of cool and weird. In May 2006, what would you do with it though? Sorry. We've been doing this the whole time during this topic. What would you do with the... Okay, so now you have it. You paid your $500,000 for the Hollywood sign. Now what? It just like stays in like a storage unit somewhere. Like, what do you do with it? You put it in like your backyard. Probably you have like a McMansion, and like you just put the Hollywood sign in your backyard. Money is weird, huh? Okay, in May 2006, Isaac Butterfield from Brisbane, Australia, attempted to sell New Zealand. How? At a starting price of $1 cent. The price had risen to $3,000 before eBay closed the auction. Right? Like how do you have the right to like sell New Zealand? How does this work? I don't understand. In May 2006, the remains of U.S. Fort Montgomery, a stone fortification in upstate New York built in 1844, were put up for auction on eBay. The first auction ended on June 5th, 2006, with a winning bid of U.S. $5,310,000. However, the sale was not complete, and the fort and land surrounding it remain for sale and have been relisted on the site several times since. Interesting. Iceland, not Denmark. Okay. Well, they tried to sell New Zealand on here. And it's like, okay, so I get you can like own a plot of land, right? So like selling that plot of land, that makes sense to me. I understand that idea. But then you extrapolate that to like an entire country, and I don't understand. Owning land in general, I don't understand, but like wild. Anyway, here we go. So, in October 2008, amidst the 2008 to 2011 Icelandic financial crisis, one seller put up Iceland for sale. The auction started with a bid of 99 pence and reached 10 million pounds, US $17.28 million. However, singer Bjork was not included in the sale. The notice read, located in mid-Atlantic Ridge in the North Atlantic Ocean, Iceland will provide the winning bidder with a habitable environment, Icelandic horses, and admittedly, a somewhat sketchy financial situation. Bidders' questions included, do you offer volcano earthquake insurance? Again, so why this person? Why is this person allowed to try to sell Iceland? How does that work? Like if someone were to try to sell the United States, who would that person be? And why does that person have the right to like sell the United States? Like how does that work? I am very confused. Vehicles. In June 2002, Disney sold the front section of a retired monorail red Mark IV monorail for US $20,000. Interesting. One of the tunnel boring machines involved in the construction of the Channel Tunnel was auctioned on eBay in 2004. In June 2005, the wife of Tim Shaw, a British radio DJ on Kerrang 105.2, sold Tim's Lotus Esprit sports car with a buy-it-now price of 50 pence. Whoa! After she heard him flirting with model Jody Marsh on air. Interesting. The car was sold within 5 minutes, and it was requested that the buyer pick it up the same day. Wow. In May 2005, a Volkswagen Golf that had previously been registered to Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger before he was elected Benedict XVI on April 19th, 2005, was sold on eBay's German site for $188,938.88. Not euros. Would that be francs? Would that be when they are part of the European Union? What year? 2005? History? I don't know, money. US $277,171.12. The winning bid was made by GoldenPalace.com online casino, known for their outrageous eBay purchases. Wow. In November 2017, a 1996 Honda Accord with 141,095 miles was listed on eBay for US $499 by producer Max Landman on behalf of his girlfriend. Landman made a video to help sell the car, which went viral, helping the bids rise up to $150,000 before eBay accidentally removed the listing. Accidentally removed the listing? It was once again relisted and removed by accident. Accident. It's very coincidental. CarMax offered to purchase the car for $20,000, which Landman's girlfriend accepted. Military vehicles. Okay, so in February 2004, a scrapped FA-18 Hornet fighter jet was listed on eBay by Mike Landa of Landa and Associates with a starting bid of $1 million. He was the legal owner of the plane after purchasing it from a scrapyard and also offered to have it restored to flying condition for a buy-it-now price of $9 million. Landa also told potential buyers that maintenance of the plane would cost roughly $40,000 a month. Wow! That's so much money. For just 2 to 3 hours of flying time. The FBI told Landa that he could only sell the plane to an American citizen residing in the United States and that the plane must not leave the U.S. airspace. Interesting. The auction ended without a sale. In January 2004, seaworthy 16,000-ton Brazilian aircraft carrier Minas Gerais, formerly the British HMS Vengeance, was listed. Is there a picture? Oh, interesting. I should be looking at the pictures of these various things. Here's a Honda Accord. Hold on, let me go back and look at pictures. Hold on. All right, monorail, right? Understandable. Got that one. Tunnel boring machines. Oh, wow. That's wild. I don't know what I was expecting. That's wild. Here's Tim Shaw. Here's Jody Marsh, who he flirted with. You know, I mean, fair. Volkswagen Golf. That's a new one, though. Let's see. Honda Accord, we looked at it. You know what's happening. Here's the FA-18 Hornet. That's wild. Here's the Brazilian aircraft carrier, Minas Gerais. Let's see. Formerly the British HMS Vengeance was listed. The auction was removed when eBay determined that the vessel qualified as ordnance. Ordnance? ordnance. Even though all weapon systems had been removed. Okay, we talked about this. What week did we talk about? We talked about the difference between ordinance with an I and ordnance not with an I. But Wikipedia won't tell me. So, oh well. In May 2006, a Chinese businessman named Zhang Chang bought a former Czech Air Force MiG-21 fighter jet. Here we go. Damn. From a seller in the United States for $27,730. The seller, Ink Girl, refused to ship it. How do you even ship it? How do you even, wouldn't you just fly it to wherever you're supposed to like fly it? Anyway, it is unclear whether he was scammed. July 2019, 4 sunken World War I warships, SMS Markgraf, SMS Karlsruhe, SMS König, and SMS Kronprinz, sold together for 85,000 euros. That's the euros. So that must have been Deutschmark earlier. Anyway, here's the Markgraf. Here's the Karlsruhe. Here's the König. Here's the Kronprinz. The asking price had been 250,000 euros each for 3 of the ships and 60,000 euros for the 4th ship. All ships were deliberately scuttled. What does scuttled mean? Anyone know what scuttled means? Now I have to, that's what I have to look up, and now I need to know. Because you know how people talk about scuttlebutt as a thing? Like it's like a bunch of like a bunch of nonsense or like gossip is like scuttlebutt, right? But what if you scuttle a ship? What does that mean? Scuttle is a metal container with sloping hinged lid and a handle used to fetch and store coal for a domestic fire. So if we're using it as a verb, though, how did they use it? Something about how it had to be scuttled. Sink the ship, but on purpose. Ah, thank you, Gimp. Sinking a ship on purpose. Okay, nice. All of the ships were deliberately scuttled in 1919 in Scapaflow, Orkney, by the German Navy. The seller explained that they had been bought from a defunct salvage company and no permission could be obtained to remove the ships from the seabed. New species. Oh, what? Okay. In September 2006, a listing for a sea urchin turned out to be a new species, later given the name Coleopterius exquisitus. Cute. It's pretty. In August 2008, Dr. Richard Harrington, Vice President of the UK Royal Entomological Society, announced a fossilized aphid he bought for 20 euros, US $27.11, from a seller in Lithuania, was previously unknown species. It had been named Mindarus harringtoni after Dr. Harrington. He had wanted to name it Mindarius ebayi, but his name is disallowed to be as being too flippant. I kind of like it. The 45 million year old aphid, preserved in a piece of Baltic amber, is now housed in the Natural History Museum in London. Food and drink. In 2000, the toast that was half eaten, what the hell? Toast that was half eaten by Justin Timberlake was sold to a 19-year-old fan for $1,025. What the hell? It was put up for auction by radio station Z100's DJ after Timberlake had left behind the toast on March 9th when he finished an interview at the station's studio. Wild. In December 2004, water that was said to have been left in a cup Elvis Presley once drank from was sold for US $455. Like, okay, can we go back to Justin Timberlake's toast real quick? What do you do with it after? You frame it? Like, what do you do? Okay, now you have Justin Timberlake's toast. What do you do with it? You just like have it? You're like, here's my toast. How does it not get moldy? What do you do with it? The grilled cheese sandwich. We're gonna get to that. I remember that one too. Yeah. No, we'll get there. Doesn't it have like Jesus's face in it or something? We're gonna get there. Okay, so Elvis Presley's water, $455. Few tablespoons came from a plastic cup Presley sipped at a concert in North Carolina in 1977. Coventry University student Bill Bennett sold a single cornflake for €1.20, US $1.63. Why? An Australian newspaper reported in December 2004 that a single piece of Kellogg's breakfast cereal, Nutrigrain. What happens when it gets moldy? That's what I'm saying. How do you like embalm it? Like, how do you? I don't know. Well, then that's okay. If we go back to Elvis Presley's water, how do you keep it from evaporating? Do you just like put it in a fridge or something? Like, or do you freeze it? Like, how? I have so many questions. I don't know. Australian newspaper reported in December 2004 that a single piece of Kellogg's breakfast cereal, Nutrigrain, sold on eBay for Australia $1,035 because it happened to bear a slight resemblance to the character E.T. from the Steven Spielberg movie. Apparently, the seller went on to make even more money in relation to the sale for his appearance on nationally televised current affairs program. All right, Tyrannosaurus West, here we go. In 2004, a partially eaten 10-year-old grilled cheese sandwich said to bear the image of the Virgin Mary, sold on eBay for $28,000. That would pay for like 2 years of my rent. Okay, anyway, December 2005, a Brussels sprout cooked on Christmas Day was listed as crazy paving preacher Andrew Henderson of Darlington, England. It sold for $99.50, US $134.85 on January 4th, 2006. The sprout had been frozen and was sent by first-class post in an insulated packaging to the buyer, 5077 Phil. The listing was reported in Daily Star, making the front page, and was followed by a series of copycat listings of various vegetables. The proceeds of the sale were donated to Tear Fund, a major Christian relief and development agency working in the developing world. But why? Just a Brussels sprout cooked on Christmas Day? Okay. In January 2006, a British man, Lee Knight, sold an unwanted Brussels sprout. Why are we selling Brussels sprouts on eBay? An unwanted Brussels sprout left over from his Christmas dinner for 1,550 euros, US $2,100.72, in aid of cancer research. Yeah, but like, why though? Why? God, I miss early eBay. Shit was wild, right? It's so true. Just the internet in general in like late 90s, early 2000s was like completely unhinged. Like, wild. In June 2021, a chicken nugget from McDonald's BTS meal, shaped like a character from the video game Among Us, sold for $99,997. Are you fucking serious? The seller of the chicken nugget also had a Szechuan sauce, and would ship the nugget with a packet of the sauce if the buyer requested so. I remember the Szechuan sauce being a whole thing because of Rick and Morty, right? Silly. Ever heard Weird Al's song about it? Probably, but it's been a minute. What do you think about the Weird Al biopic, speaking of, with Daniel Radcliffe? How do you feel? Here's what I'll say. His wig is not great. The wig they gave him not great. Weird Al is very excited about the film, supposedly. So if Weird Al like stands by it, then I'm excited about it and thrilled by it and curious about it. Right? Interested. Yeah. So I will say, disappointed by the wig, excited by the premise. That's how I feel about it. I don't know when. Hold on, let's look it up real quick. I don't know when it's coming out or what platform. For some reason in my brain, I think it's coming out on Hulu. I do love me some Weird Al. So I feel like back in the day, I have probably heard that song, but it's been a minute. Tyrannosaurus West. It's Been a while. Comes out 2022. Has it come out yet? Weird Al would be a good one for W Week. We could definitely look into Weird Al. Because Weird Al got discovered by Dr. Demento, right? And that's kind of how he kind of rose to fame. Oh my God, I can't get over Daniel Radcliffe's wig, though. Okay, anyway. Is it on Prime? Where can I watch it? Okay, hold on. Weird Al movies streaming? I don't know if it's been released yet. Amazon? Can you watch it on Amazon? Has it been released? I need more information, Google. God, the wig is so bad. And maybe it's just bad because Weird Al's hair is so iconic that, like, you can't capture that with a wig unless it's a really good wig, and Daniel Radcliffe's is not. And it's not Daniel Radcliffe's fault, but I'm just saying, why didn't we get a better wig for this man? Also, I'm probably one of the only people in the world bothered by it, but I'm bothered by it. All it says is that it was released in 2022. It doesn't tell me when or how to watch it. I don't know. If anyone can figure it out, let me know, because that would be another fun watch party thing. Okay, people. You cannot sell people. Okay, but apparently people tried. In 2001, the artists Mendy and Keith Obadike sold Keith's blackness on eBay under the Black Americana category as part of an art project. Interesting. Blackness for sale. The piece was seen as a comment on the commodification of racial identity and as a reference to slave auctions. Interesting. The auction was eventually shut down. In April 2005, American entrepreneur Matt Rouse sold the right to choose a new middle name for him. That's really funny. After receiving an $8,000 buy it now bid, the Utah courts refused to allow the name change. They refused him. He currently still has his original middle name, Jean. You have to let the man change his name if he wants to, right? In June 2005, 30-year-old Utah mother, Carrie Smith, auctioned off her forehead to raise the money to give her son a good education. The bidding reached $999.99 before GoldenPalace.com, a company well known for their outrageous eBay purchases, paid $10,000 buy it now price. How does that, so then, this article, this is one of those that's leaving me with far more questions than answers. I'm so confused. In January 2006, a group of 4 men from Australia auctioned themselves to spend the weekend with the promise of beers, snacks, and good conversation, and a hell of a lot of laughs, for Australia, $1,300. Okay, that kind of makes sense to me. Yes, one forehead. I will take one forehead, please. And then what do you do with it, right? Like some of these make sense. Like the art project totally makes sense to me in terms of like performance art and awareness. Absolutely. Selling the right to change your name, totally get it. Forehead, if we're talking about like now you can tattoo whatever you want on my forehead, I get it. I get it. It's weird. I get it. But just the idea of like, here, have my forehead. Like what? What does that mean? Like, what does that even mean? You know, it's fascinating. So celebrities will get parts of their bodies insured because they can justify it based on like how they like make their living off of it, right? Or like if you're like a famous like hand model and you like model your hands for like jewelry or whatever, right? Like you can get your like hand insured. So it's like it's almost like that to me in a weird way, but like different. So confused. Okay, anyway, let's see. In February 2007, after Britney Spears shaved off all of her head in a Los Angeles salon, it was listed on eBay for US $1 million before the listing was taken down. Yeah, I believe it. In May 2008, Paul Osborne from the United Kingdom listed his wife Sharon for sale on eBay, alleging that she had an affair with a coworker. You can't do that. You don't own your wife. I don't care if she had an affair. What are you doing, Paul Osborne? Okay, anyway. In June 2008, Ian Usher put up his entire life on auction. This auction included his house in Perth, belongings, introductions to his friends, and a trial at his job. When the bidding closed, his life sold for $384,000. How? What is that? What is it? Okay, so wait, sorry. I'm getting very riled up. Okay, the auction included his house in Perth, his belongings, introduction to his friends, and a trial at his job. Wild. That's wild. It makes sense. It's just wild. So weird. Okay. In August 2009, a mother of 6 from South Arkansas auctioned off the legal rights to name her unborn child. Okay, in February 2011, a lock of Canadian singer Justin Bieber's hair was put up for auction on eBay by talk show host Ellen DeGeneres, who Bieber had gifted it after cutting his hair. It sold for $40,668 in March 2011, with the proceeds going to an animal rescue organization, the Gentle Barn. The winning bid was made by online casino goldenpalace.com. What is Golden Palace? It's a casino, they just said. But what? What? Is anyone else as confused as I am? This is the Wild West of the internet, though. Like, yeah, early eBay, kind of what Tyrannosaurus West said is very true. Okay, let's see. February 24th, 2016. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi was put up for auction on eBay after he had said that he would sell himself if that were possible in order to raise funds for Egypt. Interesting. The listing was later removed by eBay. Interesting. Okay, other. Just get a sip here. The German Language Association sold the German language to call attention to the growing influence of English in modern Germany. Fascinating. In January 2008, 4 golf balls were auctioned on eBay after being surgically removed from the carpet python that had inadvertently swallowed them whilst raiding eggs in a chicken enclosure. Can we just see what a carpet python looks like? Yikes. The story attracted considerable international attention, and the balls eventually sold for more than $1,400 Australia. The python recovered and was released. Interesting. It's so funny because it's like there are certain things like the collection-wise that I understand, and like I think in nerd fandom, collecting is a big thing, right? Like people like collect, like my older brother collects Funko Pops. When I was a kid, I was super into like Pokemon cards. So like on some level, I understand collecting things, right? Like oddities. My little brother and his girlfriend are super into oddities, right? So it's like on some level, I get it. Even from like a personal place, there are certain things that I'm like, oh yeah, totally collect those. I get it. But some things I'm just like, but what? Like, so then you're like, hey, here are my golf balls. They were once in a python. Which is like fine, cool if that's your thing, but I just get confused. So are you saying I can't sell people or countries on eBay? No, apparently you can. According to this article, I guess you can, depending on the situation. It looks as though maybe. The answer is maybe. Maybe. I don't know, Imp. I don't know what I'm saying. I have no idea. Let's see. In November 2008, a Swedish man put a digitally hand-drawn picture of a 7-legged spider onto eBay. The picture stemmed from an article on the site 27b/6.com, wherein David Thorne claims to have attempted to pay a chiropractor's bill with a picture of a 7-legged spider, which he valued at $233.95. On eBay, the bidding price started at $233.95, with bidding ended at a sale price of US $10,000. Both the email exchange and the picture have become internet hits. It's a digitally hand-drawn picture. Okay. July 2009, Door Knock Capital Advisors placed England's Coca-Cola League one side Tranmere Rovers FC. I have no idea what I just read. What? Oh, football club. Okay. On eBay without permission from owner and chairman Peter Johnson. This led to Johnson issuing a statement on the team's website saying that the team was not for sale and that he had contacted eBay to have the listing removed. In December 2009, a woman auctioned the copyright for a never-before-seen 4-minute home movie of Marilyn Monroe smoking a joint. In September 2010, a 23-year-old Stockton-on-Tees man named Michael Fawcett tried to raise money for cancer research by selling a ghost. The auction caught the attention of a local newspaper. However, after day 6 of the auction, eBay removed the item, stating it was against their policy to sell intangible items or items whose existence cannot be verified on receipt of them, such as ghosts, souls, or spirits. This is interesting. So I listened to a podcast called My Brother and Me. They have a segment that they do every now and again. The oldest brother, Justin, will find haunted dolls on eBay and just like read the listing because it's like just like wild and hilarious and bizarre. So it's funny to me. It's like, okay, because a doll in and of itself is a tangible object, right? You can like touch it and interact with it and it's like a thing. That's okay. And it's okay to say it's haunted, but you can't sell a ghoul or a ghost because there's nothing tangible with it. The rules are very interesting to me in terms of like what is like justifiable to sell and what is not, you know? Okay. In November 2011, a 25-year-old Londoner named Amy Robinson placed on her +1 invitation to her brother's wedding on eBay to raise funds for her climb of Mount Kilimanjaro on January 2012 in the aid of charity Diabetes UK. In October 2013, Reddit user Serdar Penson posted about a Bic lighter that, when lit, had a flame suspended above the lighter. He then listed the lighter on eBay, drained of butane. The auction reached bids of over $100,000 before getting taken down on October 30th, 2013. In November 2013, an anonymous Russian person placed an offer to send cremated remains into Earth orbit to the International Space Station. What? Okay, wait. Anonymous Russian person placed an offer to send cremated... Okay, I see. So it's like, if you want, I will send your cremated remains into space. Okay, got it. Okay. His close relative at the Baikonur Cosmodrome will pack an urn containing the ashes of a loved one with personal belongings of one of the Russian cosmonauts and send it with the Progress spacecraft to the ISS. Next, through a waste gateway, the urn will be released into space to Earth's orbit. In March 2014, UK eBay user Wacky Chop auctioned a set of 6 twigs found in the exclusive area of de Beauvoir in the London borough of Hackney, East London. Six twigs, just a set of twigs. Okay. This went on to become a national news story, and the twigs sold for 62 euros. No, British pounds. I always mix up British pounds and euros. The winning bidder refused to pay, however, believing that he had taken part in a joke and that the payment was therefore unnecessary. In August 2014, net artist Michael Green put up the most expensive GIF of all time for auction, $5,800. See, this guy was just too early for NFTs, man. Because that's what this is, right? Essentially, without the whole blockchaining thing. But yeah, anyway, the image was inspired by and based on a piece by artist Jeff Koons entitled "Balloon Dog Orange." Koons' piece was sold at Christie's auction for $58 million in 2013, setting the record for the most expensive work by a living artist sold at auction. Wow! Inspiring Green to price his image at $5,800. Okay. The winner of the auction was to receive a USB drive containing the file. It's so similar, right? This is really funny. And a certificate of authenticity shipped to them from the artist. However, the initial auction ended in September with 0 bids. The auction was subsequently relisted and sold for $202.50. In 2018, the prop baby from a Serbian film appeared on eBay before being removed. And now we know. So weird. eBay, so weird. Yeah, it's not as weird anymore, but it's definitely... enlightening and confusing and strange. Team, I'm gonna go refill my coffee. It's gonna take me like 2 seconds. When I come back, we will read about U-Hauls, and then we'll read about and then we'll read about unicycles and universal basic income and umbrellas and unicorns and anything else starting with the letter U that you want to learn about. So if you feel like sticking around, stick around. If you have other streamers to go check out, do that. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, okay? Okay, I'll see you soon. Love you. See you soon. In just a sec. See, I told you like 2 minutes. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, you're very impatient. And what am I going to do about it now that you're gone? You know what I mean? Anyway, shall we read about U-Hauls? This is for Tyrannosaurus West. Tyrannosaurus West, let me know if there's anything in particular you want us to kind of hone in on here. Otherwise, we'll just kind of go for it. We'll just do it. So U-Haul. U-Haul is an American moving truck, trailer, and self-storage rental company based in Phoenix, Arizona, that has been in operation since 1945. The company was founded by Leonard Schoen in Ridgefield, Washington, who began it in the garage owned by his wife's family and expanded it through franchising with gas stations. It's actually a pretty short article, so we can just kind of go through it and see. U-Haul is owned by Americo, a publicly traded holding company which also operates Americo Real Estate, which purchases existing buildings for conversion to self-storage facilities, existing self-storage facilities, and bare land. Rep West Insurance Company, which provides optional insurance for customers renting U-Haul vehicles and self-storage space, and Oxford Life Insurance Company, which provides annuities, life insurance, and Medicare supplement insurance for senior adults. Interesting. It's funny because it's like the first two made sense, and then that one it's like branching out. Interesting. The Schoen family, heirs of the founder Sam Schoen, currently owns both directly and indirectly about 55% of Americo. U-Haul rents trucks, trailers, and other pieces of equipment, but many U-Haul centers and dealerships also provide self-storage units, moving boxes, and associated packing supplies, moving assistance, LPG propane refueling, and hitch and trailer wiring installation, among other services. Because of the company's ubiquity, there are over 17,000 active dealers across the country. The name is sometimes used as a genericized, I've never heard that word, but I know what they mean. Genericized trademark to refer to services of any self-move rental company. It's kind of like Velcro. Like Velcro is technically like a specific brand of what we call Velcro. Or like Kleenex. Kleenex is the brand. Technically it would be like tissue paper if you're talking about like the generic like version of it, right? Genericized. That makes sense. Okay. Jello. Jello is another one, I think, that in the United States, because it's just called Jello, but really it would be like gelatin, flavored gelatin, you know? Yeah, see, Jello, they have it. You can't see because it's where my face is. Hold on. Jello. You see? Okay, anyway. The livery used on rented vehicles is widely recognized, primarily consisting of white and thick horizontal orange stripe, in addition to large state or province-themed picture, known as super graphics. History. In 1945, at the age of 29, Leonard Schoen co-founded U-Haul with his wife, Anna Mary Carty, in the town of Ridgefield, Washington, with an investment of $5,000. He began building rental trailers and splitting the fees for their use with gas station owners, whom he franchised as agents. He developed one-way rentals and enlisted investors as partners in each trailer as methods of growth. By 1955, there were more than 10,000 U-Haul trailers on the road, and the brand was nationally known. Distracted, but to some extent, by growing his business, Schoen took time for multiple marriages after the death of Anna Mary, at an early age due to congenital heart defect, and eventually had a total of 12, some sources say 13 children, each of whom he made stockholders. Schoen transferred all but 2% of the control to his children when two of them, Edward and Mark, launched a successful takeover of the business in 1986. Family squabbling over the U-Haul empire turned to physical confrontations. What? Between some of his children at company meetings. Oh my god! This is some Succession shit. I haven't actually seen Succession. Maybe I should. I've heard it's a really good show. But that's what this sounds like to me. Fucking petty as shit. Okay. So, physical confrontations between some of his children at company meetings, even before the 1986 takeover, and accusations of murder for hire? Accusations of murder for hire when the wife of a family member loyal to Sam was murdered in the family home. Yo, Tyrannosaurus West, did you know? Did you know when we were, did you know, sorry, did you know this was what we were getting ourselves into when you suggested we read about U-Haul? Because I did not. I'm very surprised. Didn't know, good Lord. It's a heck of a story. It's very intriguing. No, I love it. I had no idea. Who knew? Who knew? Okay, so someone was murdered. Wild. Okay. The culprit was later found and it stated it was robbery gone wrong. However, Sam continued to accuse Joe and Mark of being behind the murder. This is wild. Okay. See, this is why I love Wikipedia days. There's a lot of reasons why I love Wikipedia days, but like this to me is one of them where it's like, we're going to read about this like seemingly mundane thing, right? U-Haul trucks, and then learn there's like wild shit behind it. Like what? Okay. The takeover sparked a major family dispute that led to a $461 million judgment in favor of Leonard Schoen and others. In 1999, 83-year-old Leonard Schoen suffered fatal injuries when he crashed into a telephone pole near his Las Vegas, Nevada home. It was later ruled a suicide. That's sad. The Schoen family, currently led by Chairman and President Edward Joe Schoen, owns about 40% of the company through their Americo holding company. Americo filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in June 2003 and emerged in March 2004. The filing did not include or affect U-Haul operations. In 2012, another moving and storage company, Pods, my sister used that for when she moved, sued U-Haul in U.S. District Court for trademark infringement, claiming that U-Haul improperly and unlawfully used the words pods to describe its U-Box product. Interesting. On September 25th, 2014, a jury ruled that U-Haul had infringed on Pods trademarks, causing confusion and damaging businesses for Pods. The jury found that U-Haul unjustly profited from mentioning the term on its marketing and advertising materials and began using the word only after Pods became famous as a brand name in the industry. That sounds about right to me. The jury awarded Pods $62 million in damages. In 2014, U-Haul sued Hire a Helper for trademark infringement, a suit that was settled out of court. Each December, U-Haul is used by UPS, USPS, and FedEx to help temporarily expand fleets to handle a surge due to Christmas and other holiday volume. That I did not know. I mean, it totally makes sense. I just had no idea. That's fascinating. This is very interesting. You know what's funny, Tyrannosaurus West? This is why I love the Wikipedia weeks. I would have never thought to look up U-Haul. And when you first said it, I was like, sure, whatever. Like, we'll just like, it'll just be kind of this like boring thing. And sure enough, fucking interesting as fuck. It reminds me of this show that my little brother and his girlfriend recently introduced me to. And I feel like I've mentioned it on stream before. But it's called How To by John Wilson, I want to say. It's on HBO. And it's a guy that it's a docuseries where sort of, kind of, but not, he thematically pieces together different like episodes, essentially. And one of the episodes is on scaffolding, because he's in New York, right? So the big cities tend to have a lot of scaffolding to keep people safe from falling debris on buildings, right? So people like walking on sidewalks are safe because of scaffolding. And then scaffolding is used to like build and maintain buildings as well. But it's funny because it's, again, like one of those where it's like, if you told me to watch an episode of a TV show about scaffolding, I'd be like, that's fucking boring. But in reality, it's really fascinating. Like one of the things we read about a few weeks ago, I can't remember what the actual topic was, but we're talking about like bridges made with like, or just like structures in general made with concrete and rebar. Maybe we read about rebar on our week. That sounds right to me. But like the way that rebar and concrete are used together to create these like really strong structures, and how separately like they're not necessarily strong. Just fascinating. Just the seemingly mundane and how interesting it can be, you know? Okay, let's see. Equipment. U-Haul's rental fleet is composed of trucks, trailers, auto transports, and various other equipment. Heavy-duty pickup trucks and van cabs manufactured by Ford, GMC, and Ram are mated with U-Haul manufactured truck boxes in fabrication plants located at various places in North America. The vehicles are all gas-powered, with previous models offering diesel 17-foot, 5.2 meters, trucks that must be brought back to the same location where they were rented. 6 truck sizes are available, ranging from 10 feet, 3 meters, to 26 feet, 7.9 meters, and multiple trailer sizes, in addition to a 2-wheeled tow dolly and a 4-wheeled auto transport. U-Haul advertises that their trucks have lower decks, which are built below the tops rather than above the rear tires like a standard cargo box trucks. Need more water. Hold, please. Hold, please. Some trucks also have an over-the-cab storage area called Mom's Attic. I remember this from having moved and used U-Hauls in the back. The Mom's Attic. It's funny that it's called Mom's Attic, for one thing. There's just like a weird little shelf, and like, I guess you can put boxes up there or whatever. Cool story, right? The trucks are painted with super graphics, which are educational images of different states and provinces across the United States and Canada. Pickup trucks and cargo vans are also available at most corporate-owned centers and selected neighborhood dealerships. U-Haul has 2 main classifications for equipment in its fleet: in-town and one-way. The one-way equipment is mostly used for one-way trips, meaning the pickup and drop-off can be at different locations, whereas the in-town equipment is required to be picked up and dropped off at the same location, and the equipment is meant to be used for a local move. U-Haul has been building new one-way vehicles en masse, and as these one-way trucks are being built, the older one-way fleet models are being retired to in-town local use, only while previous in-town local use trucks are being de-imaged and sold. All trucks owned by the U-Haul Corporation, including those assigned and decaled for use in Canada, display apportioned Arizona license plates that do not expire. Is that true? I mean, it must be. We're reading it on Wikipedia, but I just never noticed that before. Newer trailers in the U-Haul fleet have apportioned plates registered in a variety of states. Okay. In the Alaska and Hawaii markets, U-Haul registers equipment locally because those states do not have apportioned vehicle registration systems. Interesting. Here we go. Here's a fleet of U-Haul rental trucks. Storage space rentals. Some U-Haul facilities provide self-storage lockers for week or monthly rental and rent portable storage lockers called U-boxes on a monthly basis. The U-boxes also serve to load customer possessions at one location that can be shipped to another location. The storage facilities are located at most corporate locations. Ford Explorer ban. Let's see. In 2003, U-Haul enacted a policy of denying trailers rentals intended to be attached to a Ford Explorer. According to U-Haul, U-Haul has chosen not to rent behind this tow vehicle based on our history of excessive costs in defending lawsuits involving Ford Explorer tow combinations. This policy does not involve safety issues. This is an unusual circumstance for U-Haul. This applies to all production years and models of the Explorer, including, for example, the Ford Explorer Sport Track, regardless of tire brand that is attached. This comes from the high rate of failures of Firestone tires installed on the Ford Explorer. Interesting. Consumer Reports found that the policy was still in effect for the 2012 Ford Explorer. A company representative cited litigation costs as the reason behind the policy. Every time we go to hire an attorney to defend a lawsuit, as soon as we say Ford Explorer, they charge us more money. Safety problems. In Canada, various new agencies have found serious safety problems in U-Haul equipment. In July 2005, the Toronto Star reported statistics suggesting that about half of U-Haul vehicles in Ontario were not road safe. Shortly afterward, the Ministry of Transportation Ontario reported that of 296 U-Haul vehicles inspected in the summer of 2005, 43.5% of all inspections performed. 58, 19.6%, were found to have out-of-service defects, meaning that they were not roadworthy. CTV followed in October 2005, conducting their own inspections across the country and finding that all 13 rented U-Haul trucks failed to meet basic provincial safety standards. Let's see. Replying to the Toronto Star, the company's Canadian officials cited its inspection policies and procedures that employees and dealers are expected to follow. In response to the CTV results, Canadian U-Haul Vice President admitted to not heeding earlier warnings to improve their vehicle safety conditions and said older trucks would be replaced. In October 2006, CTV W5 reinvestigated U-Haul by renting trucks from 9 locations across Canada. The rentals were taken to mechanics for inspection. Of the 9 trucks rented, 7 that's not good. 7 failed basic safety standards and were not deemed roadworthy. The other 2, while roadworthy, had minor problems. That's not a good statistic. On June 24th, 2007, the Los Angeles Times published a story on U-Haul's safety problems titled "Driving with Rented Risks." There were also related articles published as "Upkeep's Lags in U-Haul Aging Fleet" and "Key Trial Evidence Goes Missing." U-Haul, what a shady company. The articles outline reports of ongoing maintenance problems, falsification of maintenance records, and lawsuits against the company for injuries and accidents, with quotes from former maintenance workers and executives. I mean, the few times that I have used a U-Haul for moving, they have not felt like they're in the best condition. So this doesn't necessarily surprise me. But the biggest surprise was the murder in the family. Fucking wild. Tyrannosaurus West, thank you for this topic. U-Hauls. Now we know. Fucking wild, man. Should we read about now? I think we should. That's how you have to say it. That's the correct pronunciation, kind of. Is American comedy web series starring drag queens Trixie Mattel and Katya Zamolodchkova. In the series, Trixie and Katya discuss topic humorously in front of a green screen. Premiered in March 25th, 2016, 1 year after Mattel and Zamolodchkova Don't go by their last names. They're the drag last names, please. After Trixie and Katya appeared in the 7th season of RuPaul's Drag Race. The show is aired through World of Wonder's YouTube channel as well as through its video-on-demand service, WoW Presents Plus. Has been nominated for 6 Streamy Awards throughout its run, finally winning Unscripted Series at the 2020 ceremony, which the duo also hosted. I have to say, I'm a big fan of this show. I love this web series. I watch it all the time. It's very funny and very stupid and just great. As funny as Trixie and Katya are, which they are, their editors, and they'll even say this, their editors are what makes this show, like the editors of these videos, like, and it's funny because in the most recent season, you can tell that they have new editors, and the new at least I can, and the new editors are trying to like create the same magic that the original editors had, but there's something, it's not quite the same. It's still good, but it's just like the original. Shout out to the editors of because they made this show what it is. Shout out to good editors. Speaking of good editors, shout out to my little brother who edits my stuff for me sometimes. But like good editors, man, like just like make or break a show, honestly. Okay, let's see. Production. The show began in March 2016 and aired 65 episodes before World of Wonder announced the conclusion to the show and the premiere of the Trixie and Katya Show, a television spin-off on Viceland. The Trixie and Katya Show was canceled after 1 season, and the series returned to YouTube for its 3rd season in October 2018. And honestly, it belongs on YouTube. It's so good. It's so good. And like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think it was an awesome opportunity for them to be on Viceland, and I think it's good that they like went for it. But like, there's something about the like homegrown kind of like feel and nature of YouTube, and it just felt like so much more organic, you know. So it's nice to have them back on YouTube, I think. But let's see. Beginning with season 3. New episodes would premiere on WoW Presents Plus, uncensored, the week before being released on YouTube. A 4th season aired from January 16th to September 12th, 2019, with a special Christmas episode on December 11th, 2019. On September 20th, 2019, Trixie Mattel uploaded a video on her personal Twitter account revealing that the series would return for a 5th season, which premiered January 22nd, 2020. The series then went into a brief hiatus from March to August 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with Trixie and Katya Save the World airing as a replacement series during that time. Yeah, I think it was like a podcast-ish kind of a situation. That way they could like film remotely but together, you know? Let's see. On July 22nd, World of Wonder released a teaser on their YouTube page saying that would be returning on August 5th with new episodes filmed during the pandemic and some that were filmed before but not edited. To accommodate social distancing guidelines, Trixie and Katya were seated at a distance and filmed with multiple cameras, being edited to look closer together in the final cut. The season concluded on December 30th, 2020, with the host confirming a 6th season would be produced, which premiered on WoW Presents Plus on April 21st, 2021. Starting with the 6th season, the episodes were released on WoW Presents Plus 1 month before their YouTube debut. Season 7 premiered on April 20th, 2022. And now you know. And I think season 7 is when they get new editors, because I think their editors are busy with like other projects. I think they like said that at the beginning of the series. And I'm telling you, like anyone else that watches it, I'm telling you that like you can tell the difference. It's like, it's almost like, it's funny because it's like the editing is like so unhinged, in like the best way. But you can almost tell when something is like so absurd, you can tell when someone's trying to like capture that magic, but like doing it in a kind of contrived way. You know what I mean? Cthulhu, hi, how are you? Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome to U Week. If you have a topic that starts with the letter U, let me know and we will look into it. Also, I hope you're feeling better. How are you feeling? Let's see. Hello. It's good to see you. You're negative? Yay! Glad to hear that. Negative is in COVID negative now, right? I'm assuming that's what that means. Rather than like negative, like I'm in a bad mood. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Good. Format. The episodes span around 10 to 20 minutes in length on average. We're reading about right now, just in case you're wondering. But yeah, welcome to U Week. Let's see. 10 to 20 minutes in length, on average, and are produced in front of a green screen. Each episode covers one topic, such as beauty tips or colors, and features Trixie and Katya's brand of dark adult humor. The two drag queens often go off on tangents in each episode, playing jokes off of one another. The use of the green screen results in edit-heavy episodes that add to the humor, with many moments or sound bites becoming memes and often quoted by fans. Each episode begins with the queens giving humorous intros, a trend started by Trixie Mattel in the second episode with "I'm Market Woman of the Serengeti, Trixie Mattel." The web series is heavily self-reflexive, with gags often repeating or being repeated on sister productions for Trixie and Katya, such as their podcast, The Bald and the Beautiful. Love it. Love that for us. Let's see. No, I'm negative about life, but yeah, COVID negative. Listen, I mean, there's a lot to be negative about in life, so I don't blame you if that is the case. But I'm glad to hear that you're COVID negative. I hope your trip was lovely. I know you're home now. So yeah, and I hope you're feeling better now that I'm glad to hear that you're COVID negative, though. That's huge. That's huge. Let's see. We'll skip ahead here. Spinoffs. The Trixie and Katya Save the World. Trixie and Katya Save the World was created as a replacement for which was on hiatus due to the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. Filmed in the duo's homes over video chat, the show features the queens answering questions and attempting to solve the audience members' problems, in a vein similar to the Asking for a Friend bit from their Viceland series. The series premiered on March 30th, 2020, exclusively on WoW Presents Plus, although the 8th episode was also released on YouTube. Reception. Vice's Rachel Miller stated, "Trixie and Katya's show is actually my favorite part of all of this RuPaul's Drag Race related fandom, and totally stands alone. I'd recommend getting into it even if you don't watch Drag Race proper." Agreed. 100% agreed with that. The show was positively reviewed by Rachel Paulson of the Queer Creative podcast. And now we know. Here's the different episodes. The podcast. During the COVID-19 filming hiatus, episodes 1 through 121 were uploaded in a podcast format, with later episodes being uploaded gradually. Interesting. I didn't know that. The Bald and the Beautiful. On October 6, 2020, the duo premiered a new podcast called The Bald and the Beautiful, which I've never listened to, and I don't know why I haven't listened to it. I should. The show features a pair of grizzled gay ghouls exploring the culture boundaries of modern beauty through interviews with gorgeous guests who inhabit various facets of the beauty industry. Starting with episode 35, episodes were additionally released as video podcasts on the official Trixie and Katya YouTube channel. On October 26, 2021, the duo announced that the podcast would go on extended hiatus. However, they returned the next week, confirming that they plan to finish out the year and later continued the podcast into 2022. The show won a Queerty Award for Best Podcast and was the runner-up of the following year, and the Webby Awards for Best Podcast Ad. And now we know. There it is. Nailed it. I don't know why I keep making that face when I do it. Probably because they do too. Keeping it accurate, keeping the integrity of alive, you know? If you haven't watched it, you should. It's great. I love it. I'm a big fan. All right. Y'all want to read about unicycles or what? Is it unicycle time? I think it might be. I think it is. Unicycles! Okay, so... A unicycle is a vehicle that touches the ground with only one wheel. The most common variation has a frame with a saddle and pedal-driven direct drive. A 2-speed hub is commercially available for faster unicycling. Unicycling is practiced professionally in circuses, by street performers, in festivals, and as a hobby. Unicycles have also been used to create new sports such as unicycle hockey. What the hell? Did anyone know that this was a thing? Because I did not know this was a thing. Unicycle hockey is a team sport similar to rink hockey, where the players try to hit the ball with their sticks into, let's see, into the other team's goal, except that each player must be mounted on a unicycle to play the ball. A team is composed of 5 players, but there's no dedicated goalkeeper role. Did not know that was a thing. In recent years, unicycles have also been used in mountain unicycling. What the hell? Mountain unicycling? Okay, sorry for screaming about it. Mountain unicycling is an adventure sport that consists of traversing rough terrain on a unicycle. Mountain unicycling, Muni, is undertaken on similar terrain to mountain biking. However, Muni requires much more attention to the microfeature. What? Okay, listen, what if we started a unicycle hockey team? I don't have the coordination for that. I don't know if I have the coordinate. I don't know. I've always been fascinated by unicycles, probably because of like the performance artist circus kind of like aspect to them. I don't know if I could handle riding a unicycle. I don't know if I'd have the balance or the acumen. I feel I would die. Yeah. I have a similar sentiment to Cthulhu. I would watch a unicycle hockey team. I would go to like a unicycle hockey game. I would do that. I don't know what, I'm more intrigued by unicycle hockey than I am mountain unicycling. Mountain unicycling just seems like a weird flex, and I'm like, get over yourselves. But that's probably because I'm from Colorado, and everyone here is like, mountain bikes, granola, skiing, and I just like, I'm fed up with it, quite frankly. So to me, it just seems like some like Colorado ass shit that I'm just like, fuck you. And I don't know why. I don't know why. But unicycle hockey, I'm like intrigued by. You know what I mean? Very granola. Very, I mean, I love where I'm from. It's beautiful here. I'm not super outsy-doorsy, although every now and again you can get me to do an outdoor thing. And then I'm like, oh yeah, the outdoors is great. And then I just like go back to my crevasse and stay there. But it's just like, yeah, it's just like granola and Tivas and like the caucasity of it all. You know what I mean? Okay, anyway, here's a unicycle. Here we go. We're gonna read more about unicycle. Look at this man! Also, okay, so like a penny farthing. Do you guys know about those? Those are like the like old school bicycles that have like the one like really big wheel in the front. I just think they're so funny and weird. Anyway, history. U.S. patents for single-wheeled velocipedes were published in 1869 by Frederick Myers and in 1881 by Battista Scuri. Unicycle design has developed since the penny farthing. Hey, did I not mention penny farthings? Look at, sorry, I get excited about things and stuff. And later the advent of the first unicycle into many variations, including the seatless unicycle, ultimate wheel, what? Wild, and the tall giraffe unicycle. During the late 1980s, some extreme sportsmen took an interest in the unicycle and modified unicycles to enable them to engage in off-road or mountain unicycling. Again, I don't know why I get so mad about it. Trials unicycling and street unicycling. I just like, I mean, you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead. Do your extreme unicycle sports. Go ahead and take this beautifully goofy thing and then make it into an extreme sport. Fine. I don't know why I'm so angry about it. But I am. Street unicycling. I find the idea of using a unicycle as a method of transportation fascinating. Like if that's like your method of like transportation, like that's your method of choice, I want to know more about your life. I do. All right, let's see. Unicycles compared to other pedal-powered vehicles. Bicycles, tricycles, and quadricycles share, with minor variations, several basic parts, including wheels, pedals, cranks, forks, and the saddle with unicycles. Without a rider, unicycles lack stability. However, a proficient unicyclist is more stable than a similarly proficient rider on a bicycle, as the wheel is not constrained by linear axis of a frame. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. Unicycles usually, but not always, lack brakes, gears, and the ability to freewheel. Given these differences, the injuries that can occur from a unicycle tend to be different from that of a bicycle in use. In particular, head injuries are significantly less among unicycle use compared to bicycle use. Guys, are unicycles safer than bicycles? Certainly they're not easier to ride, and yet they say that they're more stable. So I'm shocked. A proficient unicyclist is usually more stable than a similarly proficient rider on a bicycle. What? What? Psh, okay. Construction. Unicycles have a few key parts. The wheel, which includes the tire, tube, rim, spokes, hub, and axle. The cranks, which attach the pedals to the wheel hub. The hub connects the spokes to a central point and also transfers pedaling power to the wheel. Pedals, fork-style frame, seat post, saddle, the seat of the unicycle. The wheel is usually similar to a bicycle wheel, with a special hub designed so the axle is fixed part of the hub. This means that the rotation of the cranks directly controls the rotation of the wheel, called direct drive. The frame sits atop the axle bearings while the cranks attach to the ends of the axle, and the seat post slides into the frame to allow the saddle to be height adjusted. Types of unicycles. Types of unicycle include... I didn't know there were different types. I guess it makes sense, but I just didn't know. All right, freestyle unicycles. Let's see it. Show me freestyle unicycle. They will not show it to me. I will never see. Trials unicycles. Okay, this guy. Mountain unicycles. Okay, these hardcore unicycles. I want to see a giraffe unicycle. Hold on. Wow, 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 wow. Whoa, super tall boys. See these tall boys? All right, interesting. All right, I'll allow it. Commuter unicycles, street unicycles, cruiser unicycles, road unicycles. Each type has various combinations of frame strength, wheel diameter, and crank length. Freestyle. Oh, they'll show us. Okay, cool. Freestyle unicycles, generally used for flatland skills and freestyle routines. Freestyle unicycles typically have a relatively high seat post, a narrow saddle, and a squared fork used for one-footed tricks. These unicycles are used similarly to flatland bicycles. Wheel size is usually 20 inches, 510 millimeters, but smaller riders may use 16 to 12 inch, 410 or 300 millimeter unicycles. Some people prefer 24 inch or 610 millimeter wheels. Okay. Trials unicycles. Designed for unicycle trials. What is that? What does that even mean? These sportsmen. Okay. Again, don't know why I'm mad about it, but I'm upset. I guess I'm upset. Let me go into my psyche here. I guess I'm upset because a unicycle is this like seemingly like whimsical, at least in my mind, this like whimsical fun thing. And then when you make it competitive, it like takes away the whimsy. Give me back my whimsy. Okay. Designed for unicycle trials, these unicycles are stronger than standard unicycles in order to withstand the stresses caused by jumping, dropping, and supporting the weight of the unicycle and rider on components such as pedals and cranks. Many trials unicycles also have a wide 19 or 20 inch, 480 to 510 millimeter knobby tires to absorb some of the impact on drops. Fair, yes. Mountain unicycles, munis. Mountain unicycling, which I did not know was a thing until today, abbreviated to Muni or Muni, consists of riding specialized unicycles on mountain bike trails or otherwise off-roading. Mountain unicycles have thicker, wider tires for better traction. Riders may occasionally lower air pressure for increased shock absorption. Many riders choose to use long cranks to increase power while riding up hills and over rough terrain. A disc brake is sometimes used for descents. The brake handle is attached to the underside of the handle of the front of the saddle. Hold on, what? Disc brake, sometimes used for descents. The brake handle is attached to the underside of the handle on the front of the sandal. Aha, okay. So you have to like touch the like underside of your seat essentially in order to brake it. That's interesting. I wonder too mechanically, I don't know enough about how bikes work, but like, you know how like some bikes have a back pedal brake? I wonder if that kind of brake exists or could be devised for a unicycle. That would maybe fuck you up though, wouldn't it? Because so much of like keeping your balance would be being able to like freewheel backward, yeah? Interesting. Okay. Touring commuter unicycles. Used for long distances, which again, if you use your unicycle for like day-to-day transportation, I want to know more about you and your life. Used for long distances, these unicycles are specially made to cover distances. They have a large wheel diameter between 26 and 36 inches, 660 to 910 millimeters. What is a typical bike? What is the typical bicycle tire, not pressure, but tire dimension? Diameter. 12 to 26 inches, depending. Okay, and then what did they say for this unicycle? 26 to 36, so a little bit bigger actually. Interesting. 660 to 910 millimeters. So more distance is covered and less pedal rotation. That makes sense. A 36-inch unicycle made by Coker Tire Company started the big wheel trend. Some variations on the traditional touring unicycle include the Schlumpf Gyuni, geared unicycle. That's interesting too. Using 2-speed internal fixed gear hub. Large direct drive wheels tend to have shorter cranks to allow for easier cadence and more speed. Geared wheels with an effective diameter larger than the wheel itself tend to use longer cranks to increase torque, as they are not required to achieve such high cadences as direct drive wheels, but demand greater force per pedal stroke. Other variations. Okay, look at this motherfucker. See, this is what I'm talking about. Whimsy. Give me my giraffe unicycle over a mountain unicycle any day. I'm just saying. I did not know I had such strong feelings about unicycles, but I clearly do. I clearly feel very strongly about this. Other variations. Giraffe. A chain-driven unicycle. Use of chain or multiple wheels in a gear-like configuration can make the unicycle much taller than standard unicycles. Note that a multi-wheeled unicycle can be described as giraffes. Standard unicycles don't have a chain, which limits the seat height based on how long the rider's legs are. Because the crank is attached directly to the wheel axle. Giraffe unicycles can range in heights of 3 feet, 1 meter, to over 10 feet, 3 meters high. What the hell? Wild. Who's this motherfucker? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. We'll get to this man in a minute. Geared unicycle, or a gyuni. A unicycle whose wheel rotates faster than the pedal cadence. They are used for distance riding and racing. Okay, as much as I got mad about the whole whimsy, I would watch a unicycle race. That I could get into, maybe. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. In case you were wondering, yes, I would watch a unicycle race. And now we know. Multi-wheeled unicycle. A unicycle with more than one wheel stacked on top of each other so that only one wheel touches the ground, nicknamed stacks. The wheels are linked together by chains or direct contact with each other. These unicycles can also be called giraffes. Who is this man? Okay. Kangaroo unicycle. A unicycle that has both the cranks facing in the same direction. They are also named due to the hopping motion of the rider's legs, supposedly resembling the jumping of a kangaroo. Eccentric unicycle. Are they not all eccentric? What makes this one eccentric? A unicycle that has a hub off-center in the wheel. Putting an eccentric wheel onto a kangaroo unicycle can make riding easier when the rider's motion appears more kangaroo-like. Eccentric wheel, off the center. The hub is off-center. Okay. Ultimate wheel. A unicycle with no frame or seat, just a wheel and pedals. Right, we read about that. Impossible wheel, or a BC wheel. A wheel with pegs or metal plates connected to the axle for the rider to stand on. These wheels are for coasting and jumping. A purest form of unicycle without cranks. I would also love to meet a unicycle purist, because that means that you have an in-depth knowledge of unicycling, and that you have strong opinions about unicycling as well. Monocycle, or a mono wheel. Oh, look. Oh, wow, look at this guy. This man looks like a legend. Wow. Okay, anyway. Mono wheel, a large wheel inside which the rider sits, as in a hamster wheel, either motorized or pedal powered. The greater gyroscopic properties and lower center of mass make it easier to balance than a normal unicycle, but less maneuverable. That makes sense. Self-balancing unicycle or electric unicycle. A computer-controlled, motor-driven, self-balancing unicycle. Freewheeling unicycle. A unicycle in which the hub has a freewheel mechanism, allowing the rider to coast or move forward without pedaling, as a common bicycle does. These unicycles almost always have brakes because they cannot stop the way the traditional unicycles do. The brake lever is generally mounted on the bottom of the saddle. These unicycles also cannot go backwards. Aha. Interesting. All right, so this dude, I want to know this dude's name. All it says is multi-wheeled unicycle. Who are you, sir? Frederick Borgstrom? Please. Okay, it's no, oh, this is to make a new, I can't make a new page on you, Frederick Borgstrom. I just want to know about famous unicyclers. Real quick, do we have a list? I want to know. Chris Holm? I don't know why I'm mad about it. Okay, anyway, sorry, we're gonna get back to the business. Let's see, freewheeling, we read it. Tandem. A tandem unicycle? I can't. What? Tandem unicycle. Please. What? Look at this. A unicycle built for two? Strawberry Shortcake, how do you feel about it? There is a famous, in our neighborhood unicycle kid. Oh my God! I love that you knew a unicycle kid growing up. That's amazing. I know, look at these motherfuckers. Sorry. Like, what? I don't understand. I'm so confused and amazed by it. Like, what? In what world? I can't believe you had a unicycle kid in your neighborhood. I love that. He was only famous in our neighborhood, but yeah. It's so good to see you. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Anyone who's out there, if you don't know Strawberry Shortcake, you should go check her out. She's fucking fantastic. Welcome to U Week. I'm just yelling about unicycles because I just can't believe. And also, Strawberry Shortcake, if you have a topic starting with the letter U, let me know. We'll get into it if you'd like. He was also a big punk kid who had Liberty spikes and was super short. I would have had such a crush on that kid. I would be like low key in love with that kid. You had me at punk unicycler, honestly. I would have. That covers a lot of bases for me. Don't ask me how that works, but it does. You had me at Liberty spikes and unicycle. Low energy this weekend. Despite that, I got shit done. Good for you. Nice. Right? Doesn't that adds up if you know me to any extent. It makes sense, right? A punk unicycle kid. I'm here for it. All right, let's see. What else do we have? So we have tandem, recumbent, a recumbent unicycle. Now I have to look up a picture of that. Recumbent unicycle? Yo, my Google search history after these days is always ridiculous, and I love that for me. Like, what? Just this guy, like, just laid back. How does that work? There's a lot of just, like, what comes up is, like, recumbent, like, bikes in general. This is a monocycle. We learned that. So there's a difference between a monocycle and a unicycle, which we now know. So if you're sitting inside the wheel itself, that's a monocycle. I'm learning so much today. What about this guy? What the hell? Fucking floored. I'm floored by all of these things. This one's kind of cool, though. That's pretty neat. This guy looks very serious about it. Okay. All right. I don't know what topic to pick. All of mine are boring. No, you're good. Don't even worry about it. I was going to say no pressure. But for the record, we read about U-Haul trucks. It was far more interesting than anyone had occurred. Family squabbles, potential hired murder, the lack of safety. It was a wild ride. So seemingly boring topics can actually be fascinating. Not to pressure you, but just saying, don't let boring stop you, because sometimes I know it was wild. Like, apparently the children of the like U-Haul empire like fought with each other about like who should, get who should get the like rights to like the majority of the stock, and then like one of their wives was mysteriously murdered. Yeah, but it was a wild ride. Had one, but it turns out it's for P week. Aw, sad day. We can do it during season 2 for sure. Okay, let's see. Recumbent hydraulic giraffe that can be changed in height while being ridden. I still want to know who this man is. Who is this man? What is his life? We had growing up, there were these brothers called the Handsome Little Devils. I feel like I've talked about them on stream several times. But they were like juggler performer dudes that, like, I'm pretty sure they had unicycles. Juggled like flaming bowling pins on like unicycles. It was like a whole thing. It's an impressive picture. And the way that this guy is smiling about it, like, he's very proud of himself. And I would be too, Tyrannosaurus West, wouldn't you? If I was this man. But I just want to know what his life is. I want to know what this man's day-to-day is. I want, like, look at him. What a goober. Yep, what a goob. Hold on, let me see if we can get a full shot. Unfortunately, whenever I do this, you guys can't see his face anymore, but I think his name is Frederick something or other. Wait, what happened? No, stop, what? There we go. Okay, gotta go back to wherever we were. I would love a bowl on this. Udon! Okay, love it. Done and done. We'll read that next. We'll read that right before universal basic income. You love to see it. Okay, where are we? And they said, okay, a suicycle. Unicycle with no seat, the rider standing on the pedals, which are located at the ends of the vertical shaft. That's scary. Yeah, that sounds intense. All right, training aids are sometimes used to make it easier to become comfortable with riding a unicycle. One method for training is using a spotter to make riding easier. This was the other thing. Sorry, I don't know if you're just coming in or if you have been here for a minute lurking. But we learned that supposedly, if you are a proficient unicycler, that is more stable than if you are at the same level of proficiency riding a bicycle. What unicycles? Okay, anyway. Another method is finding a narrow hallway that can be used to help alleviate left and right balancing while allowing beginner to focus on forward-backward balance. Interesting, that makes sense. Equally, riding back and forth between two chairs, facing back to back while holding on to the chair backs, allows the user to gauge how to appropriately position oneself before setting off. Using props such as sticks or ski poles is generally discouraged as they hinder balance and create dependence. Okay. A fall onto props could also cause serious injury. Interesting. Okay. Look at how fancy. Some freestyle. Okay, riding styles. Traditionally, unicycling has been seen as a circus skill, which has been performed at events to entertain the public in circus or during parades, carnivals, or street festivals. Recent developments in the strength and durability of bicycle and consequently unicycle parts has given rise to many new activities, including trials unicycling and mountain unicycling. Unicycling is arguably weasel words, now as much a competitive sport and recreational pursuit as an entertainment activity, which I did not know. Learning that like mountain unicycling is a thing and learning that like unicycle hockey is a thing, had no idea. Very, very strange, very interesting. The principal types of unicycling are, see, look at this guy just grinding a rail on his fucking unicycle. Unicycle hockey, they mentioned it. Hold on, let me go back to it. They mentioned it at the beginning. Do you want to see a picture? Unicycle hockey, look! Wild, right? Did not know this was a thing. They have unicycle hockey, and then I was getting very upset about it. Mountain unicycling. Again, probably because I'm from Colorado, and outdoorsy things like this, I'm like, come the fuck on. Which I really shouldn't be this mad about it, and yet here we are. Yeah, unicycle hockey. Who knew? I didn't know. And also, let's just look at this man's face one more time. There he is. Okay, all right, so freestyle. Yeah, freestyle. Perhaps the oldest form of unicycling. Traditional freestyle riding is based on performance. Freestyle... shoot. It's fine, we're gonna be fine. I miss being close to Castlewood Canyon. Oh man, you know, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know if I know where Castlewood Canyon is. Where is Castlewood Canyon? Now I'm Googling it. Castlewood Canyon. Franktown. I don't think I'm close to Castlewood Canyon. Douglas County. Yeah, that's pretty far from me. I don't think I've ever been there. It's between Castle Rock and Denver? Let me see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, really, really more like, because it's a little bit south of Castle Rock is what it looks like, so it's more like between Denver and Colorado Springs. Yeah, I've never been there. Huh. Let's see. Thought of a better topic? What is your better topic? I'm down. Lay it on me. Lay it on me. Let's go. Uranium glass. All right, because we haven't had that many topics, and a lot of them, like unicycle is mine, universal basic income is mine. We'll do. Shh! Don't tell anyone. But we'll do both of yours, Kate, because why not? Why not? The 60s were freaking wild. True. Waterton Canyon I'm thinking of. I mean, there is you're not that far off, though. Because it is, Castlewood, it's basically in Castle Rock. So maybe you were thinking that. But there are lots of, it's such a mountainous place, right? There's so many different canyons and national parks and things in Colorado. Let's see, I won't tell, don't tell anyone, yeah. All right, so freestyle. Oldest form of unicycling, traditional freestyle riding is based on performance. Freestyle tricks and moves are derived from different ways of riding the unicycle and linking these moves together into one long flowing line that is aesthetically pleasing. Competitions look very similar to figure skating. I would watch a unicycle race. I would watch a freestyle unicycle competition. I am intrigued by all these things. Let's see. I lived in Castle Rock through college. Oh, okay. 2 states and 5 years ago. Yeah, fair. But it is very close to Castle Rock. It might as well be in Castle Rock. It's just because it's a little bit south of Castle Rock is all. But yeah, no, you were basically on it. Tyrannosaurus was. It's just because I'd never heard of it. And it's actually not that far from me. Let's see. Comedy, along with freestyle, is a performance style of unicycling. Often employed by clowns and other circus skills performers. Comedy unicycling exaggerates the perceived difficulty. See, perceived difficulty. They keep making it sound like it's just as easy to learn as riding a bike. It's just not as ubiquitous or common as riding a bike, which is wild to me. Because I do perceive it as being very difficult, but apparently it's not. This makes me kind of want to learn how to ride a unicycle. What would I do with that skill? Nothing. I would do nothing with it other than brag about how I know how to ride a unicycle. Let's see. Freestyle rollerblading is insane. I have watched quite a bit of that kind of stuff. I say quite a bit. I'm a liar. You know why I said that? Because of the Disney Channel original movie Brink. I'm a soul skater. Okay, anyway. Trials unicycling. Trials unicycling is specifically aimed at negotiating obstacles, analogous to trials bike riding. Look at this fucking picture. Okay. Street unicycling. Street unicycling as a style involves riders using a combination of objects found in urbanized setting, such as ledges, handrails, and stairs to perform a variety of tricks. See, now that kind of shit I'd be into. Many tricks are similar to those performed by other extreme sports such as BMX and skateboarding. That sounds neat. That sounds kind of cool. That was like the guy grinding, right? This motherfucker right here. Jess Regal. Rigel? Yo-yo competitions. Yeah. Okay, so can people, this is a question I have. Ooh, yo-yo competition. Yo-yos for Y week. Let me write that down real quick. Let me just put it in the old notebook. Can you be a professional yo-yoist? And when I say that, what I mean is, can you make your living off of just being a yo-yo person? Can you pay your rent by knowing how to like yo-yo well? This is what I want to know. I'm very curious about this. Okay, let's see. Off-road or mountain unicycling, abbreviated to Muni. Muni is riding on tough terrain, has developed as a form of unicycling in recent years. Touring or commuting, wild to me. This style concentrates on distance riding with a 29 or 36 inch, so 740 or 910 millimeter wheel cruising speeds of 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wow. 16 to 24 kilometers per hour or more can easily be reached. Flatland unicycling. This style of unicycling is similar to freestyle in that various tricks and movements are performed on flat ground. Flatland, however, does not have the performance element of freestyle, but instead has tricks that are similar to those in BMX and skateboarding. That makes sense. Unicycle team sports. Okay, now we're getting into it. Because we mentioned unicycle hockey earlier. Now we're getting into it. This is like a whole thing. This is a whole world that I know nothing about. Okay, let's see. Unicycle basketball. Okay. Unicycle basketball uses regulation basketball on a regular basketball court with the same rules. E.g., one must dribble with the ball while riding. There are a number of rules that are particular to unicycle basketball as well. E.g., a player must be mounted on the unicycle when inbounding the ball. Okay. Unicycle basketball is usually played using a 24 inches, 610 millimeters, or smaller unicycles, and using plastic pedals, both to preserve the court and the player's shins. In North America, regular unicycle basketball games are organized in Berkeley, San Luis Obispo, Detroit, Phoenix, Minneapolis, and Toronto. This is what? That's so many different cities that unicycle basketball is a thing. Switzerland, France, Germany, and Puerto Rico are all field teams. Shut your face. What? The Puerto Rico All-Star Unicycling Basketball Team has been one of the dominant teams and has won several world championships. Wild. Okay, unicycle hockey. We mentioned it earlier. Unicycle hockey follows rules basically similar to rink hockey, using a tennis ball and ice hockey sticks. Play is mostly non-contact, I would hope. The sport has active leagues in Germany, Switzerland, Australia, and the UK. And international tournaments have held at least biannually. Yeah, unicycle basketball. Unicycle basketball watch party when? I mean, I'm down whenever. Maybe we can find a video of it. I'm so curious. I'm curious about all of these, to be honest with you. Of course it's a European sport. Why? Why of course? Wait, why? Why Tyrannosaurus West? Why is it why of course? Why is this obviously it's European. I mean, it does sound like some white nonsense, so I feel you on that front. It's fucking wild. Okay, okay, what? Okay, let's see. Super old countries mean random sports. Fair. That's fair. Yeah. All right, fair. Okay, let's see. So, UK. Tournaments in the UK are held by various teams across the country, usually in sports halls, but occasionally outside. Each tournament lasts a day. Around 8 teams normally compete in 8 teams. You have to have 8 teams compete. So that implies that there are at least 8 different teams that actually exist. Found a link for a news agency in Minnesota about unicycle hockey. Shut up. What? Wild. I mean, Minnesota being the land of hockey makes sense on some level, but that's because of ice hockey, because of the weather there, right? And proximity to Canada. I'm assuming anyway. Wild. Wild. All right, so each tournament lasts a day, and around 8 teams normally compete in a round-robin league, with the winner being whoever has the most points. If 2 teams have the same number of points, the winner can be decided by goal difference or by penalty shootout. So yeah, basically the same as hockey. Wild. Okay, here are some known unicyclists. Wouldn't it be cool, Kate, if your random neighbor was on this list? Okay, we've got Chris Holm. I don't have pictures of him. Man. Rudy Horn, a German juggler. He's a well-regarded juggler. Ernest Montego, another German juggler. Jiang Yanjing, a Chinese acrobat. Why don't we have pictures of these amazing people? Lucky Diamond Rich, a tattooed performance artist. There he is. We got one picture. Michael Gaudeau, an American juggler. Okay. Amy Shields, an American freestyle unicyclist. Dustin Kelm, worldwide variety unicycle performer. Whoa, look at this motherfucker. What a shot. That's amazing. Let's see. Lucky Diamond Rich. What a name, right? What a fucking name. And the picture matches. Yeah, absolutely. That's like, who's the guy? There's a guy who's like fully tattooed. And he travels around to various like freak shows throughout the United States, and I've seen him in a couple different things. But he's got like blue, like kind of like they're almost like puzzle pieces, kind of all over his body. I forget, but a similar vibe for sure. Okay, this name is perfect. Wobbling Wally Watts, round the world unicyclist, April 1976 to October 1978. This is the perfect unicycler name doesn't exist. Or does it? Wobbling Wally Watts. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. You know? Ed Pratt, Round the World unicyclist, March 2015 to July 2018. Round the World, is that like a competition? Or it's just like, I have unicycled all around the world, right? Good name. Very good name. Ed Pratt. And Mike Taylor, World Champion Unicycle High Jump in 2014, 16, and 18. Groups. The King Charles Troupe. Okay, the first African-American circus troupe, and one of the longest running acts in the Ringling Brothers history. Interesting. Okay, known in other fields. Adam Carolla can ride a unicycle. I kind of hate Adam Carolla. Rupert Grint, who played Ronald Weasley. Mark Ruffalo? What the hell? Okay, Micah Hakkinen, Formula One racing driver. Eddie Izzard can, of course she can. Eddie Izzard can do anything, basically, so that doesn't surprise me. I skipped right over Lewis Hamilton because I was really excited to see Eddie Izzard's name on this list. But anyway, Chris Holm, but I heard Chris Holt. Like Steve Holt. I love that. I love that for us. Right? Wobbling Willie Watts. Lewis Hamilton. Guess he needed a more boring hobby. What did Formula One? I know, these two Formula One racing drivers. Just like, yeah, why not? Leslie Mann. What? Really? What? All of these unicyclers. Chris Martin, lead singer of Coldplay. Dimitri Martin. That makes, like, the comedians make sense to me. Pretty much everyone else, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, okay, Mark Ruffalo, like, what? Anyway. Ulrich Mühe, late German actor, best known for his role in Lives of Others. Michael Nesmith, former guitarist of the Monkees. Mile Plumley, a professional basketball player. Just normal basketball, not unicycle basketball. Don't get it twisted. Nico Rosberg, another Formula One racing driver. Donald Rumsfeld. What? Watch the videos on how they train for Formula One. I bet it's wild, yeah. Claude Shannon, founder of Information Theory. I don't know who that is, but okay. Take That members, Mark Owen, Jason Orange, and Howard Donald unicycled for the circus-based video for their song Set It All. Okay. Sure, cool. Andrew Tosh, son of Peter, also a Jamaican reggae musician. Peter Tosh, Jamaican reggae musician from the Wailers. Oh, what? Okay. Steve Young, former National Football League quarterback. Ilya Zhytomyrsky, Russian-American software developer and entrepreneur. I just didn't expect this many like hobbyist unicyclers, honestly. What? Look at this! Unicycle race. Incredible. Okay, sorry. Let's see. So Unicon and regional championships. Unicon, Eurocycle, and APUC are regular international unicycling conventions. The biennial Unicon International Unicycling Convention, sanctioned by the International Unicycling Federation, comprises all major unicycling disciplines and is a major event on International Unicycling calendar. Events include artistic, group, pair, individual, standard skill, and open X. Track racing, 100 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, 30 meters, walk the wheel, 50 meters, 1 foot. 1 foot? 1 foot unicycle race? 10 kilometers marathon, 42.195 kilometers. Muni, cross country, uphill, downhill, North Shore, downhill, trials, basketball, and hockey. Who wants to go to a unicycle convention all of a sudden? Because I kind of do. Ooh, we got a video coming up and I'm real excited about that. Let's see. The European Unicycle Meeting, is a similar convention but based in Europe. APUC, the Asian Pacific Unicycle Championships, are held biannually, alternately with Unicon. The first APUC in 2007 was in Singapore. Subsequently, the event has been held in Hong Kong 2009, Seoul 2011, Canberra 2013, and Singapore 2015. YUC, the Extreme Unicycle Championship, is the convention for urban unicycling, street, trials, and flatland. The event is held in 2 editions, summer and winter. Winter YUC is usually held at Cologne, Germany, while locations of the summer edition vary. Races. We're going to watch a unicycle race in a second. Are you ready for it? I'm ready for it. I'm very excited. The world's first multi-stage unicycle race, Ride the Lobster? Ride the Lobster. Okay, took place in Nova Scotia in June 2008. Some 35 teams from 14 countries competed over a distance of 800 kilometers. Each team consisted of a maximum of 3 riders and 1 support person. Unicross, or unicycle cyclocross, is a merging race format in which unicycles race over a cyclocross course. You say that as though I know what cyclocross is. Cyclocross is a form of bicycle racing. Races typically take place in the autumn and winter and consist of many laps of a short course featuring pavement, wooded trails, grass, steep hills, and obstacles, requiring the rider to quickly dismount, carry the bike while navigating obstructions. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's hear it. Let's watch it. Let's see. Oh my God, unicycle race, 2013. Let's fucking go. I'm like amazed. I'm like amazed. Look at them go! Wow, 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 wow. Pretty impressive. It's a lot of pedaling, which makes sense. But now watching it, it's very clear that it's a lot of pedaling. Look at these little kids! Oh my God. Incredible. Like, what? It is theoretically safer than a bicycle, supposedly, according to this article. There's like fewer head injuries, which I guess makes sense to like in terms of the way in which you fall, maybe. Wild, fucking wild. Oh, this kid is getting it. This kid is fucking serious. That's some serious unicycle face right there. Did you see? Very impressive. Well done, unicyclers. I love how empty the stadium is. Look at how empty the seats are when they go by. Watch. The only people there are the people unicycling. Which means people are missing out on an incredible opportunity to watch these performers. All right, I think we got the idea. Wild. There we go, unicycling. Who knew? I did not. I had no idea. I feel like I learned so much today. Already. And now we're going to learn about udon noodles. We're going to do udon and then universal basic income and then uranium glass. And then we'll see where we're at time-wise from there. We'll see how we're doing. All right, udon. This is going to make me hungry. Udon is a thick noodle made from wheat flour used in Japanese cuisine. It is a comfort food for many Japanese people. There are a variety of ways it is prepared and served. Its simplest form is a hot soup called kake udon, I think, with a mild broth called kakejiru. Feel free to correct my pronunciation here. That was fun, right? Unicycles? What a fun little topic. That was one of mine. That was mine. I was going to say unicycles and universal basic income are the two that I'm contributing. Okay, let's see. Mild broth called kakejiru, made from dashi, soy sauce, and mirin. Sounds really good. Strawberry shortcake. This sounds delicious. I want some. We look at unicorns yet? We didn't. I can keep it on the list. I have unicorns on the list. We can end with unicorns if you want. So again, it all just depends on the timing of things. Because I did throw unicorns on there. I also threw umbrellas on there because I was like, maybe umbrellas will be interesting. Who knows? Or the slightly nerdier unicorn. What's the slightly unicron? What's a unicron? Transformers? I don't know if it has an actual wiki page. Let's see. Here we go. We can read about Unicron. Why not? Fuck it. We'll read about Unicron right after we read about uranium glass. How about that? Transformers, more than meets the eye. I was gonna say, generally, I have this rule where I'm only one topic per person. But we really didn't have that many U topics. I was surprised. So we'll do it. Why not? Tyrannosaurus West. Why not? Okay, let's see. Usually topped with thinly chopped scallions. Other common toppings include prawn tempura, kakiage, mixed tempura fritter, aburaage, sweet deep fried tofu pouches, kamaboko, sliced fish cake, and shichimi spice added to taste. Standard broth differs by region. Dark koikuchi sauce is added in eastern Japan, while light usukuchi sauce, soy sauce, is added in the West. Notably, instant noodles are often sold in 2 or more versions accordingly. Interesting. More than unusual variants include stir-fried yaki udon and curry udon made with Japanese curry. It is often used in shabu-shabu or Japanese hot pot. I don't know if I've ever had udon. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have. It's interesting. Okay. We've got origin, dishes, hot or cold, regional variations, tourism, gallery. Let's just go for it. Let's just see. Origin. There are many stories explaining the origin of udon. One story says that in AD 1241, Eni, a Rinzai monk, introduced flour milling technology from Song, China to Japan. Floured crops were then made into noodles such as udon, soba, and pancakes in Japan, which were eaten by locals. Milling techniques were spread around the country. Another story states that during the Nara period, a Japanese envoy to Tang Dynasty China was introduced to 14 different kinds of food. One of them was called sakubei, which was listed as muginawa in Shinsen Jikyo. Sorry about the pronunciation, always. A dictionary, which was published in the Heian era. We read about the Heian era on H Week. Is it Heian era? Now I'm trying to remember the pronunciation. Anyway, the muginawa is believed to be an origin for many kinds of Japanese noodles. However, muginawa in Shinsen Jikyo was made with wheat and rice flour. Another story for udon claims the original name for the noodle was konton, which was made with wheat flour and sweet fillings. Yet another story says that Buddhist priest called Kukai introduced udon noodles to Shikoku during the Heian era. Heian? Shoot, man. Kukai, the Buddhist priest, traveled to Tang Dynasty, China, around the beginning of the 9th century to study. Sanuki province claimed to have been the first to adopt udon noodles from Kukai. Hakata province claimed to have produced udon noodles based on Eni's recipe. Interesting. Dishes. Udon noodles are boiled in a pot of hot water. Depending on the type of udon, the way it is served is different as well. Udon noodles are usually served chilled in the summer and hot in the winter. In the Edo period, the thicker wheat noodle was generally called udon and served with a hot broth called nurumugi. The chilled variety was called hayamugi. I have heard of like chilled udon in terms of like a chilled udon salad kind of a thing. Cold udon or udon salad, there we go, is usually mixed with egg omelet slices, shredded chicken, and fresh vegetables such as cucumber and radish. Toppings of udon soup are chosen to reflect the seasons. Most toppings are added without much cooking, although deep-fried tempura is sometimes added. Many of these dishes may be prepared with soba. Hot. Chikara udon, so power udon, topped with toasted mochi rice cakes. Goboten udon, with deep-fried shredded burdock root. Haikara udon, so modern udon. See tanuki udon. Kake udon in the Kanto region, or su udon in Kansai. Hot udon in broth topped with thinly sliced green onions, perhaps slice of kamaboko. Kamaage udon, served in a communal hot pot with hot water and accompanied by a hot dipping sauce of dashi sukiyaki. Kare nanban or kare udon, curry udon. Modern udon served in a spicy curry-flavored broth, which may also include meat or vegetables. The term nanban is a reference to nanban trade, which had influenced Japanese culture for a century before being banned in 1639 by the Edo shogunate. Bei Hokkaido is famous for a unique curry udon. I'm curious about the curry one specifically. I mean, all of them sound good, but curry in particular sounds great. Kitsune udon, so fox udon, topped with aburage, sweet deep-fried tofu pouches. This dish is called fox because of its association with aburage. Originated in Osaka, kitsune udon is often mistaken for tanuki udon. Oh my god, there's so many different kinds. I'm gonna skip ahead just because, listen, so many different kinds of udon, you guys. All the udon, so much udon. A lot of udon. And then we have cold udon, which again, I'm gonna skip ahead. I am curious about regional varieties though. Let's get into that. Okay, there are wide variations in both thickness and shape for udon noodles. Dangojiru, similar to Hoto from Oita Prefecture, nominally a dumpling soup. It resembles very thick, flat udon. Interesting. Gosetsu udon, a slightly translucent, chewy type from Kuchan, Hokkaido, literally heavy snow udon made from the starch of potatoes. The texture is different from normal udon, which is made from flour. At the foot of Mount Yotei, Hokkaido, the biggest producing area of potatoes, potato starch udon was eaten as a home food for farmers from long ago. The ratio of potato starch and wheat flour was improved to make it delicious even after a long time. The origin of the name heavy snow udon is the foot of Mount Yotei, a heavy snowfall area, and the appearance of the noodles, which is slightly translucent like snow. Interesting. I was kind of wondering if it was because of the potato starch being like a white powder maybe, but I was wrong. Hakata udon, a thick and soft type from Fukuoka. Himokawa, an extremely flat and wide type from Kiryu-gunma. Hoto, a type of miso soup with a flat and wide type udon and vegetables, particularly kabocha. One of the significant differences between usual udon and Hoto udon is salt. When Hoto udon is made, salt is not added to the noodle dough from Yamanashi Prefecture. Inaniwa udon, a thin type from Akita Prefecture. Issei udon, a soft type usually eaten with sweet soy sauce from Issei Mei. You know, it almost seems like udon is just the word that is used universally for a noodle made from flour. Like a Japanese noodle made from flour, right? Because of all the different variations. Like it's almost like the word noodle. Now I'm wondering what the Japanese word for noodle would be, right? Because we like if you think about, so in United States culture, when you think about pasta and noodles, you think about like Italian pasta, right? Which is all made from wheat, like flour, and then like eggs and water, right? So like linguine versus like elbow macaroni versus like spaghetti, like in their heart, they're all made from the same thing. They're just different shapes, right? So I'm getting the vibe that like udon is kind of a similar thing, yeah? Fun, hi! We're reading about udon. What did we read about first? We read about the Untouchables. We read about unicycles, which was fun. Oh my god, U-Hauls. It's been an incredible U week so far. How are you on U week? Good afternoon. I napped because I slept terribly. I'm sorry you slept terribly, and I hope the nap was refreshing and gave you some much needed rest and relaxation. And if you do have a U topic, let me know. We've got a few left, but I'm down. I'm down for more fun. So feel free if you've got something. But yeah, now I just really want noodles. Now I just like really want udon, honestly, which we knew would happen, but you know, now we really know. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? What's happening? All these different kinds of udon. In conclusion, udon, many variations. It wasn't really on. Sorry. The kids were fighting, kept waking up to break it up, and then desperately drifting off again. I'm so sorry, Fun. That sucks. Aw. Well, if you're able to get another nap in, do it. Do it. Feel free. Feel free to do your thing. All right, let's see. So what did we say? In the Kansai region, soft and medium thickness type is popular. Kishimen, a flat type from Nagoya. Mimi udon, literally ear udon. A lucky preserved food in Kuzu, Tochigi. Looks similar to ears. Miso nikomi udon, a local dish of Nagoya. Hard udon, simmering in red miso soup. Soup generally contains chicken, a floating cracked raw egg. So this is what's pictured here, right? Yeah. Or no, this is a different one, even though it has the egg. Anyway, stirred by the eater, kamaboko, vegetables, and tubers. The noodles are extremely firm in order to stand up to the prolonged simmering in the soup. That makes sense. Additionally, the noodles do not contain salt to avoid oversalting from the salt in the miso. And now we know. Saitama Prefecture also has several varieties of udon. We'll go ahead and skip that. Sonuki udon, a thick and rather stiff type from Kagawa Prefecture. Sara udon, literally plate udon, consisting of thinner udon that are deep fried, served with any number of toppings. Interesting. Okay, so that was all the different kinds of Japanese udon. Now we're looking to Korea. In Korea, authentic Japanese udon dishes are served in numerous Japanese restaurants, while the Korean-style udon noodle soups are served in bunsik-jeep, snack bars, and pojang matcha, street stalls. Both types are called udon, which is the transliteration of the Japanese word udon. In Korea, the word udon refers to noodle dishes, typically noodle soup, while the noodles themselves are called udon myeon. Myeon? Again, always very sorry about bad pronunciation. And considered types of garakguksu, thick noodles. Common ingredients for udon noodle soup include crown daisy greens and iomuk, fish cakes, neither of which are very common in Japanese udon dishes. Palau. There's this dish. You know what? There's this dish. There's a dish. There is a dish called udon in Palau. I feel very ignorant right now because I don't know where Palau is. Let me see. Palau, officially the Republic of Palau, and historically Palaus or Palau, is the island country in Western Pacific. Interesting. I did not know about this country. Should put that on P Week for season 2. All right, good to know. Originated from the former Japanese administration, the broth is soy-based sauce, like Japanese udon. However, there are many immigrants from Okinawa. It uses less broth like Okinawa soba. Okay. Most notably, the noodle is like that of spaghetti, as it is easier to acquire there. Huh. Languages of the neighboring federated states of Micronesia also have similar loan words from Japanese udon. Chukese, wutong, ponpayan, udong, kosrayan, utong, and yappies, kudong. Interesting. Philippines. My brain broke on this one. Cebuano, udong or udong of the Davao region, and Visayas is inspired by the Japanese udon, although they share no resemblance in modern times. Odong are wheat-based yellow thick Chinese noodles, pancit, similar to Okinawa soba. A typical odong bowl is prepared and canned with canned sardine and tomato sauce. Ugh. I'm sorry for that reaction. Something about canned sardines and tomato sauce I didn't like in my mind's eye. Other dishes, such as layering with greens, are also popular. During the early 1900s, there's a large community of Japanese laborers in Davao, half of them Okinawans. In this period, Japanese manufactured odong. You know, I'm sure the sardine and tomato sauce thing is really good. My brain just immediately was like, yuck. Let's see. They did a season of Survivor in Palau. Oh, interesting. Okay. Which I'm ashamed to know is the only thing I know about Palau until now. You know, I mean, hey, there's no shame in that. I mean, there's, I think there are so many different countries in the world, first of all, and it's cool / confusing, and I don't know, there's nuance to it, but there is one positive thing about a show like Survivor is that it then like brings awareness to like this nation. And I'm always curious about like things like that. We were talking about this with The Untouchables, the movie, in terms of where it was filmed. It was filmed in this like small town on the Canadian-United States border. So it's always interesting to me like how film shoots affect the local economy and just the citizens that live there. So I'm curious how Survivor being filmed in Palau changed Palau. And actually, now that you say that, Strawberry Shortcake, I feel like maybe I watched that season of Survivor. But yeah, there's no shame in it. Now we just know that there's a country that we maybe want to learn more about, you know? I think, too, when we talk about Southeast Asia, there are a lot of really small countries in Southeast Asia, just geographically, in terms of area. And I think that, like, because of that, especially, like, growing up in Western culture, like, we just don't learn about them. Yeah, no shame. No shame. There's no shame in ignorance, right? Like, I think it's funny. Not funny, haha, but just, you know, interesting. That we think of like being ignorant as this like shameful thing. Because really you can't know what you don't know, right? It's one of those things. And now we know more about Palau, and maybe it's worthy of more investigation, you know? Let's see, where are we at? Something about udon. Let's see. A typical odong, oh man, bowl is prepared with canned sardine. Right, I read about the sardine and tomato sauce, and then I felt shame for having an initial like ick response to it. I don't want to yuck other people's yum. You know what I mean? Do you know why places frequently film in Vancouver, British Columbia? The cloud cover allows for more natural lighting in post-production. No way, I didn't know that. I had no idea. That's really interesting. Huh. That's really interesting. I knew that like a lot of like all of the different this is a weird fact that I know. All of the different Lifetime original like Christmas movies, you know what I mean, where it's like a woman leaves her corporate job to go back to her hometown and fall in love with the local carpenter. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Christmas miracles happen. The movie. All of those are filmed in Canada. And I just kind of assumed that it was like cheaper to film in Canada than it is to film in the United States. I don't know why I assumed that, but now you saying that, I would be almost certain that that's the reason why. I also thought that maybe it was because it like looked like Christmas, like in terms of like the atmosphere being more like cold and winter like. But yeah, I had no idea. That's really interesting. Totally makes sense. Yeah, I had no idea. That's really interesting. Let's see. Tourism. Kagawa Prefecture is well known throughout Japan for its Sanuki udon. It is promoted in other regions of Japan through themed mascots, souvenirs, and movies. All right, get ready to get really hungry because now we're just gonna look at a bunch of pictures of udon. We have interesting. Look at how different these noodles are, you guys. So here's Himokawa. And then we have Mimi udon, Hoto, Kishimen, Issei udon. See, this picture is what my brain thinks of. When I think of udon, it's those noodles that I think of. So it's interesting just to see how much variation there is in udon, because I really didn't know. And then yaki udon. There we go. Strawberry shortcake, what a fun little topic. I know you gave us another fun little topic, but like, I'm here for it. This was nice to learn more about udon. All right, this is my second topic. My first topic was unicycles. My second topic is universal basic income, because I think we should all learn more about it, because I think it's a really important concept that should exist in the United States and all over the world, quite frankly. Let's see. That was my assumption too, with our dollars being lower value. That's just my assumption. I was just guessing that, like, to get the permits to film and stuff is cheaper. So maybe it's both, right? It could be a both and. Like maybe it's because of the lighting in terms of like post production, but also the cheaper production costs. I don't know. Yeah, I want udon now too. Kind of cheaper if you pay your lighting folks less hours. Yeah, that's true. It is cheaper in Georgia, which has tax incentives for productions. Is that why so many things are filmed in Georgia? Oh my God, my mind is blown right now. I remember one time our dollar was actually higher than the United States dollar, and somebody trying to pay with their American money was shocked. They were so used to their money being worth more that they didn't pay attention to what was huge news in Canada. Interesting. I remember I was in Amsterdam, and I was at a coffee shop, like a coffee shop. I was at a cafe, I should say, because coffee shop there just means like a place where you can buy weed and hang out and like have a drink, right? So it's kind of like a bar, but just with marijuana, cannabis, I should say. But I remember I was at this cafe, and these tourist girls went up and they like tried to pay with their U.S. dollars. And the barista was like, "We don't take U.S. dollars here. This is not the United States." And they were just like dumbfounded by it. And it was just like one of those things that, like, as another, United Statesian, in that cafe, I was like, I feel so embarrassed right now to be from where I'm from. Do you know what I mean? Like, just the audacity to like try to pay for something in another country with your country's money, and for that to be United States specifically, in terms of like this idea of like, it was just one of those moments where I was like, it was just very cringy. Very cringy. I would destroy a bowl of udon. Honestly, same. I might have to look up. There's actually, I live in an area where there's a pretty large like presence of Southeast Asian folks. There's a big Korean presence here. I don't know about Japanese, so I don't know. We'll see if I can get some udon later, maybe. Oh no, you're good, fun. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the American entitlement. There it is. Yep. There it. Yeah. It's gross, right? Ugh. Okay, so universal basic income is a socio-political financial transfer policy proposal in which all citizens of a given population regularly receive a legally stipulated and equally set financial grant paid by the government without a means test. A basic income can be implemented nationally, regionally, or locally. If the level is sufficient to meet a person's basic needs, i.e. at or above the poverty line, it is sometimes called a full basic income. If it is less than that amount, it may be called a partial basic income. Some have labeled universal basic income as utopian due to its historical origin. And I'm curious about that because I don't know much about the history of it. I just know that like UBI was a term that kind of like started making more headway in light of the pandemic, right? So with things being shut down and people being required to quarantine, the idea of universal basic income became much more popularized, I think, in recent times. And so I would like to learn more about the kind of like historical implications and also the like the ways in which this could become a reality, you know? It would be lovely if it could, right? It'd be lovely for like human beings to be taken care of and take care of one another, wouldn't it? Utopian. Let's see. In 2013, 8 million 5-cent coins, one per inhabitant, were dumped on the Bundesplatz, Bern, to support the 2016 Swiss referendum for universal basic income, which was rejected, 77 to 23%. What? Wild. Okay, let's see. There are several welfare arrangements that can be viewed as related to basic income. Many countries have something like basic income for children. Pension may be partly similar to basic income. There are also quasi-basic income systems like Bolsa Familia in Brazil, which is conditional and concentrated on the poor, or the Thamarat program in Sudan, which was introduced by the transitional government to ease the effects of economic crisis inherited from the Bashir regime. The Alaska Permanent Fund is essentially a partial basic income, which averages $1,600 annually per resident in 2016 currency. A negative income tax, NIT, can be viewed as a basic income in which citizens receive less and less money until this effect is reversed and the more a person earns. Several contemporary political discussions are related to basic income debate, including those regarding automation, artificial intelligence, the future of necessity work. Interesting. A key issue with these debates is whether automation and AI will significantly reduce the number of available jobs, and whether a basic income could help prevent or alleviate such problems by allowing everyone to benefit from a society's wealth, as well as whether a UBI could be stepping stone to resource-based or post-scarcity economy. The economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic prompted some countries to send direct payments to citizens. Yeah. Funny how every time they test whether it would work, it proves to be an improvement to the economy. Yes, and a resounding success. And then they look at the results and go, it's hard to say. Maybe sometime later. Totally fun. Dude, yes. In conclusion, yes. It's another one that bothers me. We were talking a little bit about police abolition and defunding the police and prison abolition, which I very much believe in. Anytime you look at studies in different countries, I'm from the United States, so anytime you look at studies from different countries that have gone to a more rehabilitation model and have indeed worked off of a like prison abolitionist kind of like model, it works so well. And yet, we don't do it. I wonder why. It's almost like systemic racism is so intrinsically, woven into our societal fabric that there's no way that we would let that go. Indeed. Yeah, very interesting. Hi, Mom. Let's see. Uvula. It'll behoove you to take care of your uvula. True. Very true. Yeah, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Abolish prisons. Absolutely. Uvularia grandiflora. A nice plant. Okay, Mom. Do you want that to be yours? You only get one. It's good to see you. It's almost like it's slavery again. It literally is in so many ways, right? Yeah. It's so messed up. Let's see. You have to choose one, but I will read one of yours. Yeah. Choose one, Mother. Also, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so what do we want to read about with universal income? Because this is a really big article, so I'm trying to kind of like narrow it down to what would be the most helpful. History I do think is interesting. So maybe antiquity. Maybe antiquity and then go to the 21st century. Perspectives and arguments is interesting. Pilot programs and experiments is kind of interesting. Yeah. I don't know. The problem with this one always, the problem in general is that I find everything interesting, and then I end up like reading one article for like 6 hours. But we'll get through it. We'll figure it out. Antiquity. In a 46 BC triumph, Roman general and dictator Julius Caesar gave each common Roman citizen 100 denarii. Following his assassination in 44 BC, Caesar's will left 300 sestertii, or 75 denarii to each citizen. Trajan, emperor of Rome from 98 to 117 AD, personally gave 650 denarii, equivalent to perhaps US $260 in 2002, to all common Roman citizens who applied. Let's see. 16th to 18th century. In his Utopia, 1516, English statesman and philosopher Thomas More depicts a society in which every person receives a guaranteed income. In this book, basic income is proposed as an answer to the statement, no penalty on earth will stop people from stealing if it is their only way of getting food. This is very true. Very true. I choose ululation. That is the sound of my angst over anti-utopia. Okay, let's see. Ululation. Ululation.
Ululation. Ululation. Ululation.
I swear, Mom, you just pick topics to pick on me. I swear you just pick topics to torture me. Okay, we'll throw that in after uranium glass and before Unicron. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna skip ahead here. Maybe go to late 20th century. I swear you do. I swear you do. I swear you do. No, I don't. I think you do. Ululation. The more I say it, the more normal it becomes. Ululation. 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 We got it, Mom. Mom, we'll figure it out. We got it. Late 20th century. In his 1964 State of the Union address, U.S. President Lyndon B. Johnson introduced legislation to fight the war on poverty. Johnson believed in expanding the federal government's role in education and healthcare as poverty reduction strategies. In this political climate, the idea of guaranteed income for every American also took root. Notably, a document signed by 1,200 economists called for a guaranteed income for every American. 6 ambitious basic income experiments started up on the related concept of negative income tax. Succeeding President Richard Nixon explained its purpose as to provide both a safety net for the poor and a financial incentive for the welfare recipients to work. Congress eventually approved a guaranteed minimum income for the elderly and the disabled. In the mid-1970s, the main competitor to basic income and negative income tax, the Earned Income Tax Credit, EITC, or its advocates, won over enough legislators for the U.S. Congress to pass laws on that policy. In 1986, the Basic Income European Network, later named to Basic Income Earth Network, BIEN, was founded, with academic conferences every second year. Other advocates included the Green political movement, as well as activists and some groups from unemployed people. In the latter part of the 20th century, discussions were held around automatization and jobless growth, and the possibility of combining economic growth with the ecological sustainable development, and how to reform the welfare state bureaucracy. Basic income was interwoven in these and many other debates. During the BIEN academic conferences, there were papers about basic income from a wide variety of perspectives, including economics, sociology, and human rights approaches. Let me get some more water here. 21st century. In recent years, the idea has come to the forefront more than before. The Swiss referendum about basic income in Switzerland 2016 was covered in media worldwide despite its rejection. Famous business people like Elon Musk, Pierre Omidyar, and Andrew Yang have lent their support, as have high-profile politicians like Jeremy Corbyn and Tulsi Gabbard. Here's the thing, Elon Musk. Elon Musk, you could just provide that rather than being a proponent of it. You could just do it. You could just do it if you really wanted to. I'm just saying. In 2019, in California, then Stockton Mayor Michael Tubbs initiated an 18-month pilot program of guaranteed income for 125 residents as part of the privately funded SEED project there. In the U.S. 2020 Democratic Party primaries, political newcomer Andrew Yang touted basic income as his core policy. His policy, referred to as Freedom Dividend, would have provided American citizens with U.S. $1,000 a month. That's right. I do vaguely remember that. On January 21st, 2021, in California, the 2-year donor-funded Compton Pledge began distributing monthly guaranteed income payments to a pre-verified pool of low-income residents in program gauged for a maximum of 800 recipients, at which point it will become one of the larger among 25 U.S. cities before this approach to community economics. Beginning in December 2021, Tacoma, Washington piloted Growing Resilience in Tacoma, GRIT, a guaranteed income initiative which provides $500 a month to 110 families. GRIT is part of the University of Pennsylvania's Center for Guaranteed Income Research larger study. A report on the results of GRIT experiment will be published in 2024. Interesting. Okay. Response to COVID-19. As a response to the COVID-19 pandemic and related economic impact, universal basic income and similar proposals, such as helicopter money and cash transfers, were increasingly discussed around the world. Most countries implemented forms of partial unemployment schemes, which effectively subsidized workers' incomes without a work requirement. Around 90 countries, including the United States, Spain, Hong Kong, and Japan, introduced temporary direct cash transfer programs to their citizens. In Europe, a petition calling for emergency basic income gathered more than 200,000 signatures, and polls suggested widespread support in public opinion for it. Unlike the various stimulus packages of the United States administration, the EU's stimulus plans did not include any form of income support policies. Pope Francis has stated in response to the economic harm done to workers by the pandemic that this may be the time to consider a universal basic wage. Interesting. Melon husk, yeah. Let's see, I'm going to skip ahead here. Perspectives and arguments. Let's see. There is a short film explaining the different arguments. I almost think we should maybe do that. You guys want to watch a short film? Depends on how long this short film is, but this might be the way. Let's see. 3 minutes. Beautiful. Hold, please. Let's do it.
Today, austerity seems to be the only answer given to remedy the economic crisis in Europe, yet people are getting poorer and poorer. Automation in manufacturing and wealth accumulation by financial institutions are changing our approach to work. More and more is produced with fewer and fewer people. Unemployment rates have skyrocketed and pay work is no longer a right for everyone. The good news is that never before in history have human societies generated so much wealth. But while this wealth is produced by the work of all, past and present, this wealth is unevenly distributed among citizens. We, as European citizens, propose an alternative. It's not a new idea, but now is the time to put it into action. It's called unconditional basic income.
I like
Have
to
you heard of
say
it?
unconditional instead of universal.
Not yet.
Unconditional
Article
is
25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness. There it is. Basic income should be universal, individual, unconditional, and high enough to ensure a dignified existence and participation in society. This new fundamental right for humanity not only would eradicate misery, it is also a way to develop non-market orientated work, such as artists, parents, and volunteers. But it's also an economic measure. A basic income for all means supporting local business. Therefore, it would enable us to fully exercise our citizenship. How do we finance it? Easy. We have several proposals: financial and high-income taxation, a consumption tax on luxury goods and polluting products, and mainly self-financing by simplification of a very long list of current social transfers and associated public services which have become obsolete. What we propose would be much simpler, equal, and transparent. Everyone gets a basic income without even asking for it. But then, of course, it's up to you to work if you want more money. We as European citizens have now launched an official petition called the European Citizen Initiative to make the European authorities examine our manifesto. So, what's the deal? First of all, we have to surpass a minimum threshold of 7 countries minimum. 15 countries have already joined the campaign and are getting ready to collect signatures. Hopefully, others will join up soon. The European Commission must consider our proposals when we reach the 1 million signatures required. If accepted, studies of the different models and amounts of basic income will begin. We must mobilize by organizing events, creating local groups, and creating a buzz by telling your friends and everyone around you that a new idea is growing in Europe. Thank you for visiting basicincome2013.eu and signing our petition.
It just makes me sad because it's like, this shouldn't be such a radical idea, and yet it is, right? And we talked about this, it might be a little bit before you got here, Mom, but I think in the United States anyway, a big part of it is maintaining a slave economy and maintaining systemic racism in order to uphold the wealthy class. So I think that that's a big part of it. And systemic racism and capitalism are like this, you know what I mean? So yeah, when we talk about like greed and wouldn't greed cause assholes to raise prices to keep poverty intact? Like, I don't necessarily know that piece of it. I don't know. I mean, that's a compelling thought. I also think though, when we think about these things, the more that we like shoot them down in terms of like, oh, well, this would just happen, therefore it's like not worth trying. It's like, I feel like that like, can be really counterproductive, personally, which isn't to say that like we shouldn't like think about like potential like downfalls or ways in which it could be, superseded is probably not the right word, but like it doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at like ways in which to make it the most effective possible, and also we shouldn't look at like ways that people might try to like take advantage of that system. It's a struggle for me because it's like humans are humans at the end of the day, and greed is greed, right? But if we had systems in place that didn't like promote that and protect that as much, then things would be different. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, compelling argument for sure, and at the same time, like, I don't know, because so much of this is theoretical, right? But yeah. Anyway, since we got that lovely video, I'm gonna go ahead and skip this maybe. Although part of me says skip it and part of me is like, nah, let's read about it. So fuck it, we're gonna read about it. Automation. When central rationale for basic income is the belief that automation and robotization could result in technological unemployment, leading to a world with fewer paid jobs. A key question in this context is whether a basic income could help prevent or alleviate such problems by allowing everyone to benefit from a society's wealth, as well as whether a UBI could be a stepping stone to resource-based or post-scarcity economy. U.S. presidential candidate and nonprofit founder Andrew Yang has stated that automation caused the loss of 4 million manufacturing jobs, and advocated for a UBI, which he called freedom dividend, of $1,000 per month rather than worker retraining programs. Yang has stated that he is heavily influenced by Martin Ford, Ford, in his turn, believes that the emerging of technologies will fail to deliver a lot of employment. On the contrary, because of new industries will rarely, if ever, be highly labor intensive. Similar ideas that have been debated many times before in history, that the machines will take jobs. So the argument is not new. But what is quite new is the existence of several academic studies that do indeed forecast a future with substantially less employment in the decades to come. Additionally, President Barack Obama has stated that he believes the growth of artificial intelligence will lead to increased discussion around the idea of unconditional free money for everyone. It's true, the automation argument is definitely not a new one by any means. That's something that I think has been happening. Technological advancement has always kind of brought up this argument. Yeah, I feel like a decent portion of greed comes from the fear of future financial insecurity. Yeah, totally. Let's see. Economics and costs. Some proponents of UBI have argued that basic income could increase economic growth because it would sustain people while they invest in education and get higher skilled, well-paid jobs. However, there's also discussion of basic income within the degrowth movement, which argues against economic growth. Advocates contend that the guaranteed financial security of UBI will increase the population's willingness to take risks, which would create a culture of inventiveness and strengthen the entrepreneurial spirit. The cost of basic income is one of the biggest questions in public debate, as well as the research, and depend on many things. It first and foremost depends on the level of basic income as such, and it also depends on many technical points regarding exactly how it is constructed. While opponents claim that the basic income at an adequate level for all citizens cannot be financed, its supporters propose that it could indeed be financed, with some advocating a strong redistribution and restructuring of bureaucracy and administration for this purpose. I think, going back to your point, Mom, I think it would call for a complete overhaul of the systems that we have in place, right? Which is part of what makes it so difficult. Growth-based economic platforms are inherently unsustainable. Yeah. Let's see. I think that's true. You know what's funny about that? I was thinking about this in terms of like Twitchland stuff in general. I have some different like Twitch friends, streamer friends who are burning out recently and taking breaks from streaming because of the lack of growth that they've seen in their streams and struggling with that as kind of this like motivating factor, right? And I think in general, when you're thinking about growth-based, whether it's economy or in Twitch land in terms of like growth-based numbers and whatnot, like it's setting yourself up for failure, right? Because it's not sustainable. Quick growth in general, regardless of what we're talking about, whether it's economic theory or whether it's in Twitch in terms of like viewership and numbers or any kind of like goal that you're trying to obtain in terms of like quick growth is just not sustainable. It's just not. So finding something that, doesn't have that as the like outcome or the goal, having sustainability be the goal would be so much more effective in so many ways, right? But yeah, incentivized towards growth. Yeah, totally. Yep. And it's really hard not to get that in your head, right? When we're talking about like making more money or gaining more acumen or like whatever. Yeah, it's rough. Definitely. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so where are we going? Where are we? What's happening? Redistribution. Right. Okay. American economist Carl Widerquist argues that simply multiplying the amount of the grant by the population would be a naive calculation, as this is the gross cost of UBI and does not take into account that UBI is a system where people pay taxes on a regular basis and receive the grant at the same time. According to Swiss economist Thomas Straubhaar, the concept of UBI is basically financeable without any problems. He describes it as, at its core, nothing more than a fundamental tax reform that bundles all social policy measures into a single instrument, the basic income paid out unconditionally. He also considers the universal basic income to be socially just, arguing although all citizens would receive the same amount in the form of the basic income at the beginning of the month, the rich would have lost significantly more money through taxes at the end of the month than they would have received, Flying sausage.
Here have
Hello.
95 bits that for some godforsaken reason cost me $2.
Okay, thanks. I don't know why it cost you $2, and also I don't know why you're giving them to me, but thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to U Week. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes, and we're reading about things that start with the letter U. Thank you for the bits. It's very generous of you, and I hope you feel that your $2 was well spent. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, we're reading about universal basic income right now. The rich would have lost significantly more money through taxes at the end of the month than they would have received through the basic income, while the opposite is the case for poorer people, similar to the concept of progressive negative income tax. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I see no problem with that. I see no problem with richer folks being taxed more in order to help provide for folks that don't have access to that money and those resources, right? But that's just me. Work. Many critics of basic income argue that people in general will work less, which in turn means less tax revenue and less money for the state and local governments. Although it is difficult to know for sure what will happen if a whole country introduces basic income, there are nevertheless some studies who have attempted to look at this question, I should say. In negative income tax experiments in the United States in the 1970, there was a 5% decline in the hours worked. The work reduction was largest for second earners in two-earner households and weakest for primary earners. That makes sense. The reduction in hours was higher when the benefit was higher. Also makes sense. In the Mincome experiment in rural Dauphin, Manitoba, also in the 1970s, there were slight reductions in work hours during the experiment. However, only two groups worked significantly less, were new mothers and teenagers working to support their families. These are two groups that shouldn't have to work, right? Like, it's so funny because it's like, they're like, oh, a reduction in work. It's like, right, by people who shouldn't have to work because they're doing other types of labor. For teenagers, for example, they're in fucking school. That should be their labor. For new mothers, new parents, their labor should be put towards taking care of their fucking family, right? Like, yeah. Anyway. New mothers spent this time with their infant children. Working teenagers put significant additional time into their schooling. See? You see? When you talk about invisible labor, right? Underlying moralistic BS, poor people are lazy, stupid, somehow deserve to be poor. Yeah, I don't know how to tackle that comment. That idea, I think, is perpetuated by the myth of what is the Horatio Alger theory? We were talking about this the other day, Mom, the like pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of a thing. What am I talking about? What is it called? Why is my brain blanking on this? But it's this like well-known kind of like United States belief about one's ability to, if you work hard enough, you will be successful, right? And so we believe that because it's so culturally ingrained in us. Yeah, the welfare queen, racism BS, totally. It all comes back to like systemic racism. Like at the end of the day, it all comes back to like white supremacist colonial ideals, right? What is the idea that I'm thinking of, you guys? Why is my brain like blanking on what it's called? I can't think of it. What is it called? It's nope, not gonna find it. I'm not gonna find it. It's the American dream. Jesus Christ, that took me way too long to get that. The myth of the American dream. And so when we talk about it, like when we talk about these beliefs, like it is by design, right? Like it is by design that we are taught these things culturally. We're socially conditioned to believe these things to be true, right? And so we're taught like the American dream of, if you work hard enough, therefore you will be successful, and you will be able to like have money, and those who didn't deserved that, right? And this ties in not only to like racism, but also religion is huge in terms of like Judeo-Christian ideology, like you know, if you didn't pray hard enough, therefore you didn't get what you needed, kind of a thing, if you didn't listen to God hard enough, right? So it's yeah, like beyond this idea of it being like BS. It's like, no, like this is like, we are trained to believe these things from birth. Like we are, it's part of our cultural fabric. It just is. Yeah. And again, when we talk about poverty, we have to talk about racism. We have to, because the two are inextricably linked. They just are. Yeah. Anyway, what are we doing? A study from 2017 showed no evidence that people worked less because of the Iranian subsidy reform of basic income reform. Regarding the question of basic income versus jobs, there's also the aspect of so-called welfare traps. Proponents of basic income often argue that with basic income, unattractive jobs would necessarily have to be better paid and their working conditions improved so that people will still do them without need, reducing these traps. Well, and here we go. Like this again, it's interesting the way in which this all came to light with COVID, because your essential workers were the people with undesirable jobs, unattractive jobs, right? And those jobs are far more laborious than jobs that require higher education, kind of a thing, right? So it's like, it just like, yeah, all of this, I knew that this article would like make me angry and justify those feelings, but man, like it makes me angry. It makes me so angry. I think at the end of the day, one like takeaway that I have from all of these different things is like recognizing that inequity is by design. It doesn't just happen on accident. It is very intentional. It is. It's very intentional to keep marginalized people marginalized. It's not some accident that happened one day. And the beliefs that like inform those things are not just like accidental or coincidental. It's by design. It's very intentional. All the things that sound good to people stuck doing the same crap jobs and terrible to people trying to squeeze money out of them. Yeah, totally, right? Like you've got Jeff Bezos, and then you have like factory workers, right? And like everything in between in terms of like the actual labor that's being done. And this is true in so many different places, right? It's not even like a just Jeff Bezos kind of a thing. Like I work in the nonprofit industrial complex, and like you can see that like social workers who are at the bottom of this kind of like social hierarchy in terms of payment, and in terms of like payment per hour, how many hours they put in, how many caseloads they have. They're doing the work of multiple people and are completely burnt out because it's not sustainable. And CEOs of said nonprofits are making six figures, right? So it exists everywhere. It's not, yeah. Philosophy and morality. By definition, universal basic income does not make a distinction between deserving and undeserving. That's why I really liked that. I pointed it out, but I this idea of like unconditional universal basic income, I think is huge. The unconditional part is really, I feel like, needs to be emphasized. But yeah, so undeserving versus deserving individuals when making payments. Opponents argue that this lack of discrimination is unfair. Those who genuinely choose idleness, here we go, this is what you were talking about, Mom, genuinely choose idleness or unproductive activities cannot expect those who have committed to doing productive work to subsidize their livelihood. Responsibility is central to fairness. I just think that like this doesn't take into account invisible labor in terms of like private labor versus public labor, right? Like I think when we talk about parenthood, I think that's like a really great way of putting it in terms of like the amount of labor that is put into raising children at home versus someone going out of the home to a job to get paid. It's like this doesn't take that into account. This doesn't take into account the kind of like emotional stress and financial stress of being impoverished and what that looks like in terms of like work that you are doing every day. So basically it's a bullshit argument is what I'm trying to say. This is a bullshit argument. Yeah. Invisible labor, health disparity. Thank you. This is yeah. It's so fucking ableist. Yeah. Coming back to like what you can contribute to the society not being recognized, right? Like, yeah, that's why the unconditional part is huge. Yeah, health disparity when we talk about chronic illness, when we talk about disabled people. Proponents usually view UBI as a fundamental human right that enables an adequate standard of living, which every citizen should have access to in a modern society. Revolutionary, I know. Radical, I know. It would be kind of foundation. It would be a kind of foundation guaranteed for everyone, on which one could build and never fall below that subsistence level. It's also argued that this lack of discrimination between those who supposedly deserve it and don't is a way to reduce social stigma. Brazilian friend told me that the age of retirement for women is younger than for men to recognize the role in raising children and grandchildren. That's interesting. Deliberately phrased that way in order to direct people's thoughts that way. Yep. Oh man, fun is so smart. Fun is so smart. Also, something just dropped and I'm very confused as to what just dropped off of my headphones. A piece of plastic just dropped off of my headphones. Now I need to see where that came from. Weird. Where did you... I don't understand. But it's fine. It seems like my headphones are still working. Where did that come from? What part of my headphones? Oh well. They're still working, so fuck it. Let's see. Health and poverty. The first comprehensive systematic review of health impact on basic income, or rather unconditional cash transfers in general, in low and middle income countries, a study which included 21 countries, of which 16 were randomized control trials, found a clinically meaningful reduction in the likelihood of being sick. This is fascinating. By an estimated 27%. Hold on, let me read this one more time. Clinically meaningful reduction in the likelihood of being sick. That's wild. That's wild. I mean, it makes total sense, but it's just like, yeah, the connection between stress and illness is really interesting. Unconditional cash transfers, according to the study, may also improve food security and dietary diversity. Children in recipient families are also more likely to attend school, and the cash transfers may increase money spent on healthcare. A 2022 update of this landmark review confirmed these findings based on a grown body of evidence. 35 studies, the majority being large randomized control trials, and additionally found sufficient evidence that unconditional cash transfers also reduce the likelihood of living in extreme poverty. The Canadian Medical Association passed a motion in 2015 in clear support of basic income and for basic income trials in Canada. Very interesting. Very interesting and like totally makes sense. Wild. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead because as cool as academics are, we're gonna just like skip ahead. Pilot programs and experiments. Let's go for it. Since the 1960s, but in particular since the late 2000s, several pilot programs and experiments on basic income have been conducted. Some examples include 1960s to 1970s, experiments with negative income tax in the United States and Canada in the 1960s and 1970s. The province of Manitoba, Canada, experimented with Mincome, a basic guaranteed income in the 1970s. In the town of Dauphin, Manitoba, labor only decreased by 13%, much less than expected. Interesting. Here we have a picture of Omatara, one of the two poor villages in Namibia, where local basic income was tested in 2008 to 2009. And here's what they say here. Basic income grant in Namibia launched in 2008, ended in 2009. An independent pilot implemented in Sao Paulo, Brazil, launched in 2009. Mom, your friend, do you know where in Brazil they're from? I'm curious. 2010, 2019. Basic income trials run in 2011 to 2012 in several villages in India, whose government had proposed guaranteed basic income for all citizens. It was found that basic income in the region raised the education rate of young people by 25%. Wild. In the capital, okay. Let's see. Can't imagine being part of one of those pilot projects and then having it stop. I know. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, it would be so frustrating. I mean, that could be devastating, right? Like, financially. Yeah. Wild. Yeah. Iran introduced a national basic income in autumn of 2010. It is paid to all citizens and replaces gasoline subsidies, electricity, and some food products that the country applied for years to reduce inequalities and poverty. The sum corresponded in 2012 to approximately US $40 per person per month, US $480 per year for a single person, and US $2,300 for a family of 5 people. Interesting. In Spain, the Ingreso Minimo Vital, the income guaranteed system, is an economic benefit guaranteed by the Social Security in Spain, but in 2016 was considered in need of reform. In South Korea, the Youth Allowance Program started in 2016 in the city of Seongnam, which would give every 24-year-old citizen 250,000 won, so about 215 USD, every quarter in the form of local currency that could only be used in local businesses. Interesting. This program was later expanded to the entire province of Gyeonggi in 2018. The Give Directly experiment in a disadvantaged village of Nairobi, Kenya, the longest running basic income pilot as of November 2017, which is set to run for 12 years. I wonder, Fun, going back to if there is any kind of contingency in terms of like when these pilot programs are ended, like how, like, to do it gradually, or like how they transition from having had said pilot program to not, you know? That's important, I think, to think about, definitely. A project called 8 in a village in Fort Portal, Uganda, that a non-profit organization launched in January 2017, which provides income for 56 adults and 88 children through mobile money. A 2-year pilot in the Finnish government began in January 2017, which involves 2,000 subjects. In April 2018, the Finnish government rejected a request for funds to extend and expand the program from Kela, Finland's social security agency. An experiment in the city of Utrecht, Netherlands, launched in early 2017 that is testing different rates of aid. A 3-year basic income pilot that the Ontario provincial government, Canada, launched in the cities of Hamilton, Thunder Bay, and Lindsay in July 2017. Although called basic income, it was only made available to those with low income, and funding would be removed if they obtained employment, making it more related to the current welfare system than true basic income. Yeah, totally. The pilot project was canceled on 31 July 2018 by the newly elected progressive conservative government under Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Let's see. In Israel, 2018, a nonprofit initiative, Good Dollar, started with an objective to build a global economic framework for providing universal, sustainable, and scalable basic income through new digital asset technology of blockchain. This nonprofit aims to launch a peer-to-peer money transfer network in which money can be distributed to those most in need, regardless of their location, based on the principles of UBI. The project raised US $1 million from eToro. Doug Ford. I was gonna say I don't know Doug Ford. I was gonna say, you being Canadian, Fun, I know that probably a lot of this hits closer to home for you, right? Yeah. The Rithu Bandhu scheme. It's a welfare scheme started in the state of Telangana, India, in May 2018, aimed at helping farmers. Each farm owner receives 4,000 INR per acre twice a year for Rabi and Kharif harvests. To finance the program, a budget allocation of 120 billion INR, so US 1.55 billion as of May 2022, was made in the 2018-19 state budget. Conservatives are basically the Republican equivalent. I assumed so, yeah. Because often here people will use the term conservative and Republican interchangeably. Yeah. I mean, based on what we read, doesn't sound like a great guy. Doesn't sound great. Let's see, more water. Thirsty work, reading about inequity, you know? Okay, 2020 to present. Swiss nonprofit Social Incomes started paying out basic incomes in the form of mobile money in 2020 to people in need in Sierra Leone. Contributions finance the international initiative from people worldwide who donate 1% of their monthly paychecks. Interesting. In May 2020, Spain introduced minimum basic income, reaching about 2% of the population in response to COVID-19 in order to fight a spike in poverty due to the coronavirus pandemic. It is expected to cost state coffers 3 billion euros, 3.5 billion a year. Let's see. Sorry. Oh, you don't need to apologize, Fun. You're totally good. Yeah. No, I appreciate the explanation regardless. Yeah. You're totally good. Let's see. In August 2020, a project in Germany started that gives 1,200 euros monthly basic income in a lottery system to citizens who apply online. The crowdsourced project will last 3 years and be compared against 1,380 people who do not receive basic income. It's interesting, a lottery system. That's wild. In October 2020, Hudson Up was launched in Hudson, New York by the Spark of the Hudson and Humanity Forward Foundation to give $500 monthly basic income to 25 residents. It will last 5 years and be compared against 50 people who are not receiving basic income. In May 2021, the government of Wales, which has devolved powers in matters of social welfare within the UK, announced the trialing of a universal basic income scheme to see whether the promises that basic income holds out are genuinely delivered. Payments with similarities. We have the Alaska Permanent Fund, which I always heard about. It's funny. It's one of those things that you hear about as a United States citizen if you're not from Canada, or if you're not from Alaska. That's like, oh, they pay you to live in Alaska, and I imagine this is what people are referring to, which is not quite the same as being paid to live in Alaska. So I'm curious to read about this and actually learn about what it means. Let's see. The Permanent Fund of Alaska in the United States provides a kind of yearly basic income based on the oil and gas revenues of the state to nearly all state residents. More precisely, the fund resembles a sovereign wealth fund, investing resource revenues into bonds, stocks, and other conservative investment options with the intent to generate renewable revenue for future generations. The fund has had noticeable yet diminishing effect on reducing poverty among rural Alaska Indigenous people, notably in the elderly population. However, the payment is not high enough to cover basic expenses, averaging $1,600 annually per resident in 2019 currency. Yeah, that's such a little amount. It's so small. It has never exceeded $2,100 and is not a fixed guaranteed amount. For these reasons, it's not considered a basic income. Yeah, that makes sense. Wealth partaking scheme. Macau's wealth partaking scheme provides some annual basic income to permanent residents, funded by revenues from a city's casinos. However, the amount dispersed is not sufficient to cover basic living expenses, so it's not considered a basic income. Yeah. Interesting. Bolsa Familia, a large social welfare program in Brazil that provides money to many low-income families in the country. The system is related to basic income, but has more conditions, like asking recipients to keep their children in school until graduation. As of March 2020, the program covers 13.8 million families and pays an average of $34 per month in a country where the minimum wage is $190 per month. Other welfare programs. So we've got a bunch of different ones. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead here. See if there's anything else. I think we're good. On this. But there you go. If you want to be angry about inequity, just read about universal basic income. and more specifically, unconditional universal basic income. I'm gonna take a little break because I am basically out of water and I need to go refill my water bottle and I need to pee and I need to like get up and stretch and do all that stuff. So if you need to get a snack or stretch or take meds or do any of that stuff, now is a great time. When we come back, we'll be reading about uranium glass, ululation. Oh my God, I said it really well that time. I'm very proud of myself. And Unicron, okay? Okay. Thank you for being here. I will see you in, a few minutes. All right? All right. Love you. See you soon. All right, back in action. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, how would I know? I wouldn't. We're going to read about uranium glass now, which based on the pictures already, I'm very excited about that. So this is Strawberry Kate's topic. Strawberry Shortcake, rather. There it is. Uranium glass is glass which has had uranium, usually an oxide diuranate, sure, form, added to glass mix before melting for coloration. I would imagine that Gail M. Squared is furiously typing something right now. The proportion usually varies from trace levels to about 2% uranium by weight, although some 20th century pieces were made with up to 25% uranium. Wow. Okay, so this is intentional. Interesting. Okay, so here's some uranium glassware glowing under ultraviolet light. First identified in 1789 by a German chemist, uranium was soon added to decorative glass for its fluorescent effect. James Powell's Whitefriars Glass Company in London, England, was one of the first to market the glowing glass, but other manufacturers soon realized its sales potential, and uranium glass was produced across Europe and later North America. Uranium glass was once made into tableware and household items, but fell out of widespread use when the availability of uranium to most industries was sharply curtailed during the Cold War in the 1940s to 1990s. Most such objects are now considered antiques or retro-era collectibles, although there has been a minor revival in art glassware. Cool. Otherwise, modern uranium glass is now mainly limited to small objects like beads or marbles as scientific or decorative novelties. I'm wondering, too, if it's like potentially harmful to your health. Actually, no. Here we have uranium glass used as lead in seals in a vacuum capacitor. Strawberry Shortcake, if you're still here and there's anything in particular you want me to hone in on, let me know. Otherwise, I feel like it's a pretty short one. We'll probably just go through it. All right. Ooh, cool. Okay. Ooh, shiny. The normal color of uranium glass ranges from yellow to green, depending on the oxidation state and the concentration of the metal ions, although this may be altered by the addition of other elements as glass colorants. Uranium glass also fluoresces bright green under ultraviolet light and can register above background radiation on sufficiently sensitive Geiger counter, although most pieces of uranium glass are considered to be harmless and only negligibly radioactive. This is what I was wondering. Okay, interesting. So here you have modern uranium glass beads on a black background. And then here they are under UV light. It's very pretty. It's very cool. Vaseline glass. The most common color of uranium glass is pale yellowish green, which in the 1930s led to the nickname Vaseline glass, based on a perceived resemblance to the appearance of Vaseline brand petroleum jelly, as formulated at that time. Specialized collectors still define Vaseline glass as transparent or semi-transparent uranium glass in this specific color. It's kind of encapsulated. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Vaseline glass is sometimes used as a synonym for any uranium glass, especially in the United States, but this usage is frowned upon since Vaseline brand petroleum jelly was only yellow, not other colors. Okay, interesting. Vaseline is another good example of generalized, whatever that word was. You use the name Vaseline even though technically petroleum jelly is the like generic form, right? Genericized. There it is, genericized. I made the horrified face at the thought of uranium glass tableware, not gonna lie. I know, right? That's what I was like, it looks cool, but it's kind of scary. It seems like it's fairly harmless though. It's not a high enough concentration, and then and I guess it's a little bit encapsulated, so that makes sense. Let's see. The term is sometimes applied to other types of glass on certain aspects of their superficial appearance in normal light, regardless of actual uranium content, which requires a black light to test to verify the characteristic green fluorescence. Eat your uranium. I don't know. In the United Kingdom and Australia, the term Vaseline glass can be used to refer to any type of translucent glass. I've never even heard that term before. That's interesting. Other colors. Several other common subtypes of uranium glass have their own nicknames. Custard glass, it's opaque or semi-opaque pale yellow. Jadeite glass, opaque or semi-opaque pale green. Initially, the name was trademarked as, I'm assuming it's jadeite, although this is sometimes overcorrected in modern usage to jadeite. Is that just to help with pronunciation? Pretty. Depression glass, transparent or semi-transparent pale green. Burmese glass, opaque glass that shades from pink to yellow. Like Vaseline, the terms custard and jadeite are often applied on the basis of superficial appearance rather than uranium content. Similarly, depression glass is also a general depiction for any piece of glassware manufactured during the Great Depression. I was wondering about that. Okay, yeah. Regardless of appearance or formula. Interesting. I was wondering, Mom. Yeah, I think she did too. Alma was my grandma on my dad's side. And she was a Prussian immigrant. I want to say so. Yeah. She had a lot of really cool glassware. I assume it ended up with the aunts, but there was some glassware that she had that I'm like, oh, that would be really cool to have now. Might even have it in a box somewhere. Yeah. I was gonna say she had like some like green. Now what I'm thinking of actually in my mind is probably porcelain and not necessarily glass. But she had a lot of cool like dishes and glassware kind of stuff. Yeah. History: pre-industrial usage. The use of uranium glass dates back to at least 79 AD. The date of a mosaic containing yellow glass with 1% uranium oxide found in a Roman villa on Cape Posilipo in the Bay of Naples, Italy, by R.T. Gunther of the University of Oxford in 1912. Starting in the late Middle Ages, pitch blende was extracted from the Habsburg silver mines in Joachimsthal, Bohemia, now Yakimov in the Czech Republic, and was used as a coloring agent in the local glassmaking industry. Martin Klaproth, 1743 to 1817, who discovered uranium, later experimented with the use of the element as a glass colorant. Interesting. Some blue and green glass stuff. Yeah. Usage, glass fabrication. Uranium glass is used as one of several intermediate glasses in what is known to scientific glass blowers as a graded seal. This is typically used in glass to metal seals such as tungsten and molybdenum, or nickel-based alloys such as Kovar, as an intermediary glass between metal sealing glass and lower expansion borosilicate glass. Modern production. Ooh, we're gonna get to some glowy stuff. Ooh, glowy things. Uranium glass has become popular in the mid-19th century, with its period of greatest popularity being from the 1880s to the 1920s. This first major producer of items made uranium glass is commonly recognized as Austrian Franz Xaver Riedel, who named the yellow, German Gelb, and yellow-green, German Gelbgrün, varieties of glass, Anna-Gelb and Anna-Grün, respectively, in honor of his daughter Anna Maria. Riedel was a prolific blower of uranium glass in the Unterpalaun, today Dolny Polubny, Bohemia, from 1830 to 1848. Let's see, Slimer green. It does have a like Ghostbusters slime kind of a. Yep, Yep, I see it. Yeah, for sure. Well, because I think they are going for that, like, yeah, like Flubber has a similar kind of thing. They're going for like a fluorescent kind of a vibe, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's cool though. Let's see. By the 1840s, many other European glassworks began to produce uranium glass items and developed new varieties of uranium glass. The Baccarat, right? Baccarat Glassworks in France created an opaque green uranium glass, which they named chrysoprase, from its similarity to that green form of chalcedony. Cool. Chalcedony. Neat. Rocks. Shiny. I gotta get a little black light so I can hunt for it at thrift stores. That's a good call. That's a really good call. Yeah. Just like a little like black light flashlight. They have those, right? You totally could. I love that idea. So here on the left we have fluorescent uranium depression glass. It's beautiful. It's got a very like Art Deco kind of vibe, right? You should get one. You should, Strawberry Shortcake. I would love to hear about your adventures like searching for uranium glass, because yeah, you totally should. Uranium glass cake plate glowing under UV light. Fancy, so pretty. Here's uranium glass glowing under UV light. I feel like this is the same cake plate, just from a different angle, yeah? And then uranium glass necklace. How cool! It's like a cool little secret, too, because like if you're wearing it and there's no black light around, no one knows, right? And then all of a sudden you go to a fucking club and it's just like banging. Let's see. At the end of the 19th century, glassmakers discovered that uranium glass with certain mineral additions could be tempered at high temperatures, inducing varying degrees of microcrystallization. This produced a range of increasingly opaque glasses, from the traditional transparent yellow or yellow-green to an opaque white. During the Depression years, more iron oxide was added to the mixture to match popular preferences for greener glass. This material, technically a glass ceramic, acquired the name Vaseline glass because of its supposedly similar appearance to petroleum jelly. Today, a few manufacturers continue the Vaseline glass tradition. Fenton Glass, Mosser Glass, Gibson Glass, and Jack Loringer. Wow. I was hoping we would see glass examples, but they do not have them. U.S. production of uranium glasses ceased in the middle years of World War II because of the government's confiscation of uranium supplies for the Manhattan Project. Wow. From 1942 to 1958. Interesting. After the restrictions in the United States were eased, several firms resumed production of uranium glass, including Fenton and Moser, though uranium glass was still regulated as a strategic material. Following the Cold War, restrictions on uranium glass were completely lifted. During this time, many older pieces entered the free market, and new pieces continued to be produced in small quantities into the 2000s. Rihimaki Glass produced uranium glass designer pieces after World War II. And now we know. Pretty. Cool. Strawberry Shortcake, this is cool. I never knew about uranium glass. That's neat. Thank you. Good topic. Love it. You love to see it. Let's see. Gail M. Squared worked for a chemist who was involved in the Manhattan Project and ashamed of his involvement. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that understandable. Although a lot of people were involved in it that probably felt some shame after. Yeah, makes sense. All right, Mom, your topic. Are you prepared? Ululation. From the Latin ululo, is a long, wavering, high-pitched vocal sound resembling a howl with a trilling quality. It is produced by emitting a high-pitched, loud voice accompanied with a rapid back-and-forth movement of the tongue and uvula. Ululation. Around the world, ululation is practiced either alone or as part of certain styles of singing on various occasions of communal ritual events like weddings used to express strong emotion. Cool. Ululation is practiced in all parts of Africa, the Middle East, and Central to South Asia, including Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Bengal, Odisha, and Assam in India and Sri Lanka. It is also practiced in a few places in Europe, like Cyprus, and among the diaspora community originating from these areas. Ululation also occurs among Mizrahi Jews during Simcha, festive occasions, such as the inauguration of Torah scroll, Brit Milah, circumcision, communal celebrations, weddings, bar mitzvah celebrations, and most of all, henna celebrations. The cultural practice has spread to other Jews, particularly where members of different Jewish ethnic communities come together, and is also to be found among American Jews. The modern Hebrew word for ululation is sahalulam. Recordings of various styles of ululations are commonly found in the music of artists performing Mizrahi styles of music. Interesting. The more I say it, the easier it becomes to say it. Let's see. Let's take a listen here. Take a listen and a look. So this is a video of an Egyptian woman ululating after having cast her vote in the 2014 Egyptian presidential elections. Interesting. I feel like that's like a noise that like I've heard in like various like media like depictions of like indigenous people, specifically from like Africa, that are not necessarily like taking into account the kind of like reverent, like sacred nature of that kind of like I don't know, practice, like vocalization practice. But yeah, it's certainly something that I've like heard before. The tongue control, the like breath control. Yeah, really interesting. Let's see. Ululation is commonly used in Middle Eastern weddings. In the Arab word zakharit, a ululation performed to honor someone. For example, zakharits are widely performed and documented in Egyptian movies featuring traditional Egyptian weddings, where women are known for very long and very loud performed ululations. Another example of the incorporation of ululations into traditional wedding songs can be found in Zakharid, a collection of traditional Palestinian wedding songs reinterpreted and rearranged by Mohsen Soupi, and produced in 1997 by the Palestinian national music and dance troupe El Funaun. In Ethiopia and Eritrea, ululation, called Elilta, is part of Christian religious ritual performed by worshippers as a feature of Sunday or other services in the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, Eritrean Orthodox Tewahedo Church, and some Ethiopian evangelical churches. It is also randomly and spontaneously uttered during secular celebrations, such as parties and concerts. Elsewhere in Africa, ululation is used as a cheer, mourn, or attention-seeking sound by women. In Hausa, ululation called Guda. In Zulu, Lilizela. In Songa, sorry about pronunciation always, Kulungwani. And in northern Sindebele, Ukubulula. Ululation is incorporated into African musical styles such as Shangani music, where it is a form of audience participation along with clapping and call and response. Very interesting. In Tanzania, ululation is a celebratory cheer when good news has been shared or during weddings, welcoming of a newborn home, graduation, and other festivals, even in church where sermons are going on. In Swahili, it is known as Vigaleli. In Luo dialect, it is known as Udhalili. Generally, women exuberantly yell "lili lili," "lili lili" in high-pitched voices. Female children are usually proud of being able to ululate like their mothers and aunts. That's cool. Ululation is also widely practiced in eastern parts of India, where it is known as Yuludhavani. People, especially women, roll their tongues and produce this sound during all Hindu temple rituals, festivals, and celebrations. This is also an integral part of most weddings in these parts, where, depending on the local usages, women ululate to welcome the groom or bride, or both. Bengalis call it yul-yul-yuli, and they use this during weddings and other festivals. Odias call it hula-huli or hulu-huli. In Odisha, Ululation is used to cheer during weddings, cultural gatherings, and celebrations. It's interesting to me that it's used both in a like celebratory context and also in like a mourning context, right? It's fascinating. Essentially, it's like a strong emotion context, it seems like. Let's see. Asamesi call it Uruli. In Tamil, it is known as Kalavai. In Kerala, ululation is essentially for all ceremonial occasions, and the term used in Malayalam is Karava. Interesting. How similar the names are in different countries. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, we were reading about udon noodles earlier, and it was kind of a similar thing where it's like udon being a Japanese word was then borrowed in all of these other cultures. So I wonder if it's a similar thing too. Like they didn't really get into the history of it necessarily. But I'm curious if that's part of it. Like you said, like it comes from our word for it, ululation, comes from the Latin, right? But I wonder if the Latin comes from somewhere else originally. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see. Ululation is used to some extent by Southern European women. The Basque irinci is a signal of happiness originating from shepherds. It has been proposed as a technique for vocal rehabilitation. The Galician aturuxo is performed with accompanied vocalization from the throat. This is cool. So the sculpture is called Irinci in the Air. So this is like a visual interpretation of ululation, which is kind of interesting. It's cool. Let's see. Ululation is rooted in the culture of North Africa, northern parts of West Africa and Eastern Africa, as well as Southern Africa, and is widely practiced in Tanzania, Kenya, Angola, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It is used by women to give praises at weddings and other celebrations. It's also a general sound of good cheer and celebration when good news has been delivered in a place of gathering, even in a church. It is also an integral part of most African weddings where women gather around the bride and groom, dancing and ululating exuberantly. During graduation ceremonies, ululation shows pride and joy in scholastic achievement. The women ululating usually stand and make their way to the front to dance and ululate around the graduate. Among the Lakota, women wail "Lili Lili" in a high-pitched voice to praise warriors for acts of valor. Cool. It does seem like generally it's more of a like celebratory thing, but I know that they mentioned mourning as like one context for it, right? Uncharted, have we talked about Shakira ululating on TV yet? No, we haven't, but we can look into it. Jalen Johnston, how are you? Welcome. Jalen Johnston. Jalen, please. Observe these lights. Jalen bought me lights from Throne for my birthday. And like, I'm amazing. Like, chef's kiss. Night and day. So much better. So amazing. Thank you. Been huge. It's been like, I just like, thank you. Very, very helpful. We haven't yet. Should I look it up? Should I Google it? Let's see. Shakira ululating. Let's find out. There's a video. Shall we, for science, watch a video of Shakira ululating? For science, obviously. Hold, please. Give me 2 seconds here. We'll do this. And then we'll do this. And then we'll go here. 5 minutes of Shakira ululating. Oh my God. Okay, wait. All I saw was her face at first, and I was like, oh my God. Prepare yourself. I didn't know this was a thing. P.S. Are we ready for Shakira? Maybe. Hello? Maybe, sort of, yes, no? I don't know why it won't show up. We can hear it, we just can't see it. Hold on. You guys, you need the visual. Give me a sec here. There it is. Here we go. When was this? What was this for? For science. Okay, so it's not, okay, so somebody, it's only like a 37-second clip, but somebody just like put it on a loop so that we can just hear Shakira ululating. Is this what you're referring to? People thought she was goofing, but she clarified in an interview that was deliberate ululating celebration. Yeah. Well, it's interesting because the article that we're reading about, it hasn't mentioned, I don't think it mentioned South America, because she's Colombian, right? It didn't mention South America as being a place where ululating is a thing. She's part Lebanese. Okay, interesting. You remember that performance? That's funny. I don't. But no, she's not goofing. That's pretty cool. I didn't know. So lit. Okay, we're going to just a little more. It's pretty dope. I like that they just put it in a loop. It is a lot to take in when it's just in a loop. Good for you, Shakira. Live your life. Do your thing. Love it. Jalen, thank you. I know you're late to the party, but you're really right on time. But really, you're right on time. Interesting. I didn't know. I had no idea. I have a WPO article about it, if you don't mind the link. Yeah, throw in the link. Throw in the link. I'm probably not going to read it right now, but for other people that are interested and for me later on, absolutely. Yeah, I will definitely look into it. For sure. Let's see. Okay. Ancient times. In ancient Europe, reference to ululation appears on the inscription of pyramid texts of the Unas. Hold on, let me see. What is this? Unas or Wenas? Spelled Eunice? It was a pharaoh. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. So on the west wall of the corridor, section 13, and of Pepi the First, in the spells for entering the Akhet. Interesting. In ancient Greece, ululation was normally used as a joyful expression to celebrate good news, or when an animal's throat is cut during sacrifice. However, in Aeschylus, Agamemnon, along with being an expression of joy, it is also used for fury. And in Sophocles' Electra, it is employed as an expression of grief. As in many cultures, the use depended on context, as ululated exclamations could appear in different circumstances as a cry of lament or as a battle cry. Yeah, I feel like battle cry is the context that I have seen it in most commonly. Shakira tongue Super Bowl. It's not a turkey call. Yeah, the cultural significance behind Shakira's meme-worthy tongue thing at the Super Bowl. Yeah, I'm glad that there is an article that explains it, and hopefully people that didn't understand were able to get access to this. That's cool. Okay, yeah, no, I'll definitely look into it later, Jalen. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. It is really interesting. Well, and thank you, Gail M Squared, for bringing this topic to my attention, because I never knew the name for this phenomenon. Like I said, I feel like, yeah, a battle cry kind of context is where I've heard it in media depictions of tribal peoples, but not necessarily in a way that was accurately depicted. I don't know. Yeah, so this is cool. It's cool to learn about. And I'm getting better at saying ululate all the time. Let's see. Homer mentions Ololuj ululation in his works, as does Herodotus, citing ululation in North Africa, where it is still practiced, saying, "I think for my part, the loud cries uttered in our sacred rites came also from thence. For the Libyan women are greatly given to such cries and utter them very sweetly." In another translation, I also think that the Ololuj, or cry of praise emitted during worship of Athena, started in Libya. Let's see. Turanian HC, hi! Welcome! How are you? Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? I hope you didn't die. Based on the name, I'm assuming that means that you are a hardcore World of Warcraft person. Welcome, Turanian fans. I'm Mabbers. I play video games sometimes. I actually, if we want my hardcore credentials, I got the world's first and only thus far Naked No Talents Mage to 60 in hardcore. So I'm kind of cool. in terms of nerd street cred. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had an amazing stream. Kodama, hi, how are you? Raid, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Who else popped in with this raid? I love it. What's all this? Welcome. So I play video games most of the time on this channel. But on Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So that is what you've come into. Every week we do a different letter of the alphabet. So this is U week. We have read so far about unicycles and uranium glass and universal basic income and the untouchables and probably other U things that I'm forgetting. Oh, U-Hauls. We read about U-Hauls. And right now we're reading about ululating. I'm getting so much better at saying it. So welcome. We're reading about all things that start with the letter U. It's good to see everybody. Teranian, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? And also, feel free to go take care of yourself if you need food or just stretch or get away from your computer. Definitely feel free to do that. Wrath prep. Okay, nice. Leveling a multi-life lock. Get it. Awesome. I hope it went well. Yeah, welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Hello, gorgeous. Oh my god, hi, Tantive. How are you? I was very late to my own stream today because Jalen Johnston bought me lights through Throne for my birthday. And I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna get all dressed up because now I have beautiful lighting. So I might as well like take advantage of it. So now I'm wearing like an evening gown. Which I have no intention of leaving my apartment. But I just figured, why not, you know? Why not? Cyber Knight, hi! Dark Wolf, hi! Did I miss anyone else who came in here? So good to see all of you. Thank you for the raid. It's good to see you guys. Yeah, so we're reading about ululating, and then we're going to read about Unicron. And then we'll probably wrap it up. I've got a couple more topics, but that might be where we're ending things. So yeah, Sunday Wikipedia days. It's pretty fun. I like them a lot. We're on the letter U, which means we only have like, what, 5 more episodes for this season of Wikipedia with me, and then I'll have to kind of think about how we want to go about doing the wiki streams going forward, because there's some things I'd like to like change about it, but I want to figure out like the best way to do that most efficiently, you know? So yeah, good to see everybody. We're learning so much about so many things. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, go to bed. Thank you again for the raid. I hope the Wrath prep went well. Go get some sleep. Go get some good rest. We'll get back to ululating. Don't mind us. We'll just be here ululating. Ululation. This is my mom's topic, and at first I was like, she's just being mean to me because she's making me pronounce a really hard word. But actually, Mom, it's very interesting, so thank you. Let's see. All right, so the Hebrew word for hallelujah, translated as a call to praise the Lord, contains the root HLL with meanings related to praise. This root may have originally been an onomatopoeic imitation of ululation performed in Israelite rituals. That's interesting. That's really interesting. You make the worst worst assumptions about my intent. If you're being a little bit more self-aware, though, you do share things specifically to to show off your smarts, right? As do many other people. You're not the only one that does it. And you often pick things that are very difficult for me to pronounce. Come on, you do. You know you do. It's not necessarily an assumption when we've got evidence, you know? You're a scientist. Dark Wolf, thank you for being here. Yes, go lurk. Go make some dinner. I hope you have a wonderful evening. It's good to see you. I just like that word. I know, Mom. I know. Let's see. Mama Average just likes to challenge your brain. That's true. 100% true. Nailed it. Mama Average just likes to challenge my brain. It's true. You're right. And in this particular case, it's very interesting. It's something that I think my mom, knowing about, knows that it would be something that's interesting to me, because I do think it's interesting. Okay, that's it. Uh-oh. Now, have we angered my mom? I know you're good for it. Maybe that's what it is. The hallelujah thing is interesting, though, going back to what you were saying about how the various cultures that like practice this have very similar sounding words for it. Now talking about it being like an onomatopoeic thing, that makes a lot of sense, right? The hallelujah thing is really interesting too, in terms of like hallelujah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Ululate. I'm saying it perfectly. I'm saying it like a fucking pro. Okay, let's see. In popular culture, ululation appears in many films set in the Middle East and Africa, such as Lawrence of Arabia and the Battle of Algiers and the Lion of the Desert. Sometimes it's depicted as a battle cry, for example, in Xena Warrior Princess. That's probably where my brain has stored away ululation. And Avatar. Even the animated feature G.I. Joe, the movie, features ululation. Cobra la 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 la. It appears as comic relief in the Simpsons episode, The Last Temptation of Homer. Yeah, I feel like the like comic relief thing, and sorry, it always comes back to white supremacy here. I'm not sorry. But everything comes back to like systemic racism, right? So I think a lot of like media depictions in the West are kind of used in this like comedic relief, like kind of way, and not necessarily in like a reverent kind of sacred way, which as we're reading about it seems to be much more like accurate. But yeah, let's see. So comic relief in the Simpsons episodes, The Last Temptation of Homer, and Midnight RX, as well as on Family Guy in the episode E Peterbus Unum, where Stewie is curious about the sound Ahmed makes when you're about to assassinate an infidel. Further, Peter learns how to do this in Turban Cowboy. Yeah, and when we're using Family Guy as a reference, probably that tells you a lot, right? Wish I had been here for S to Samhain. Oh man, season two, letter S week. We'll get into it. Yeah. I know, right? Well, and this is where I wonder too, as we go forward, if I want to like keep up with the alphabet thing. I'm glad that we did it this way to start out with, because I just like didn't know how else to like structure things. But maybe what we'll do going forward, after we get through Z week, for like season 2 Wikipedia, maybe what we'll do is a queue system, and that way people who are here can like join the queue and say, okay, this is my topic that I want us to look into. And that way we don't have a restriction in terms of like letters, and also like it honors the people that are like here and like want to learn about stuff. Maybe. I'm thinking we might restructure it. So Kadama, hold that thought, because maybe in a few weeks we'll do that. Season 2, let's go. We'll make it happen. I'm excited. These have been so fun. Like, it started in January as this kind of like experiment thing where I was like, we'll try this. And it's kind of like a fun excuse to have my camera on every now and again. You know what I mean? Because generally when I play video games, I don't have my camera on. So I was like, this would be a kind of like fun way to like dive into the just chatting world a little bit. And it really has been. It's been really cool. I was talking about it earlier because we read about U-Hauls earlier, but like seemingly mundane topics like become very fascinating and interesting. So yeah, it's fun. It's fun to learn together. I'm a fucking nerd, but I think it's fun. Let's see. In the film Get Him to the Greek, again, like we're referencing all these things that I'm like, yeah, case in point. In the film Get Him to the Greek, during the threesome scene, Russell Brand ululates the girl. That's a cool sentence I just read. The word also appears in the book Lord of the Flies as a way in which Sam and Eric could warn the other members of Jack's tribe of the coming beast or other intruders. The word ululation is used in H.G. Wells' Pray For Me. Nope, I skipped a thing. Just like Pray For Me by Kendrick Lamar, H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds to describe a sound that the Martians make during battle. Interesting. Ululation is found in the song Pray For Me by Kendrick Lamar and The Weeknd from the official Black Panther album. Sting used the sound as well as the soundtrack to Gladiator. Jalen Johnson, here's your example. Shakira, who is of Lebanese descent, ululated during the 2020 Super Bowl halftime performance. Bosque Irinci can be heard in Thunder of the Sun, 1959. Duel at Rio Grande in 1963, and Ecalar in 1984. And now we know. Yeah, that's a cool sentence. We're just gonna move on from it as if nothing happened. Just moving right along. Hey, KLM squared. I know I gave you a hard time about this, but thank you. It was really interesting. I'm glad we got to learn about ululating. Very interesting. And I think it's nice too, like things that are like as evidenced by the Shakira performance, like things that are like stigmatized or like seen from like Western cultures as being like, I don't know, comedic or like also like reinforcing this kind of like, I don't know, like kind of like the like savage stereotype. Like I think it's like really important to learn more about that stuff. So thank you for that. Mom, you were right. Thank you. Is that what you wanted to hear? Shall we move on to learn about Transformers? More than meets the eye. Unicron. Clip it and ship it, Gail. I'm scared. Fun, you're gonna have to teach my mom how to clip stuff. Clip it so that you have evidence that I said you're right, Mom. I love how right away they're like, this article has multiple issues. It's fine. It's Transformers. Let's see. So, who is it? Tyrannosaurus West, if you're still here. We're going to read about Unicron now. Unicron is a fictional villain from the Transformers media franchise. Designed by Floro Derry, he was introduced in the 1986 animated film The Transformers, the movie, and has since reappeared in Transformers Armada, Transformers Energon, Transformers Cybertron, Transformers Prime, Transformers The Last Knight, and Atari's 2004 Transformers video game. Unicron is a prodigiously large robot whose scale reaches planetary proportions. He's also able to transform into a giant planet. That's cool. Unicron's origin has expanded over the years from simply being a large robot to being a god of chaos who devours realities. He often employs the help of Decepticons in his work. Oh, so he's evil. There it is. Cyberknight got it. Cyberknight's got you, Mom. Don't worry. Cyberknight clipped it for you. Thank you, Cyberknight. Maybe that's your next tattoo. You were right, Mom. Sure. I'm not going to tell you what tattoos you should get. You live your life, Mom. You do it. Go for it. He often plays the help of Decepticons in his work, and in some stories is considered part of the origin of the Decepticon forces. Let's see. So Tyrannosaurus West, if you're there, let me know if there's anything in particular you want to hone in on. Otherwise, we'll just kind of go for it. Let's see. Fictional character biography. According to the Transformers lore, before the dawn of time, you get it. Order and chaos exist within an extra-dimensional entity known as the One. To explore the fledgling universe, he creates the astral being known as Unicron, then subdivides him, creating his twin Primus. Physical dimensions. Unicron's size is never specified in any canon materials, aside from the vague term planet-sized. In the Transformers, the movie, Unicron's height appears to be anywhere from several hundred kilometers when handling Galvatron to several hundred kilometers. What did I just read? Several kilometers to several hundred kilometers. As when attacking and destroying Lithone and Cybertron's moons and attacking Cybertron. A planet mode, diameter of 1,000 kilometers, 620 miles, has been suggested, and the robot mode dimensions can follow from that estimate, provided there's no change in size, compression, or expansion, common among so many Transformers. One scene in the movie shows Jazz driving out one of the Unicron's eyes, just small enough to fit through them, though in another scene, the quintessent ship Hot Rod is tiny compared with the eye. Okay. All right. So he's huge. Unicron is also small enough to stand on Cybertron's surface. Interesting. The animated series. Let me drink more water. Thirsty work, guys. Okay, let's see. The character Unicron first appears in opening scene of 1986's The Transformers, the movie, immediately making clear his goal by consuming the small world of Lithone. Subsequently, when the Decepticons Megatron, Skywarp, Thundercracker, and the Insecticons are set adrift in space and left to die, following a furious battle with the Autobots, Unicron appears before them and offers Megatron a deal. In exchange for a new body and new troops, Megatron will destroy the Autobot and Matrix of leadership, the only thing that can stand in Unicron's way. Thus, Unicron rebuilds Megatron into a new and more powerful body and rechristens him to Galvatron. He then uses the battered bodies of the other Decepticons and creates Scourge, the Sweeps, and Cyclonus. Unicron also gives Galvatron a vessel, and Galvatron begins to carry out his assigned task, although he is loath to do so. When Galvatron shows any signs of opposition to Unicron's will, Unicron inflicts agonizing torture in his mind to coerce him into obedience. Guys, the Transformers lore goes deep, and I didn't realize this until just now. Because on the surface, it's just a robot cartoon. But it's clearly much more than that. And I should have known this, but I didn't know this. Okay, let's see. Following Unicron's consumption of Cybertron's 2 moons, Galvatron obtains the Matrix from Ultra Magnus, believing he can use it to bring Unicron under his control. Attempting to open the Matrix to intimidate Unicron, Galvatron only prompts his transformation into robot mode and is swallowed by the Planet Eater. Unicron lays waste to Cybertron, halted briefly when a young Autobot rookie, Hot Rod, crashes a Quintesson? Sure. Spacecraft through his eye. Finding Hot Rod inside Unicron's body, Galvatron suggests an alliance against their common enemy. However, Unicron inflicts his mental torture upon Galvatron, forcing him to ride Hot Rod. Hot Rod seizes the Matrix from Galvatron during the fight and becomes Rodimus Prime. Rodimus throws Galvatron into space, freeing him from Unicron's mind control. Rodimus opens the Matrix within Unicron, destroying his body, leaving only his head, which becomes a moon of Cybertron. Unicron was voiced by Orson Welles. He was voiced by Orson Welles? That's wild. I didn't know that. That's interesting. We were just reading about Orson Welles in a totally different context. Anyway, third season of Transformers animated series continues Unicron's story where the movie left off as the Planet Eater's deactivated head settles into orbit around the Cybertron. His head is visited by Cyclonus, who accesses the memory bank to discern the fate of Galvatron. Later, the ghost of the deceased Decepticon Starscream reactivates Unicron's head and enters into a bargain with him, performing 3 labors in exchange for the restoration of his body. Starscream, inhabiting and controlling Scourge's body, gathers for Unicron Metroplex's eyes, breaking one and replacing it with one from Trypticon, and Trypticon's transformation cog. He begins to connect his head to Cybertron, which would become Unicron's new body. Starscream demands that Unicron restore his own body so that he can complete the required connections. Once Unicron does so, Starscream double-crosses him and refuses to finish the job. Unicron's head is subsequently blown off into space by an explosion instigated by the Autobots. Later, when searching for a new supply of positrons and anti-electrons, the Decepticons venture into Unicron's head, where Cyclonus and Scourge accidentally awake the slumbering demigod. You know what I'm saying. At the same time, Grimlock constructs the Technobots from pieces of Unicron's head, and one of their numbers, Strafe, severs enough of Unicron's neural connections to shut him back down. Although Unicron himself does not appear again, his origin in the animated series is later revealed. Unicron was created near the beginning of the universe by the diminutive genius known as Primacron, who intended for him to devour all life in the universe, leaving a blank slate that Primacron could use as he saw fit. However, Unicron turned upon Primacron, deciding that he would rule the universe and subsequently set out to achieve that goal. I also didn't realize how deep this lore went. Me neither, fun. I had no idea. I guess it makes sense. Long-running series. Totally. Yeah, totally. Gimp, have a great stream. I have to go. Love you all. It was so good to see you. Gimp, thank you for being here. I hope you have a lovely evening. Again, if people don't know Gimp Extreme, you're missing out on a wonderful, amazing human being, and you should go follow him. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the bits, and thank you for the resub. You're very, very sweet. Yeah, no, fun. I had no idea. It does make sense in terms of it being such a long-running series, and also for it to have been, like, both a cartoon series and then also, like, I think there's comic books, yeah? And then, like, the various movies, like, yeah, it all makes sense. Let's see. So much here. There's so much. I might call it on Unicron. I feel like we've learned a lot about Unicron. I might call it. I might call it. No, Gimp!
Oh yeah, bits. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you for the bits. You don't have to give me bits every time I say the word bits. You know this, right? Thank you for the bits. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Ridiculous. Okay. That was Unicron. What time is it? How long have we been streaming? Should we do one more? Should we read about umbrellas and call it a day? Umbrellas are unicorns. I want to read about umbrellas. Are you all here for that? Let's read about umbrellas. Oh, umbrellas, really long article. We're just quickly to go into the history of umbrellas because I want to know. I want to know more. Umbrella, Ellas. A. We're doing it fun. We're going for it. Diving straight into the world of umbrellas. An umbrella, or parasol, is a folding canopy supported by wooden or metal ribs that is usually mounted on a wooden, metal, or plastic pole. It is designed to protect a person against rain or sunlight. The term umbrella is traditionally used when protecting oneself from rain, with parasol used when protecting oneself from sunlight. Did you all know this was the difference linguistically? Because I did not. And I always thought I always thought of parasols as being like more like fragile and dainty and like pretty and decorative and not necessarily utilitarian. You knew this fun? I did not know this. I am learning things. Let's see. The terms continue to be used interchangeably. Yeah, I think I always thought of like parasols as being like more for aesthetic and not necessarily for like utilitarian purposes. The more you know. Often the difference is the material used for the canopy. Some parasols are not waterproof. Maybe that's where I'm getting my idea from, because like I also think of like parasols often as being made from like paper, right? So it's like not a good material for rain. But it makes sense. It all makes sense. Umbrellas make sense. Okay, sorry. Sorry for screaming about umbrellas. Some parasols are not waterproof. Some umbrellas are transparent. Umbrella canopies may be made of fabric or flexible plastic. There are also combinations of parasol and umbrella that are called en tout cas, meaning in any case. French. Umbrellas and parasols are primarily handheld portable devices sized for personal use. The largest hand portable umbrellas are golf umbrellas. Umbrellas can be divided into two categories: fully collapsible umbrellas, in which the metal pole supporting the canopy retracts, making the umbrella small enough to fit into a handbag, and non-collapsible umbrellas, in which the support pole cannot retract and only the canopy can be collapsed. Another distinction can be made between manually operated umbrellas and spring-loaded automatic umbrellas, which spring open at the press of a button. Here are the parts of an umbrella, in case you were wondering. This is the anatomy of an umbrella. Handheld umbrellas have a type of handle which can be made from wood, a plastic cylinder, or a bent crook handle, like the handle of a cane. Umbrellas are available in range of price and quality points, ranging from inexpensive, modest quality models sold at discount stores to expensive, finely made, designer-labeled models. Larger parasols, capable of blocking the sun for several people, are often used as fixed or semi-fixed devices, used with patio tables or other outdoor furniture, or as points of shade on a sunny beach. Parasols are occasionally called sunshades. An umbrella may also be used, An umbrella may also be called a brolly? Maybe UK people? A parapluie. That's probably not how you say that. Rain shade, gamp? British, informal, dated. Bumbershoot. I feel like I've heard that word before and I never knew it was actually a word for umbrellas, but now we know. From now on, calling an umbrella a bumbershoot and seeing how people react. When used for snow, it's called a paraneige. That meaning snow, right? French? Anyway, okay. Let's look into all the things. There's so much here. In Buddhism? Okay, sorry. Self-defense? Okay, sorry. We have etymology, which I do find fascinating. History, I find fascinating. I might skip the various geographical points of use. There's so much. There's so much here. Architecture, art, as a weapon of attack. We're just gonna see. We're just gonna see where this article takes us. Okay. We're just gonna explore a little. All right. So The word parasol, originally from French, is a combination of para, meaning to shield from, derived from the Latin pararar, and sol, meaning sun. Parapluie, French, similarly consists of para combined with pluie, which means rain. Right, and that's like in Spanish it's paragua, which is like for water, which in turn derives from pluvia, the Latin word for rain. There it is. Hence, a parasol shields from sunlight, while parapluie shields from rain. It totally makes sense linguistically. I just never thought about it. The word umbrella evolved from the Latin umbra. My brain is making so many connections right now. Umbra meaning shaded or shadow. Because, like, if you have, like, an umbra wand, for example, if this is, like, me being a D&D word, like, nerd, an umbra wand is made from an umbrella, right? But umbra meaning shade, it all just, like, I'm sorry, my brain, I love learning. Okay, so umbra meaning shaded or shadow. The Oxford English Dictionary records this happening in the 17th century, with the first recorded usage in 1610. In Britain, umbrellas were sometimes referred to as gamps, after the character Mrs. Gamp in the Charles Dickens novel Martin Chuzzlewit, as the character was well known for carrying an umbrella, although this usage is now dated or obsolete. Brawley is a slang word for umbrella, often used in Australia, Ireland, Kenya, New Zealand, South Africa, and the United Kingdom. Bumbershoot is rare and fanciful Americanism from the 19th century. Hold on. Can I just please? I know it's not B week, I just want to know. There is a Wikipedia article on it. Oh, it's a festival. I don't care about the festival. Okay, anyway, whatever. Whatever, Wikipedia, whatever, internet, over it. History. Okay, the history goes deep. Did we go for it? Let's see. There's so much here. There's too much history. I can't deal. But we can look at pictures. And I'll read about the pictures. So here we have a relief of an Egyptian parasol. These were used as sunshade and fan alike. Flabellum. I do want to know about the earliest known. So the earliest known parasols in ancient Egypt art date back to the 5th dynasty, around 2450 BC. Long time ago. Parasol is found in various shapes. Typically it's depicted as a flabellum, a fan of palm leaves or colored feathers fixed on a long handle, resembling those now carried by the Pope behind the Pope in processions. Interesting. All right, we're gonna continue on. Mesoamerica, umbrella made from feathers. That's cool. Let's see. Sorry, pictures. Okay, here we have a relief of the Persian king Xerxes the First, 485 to 465 BC at Persepolis. Probably to shade him from the sun. Seems like maybe. Ancient China. Here we have a terracotta army carriage with an umbrella securely fixed to the side from Qin Shi Huang's tomb, circa 210 BC. Cool. Ancient India. Here's a woman holding an umbrella in the Gupta Empire, AD 320. Here we have an ancient Greek pottery from circa 440 BC. You can see this guy's holding an umbrella for this person. Etruscan drinking cup from Chiusi, Italy. Chiusi, probably. 350 to 300 BC. Again, holding an umbrella for another person. It's interesting too that in terms of like ancient art, like how it seems to be like something that like a servant would be like holding for another person, right? Let's see, Madonna del Ombrello by Girolamo dai Libri, 1530. This is a very fancy, very ornate umbrella. Here we have Marchesa Elena Grimaldi by Anthony van Dyck, 1623. Parisians in the Rain with Umbrellas by Louise Leopold Boilly, 1803. Paris Street, Rainy Day by Gustave Caillebotte, 1877. A parasol depicted in Morning Walk by John Singer Sargent, 1888. All right, modern use. We'll get into modern use, I think. There's a part of me that's like, I probably missed a bunch of stuff that's really interesting. Guys, I'm going to skim real quick. Real quick skimming. Very good at skimming. Too much information to actually read it all. Just going to see if there's anything like very necessary for us. Maybe not, like interesting, but like not, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of cool in terms of like construction of it. Describes the days to be composed of 28 arcs, which are equivalent to the ribs of a modern instrument. Staff supporting the covering to consist of two parts, the upper being a rod of 3/18 of a Chinese foot in circumference. You know what a Chinese foot is, in terms of like a measurement. Lower tube, 6/10 of a circumference. Also having such a like universal measurement for umbrellas is interesting. Moving on. Okay, maybe we're good. Everyone used umbrellas. Very helpful. Various contexts. Various places in the world. Just kidding, I'm not going to skim anymore. I'm over it. Modern use. National Umbrella Day is held on 10 February each year around the world. The pocket foldable umbrella was invented in, oh boy, Uraurfalu, so sorry about pronunciation always, Hungary, by the Balogh brothers, whose patent request was admitted in 1923 by the Royal Notary Public of Szombathely. Later on, I'm really good at reading. We're getting there. We're good. Almost 5 hours in. It's time to end, but I'm going to keep reading about umbrellas. Let's see. Public of Szombathely. Later on, their patent was also approved in Austria, Germany, Belgium, France, Poland, Great Britain, and the United States. Collapsed umbrellas in a temple in Japan. I didn't know that there was a National Umbrella Day. Do you guys want to watch a video of people with umbrellas? Because we're gonna. Here we go. Here are people with umbrellas. And it's raining. That guy's just got a bag on his head. Which also works. It's a choice. Beautiful. Wonderful. I live in Colorado. It doesn't rain here very often, but when it does, it rains spectacularly. So because it's so dry here, people don't typically carry umbrellas with them. It's actually not a thing you see all that often. And I feel like it's something that like is such an afterthought because of the like infrequency of of rain here, but it becomes a problem because then all of a sudden there will be a downpour and then you don't have an umbrella and then you just have to like run to your car and hope for the best, you know? Anyway, here we have some beach parasols in Selce, Croatia, perhaps. In 1928, Hans Haupt's pocket umbrellas appeared. In Vienna in 1928, Slauwe Horowitz, a student studying sculpture at the Academie der Bildenden Kunst Wien, Academy of Fine Arts, developed a prototype for an improved compact foldable umbrella for which she received a patent on 19 September 1929. The umbrella was called Flirt and manufactured by the Austrian company Brüder Rooster and their German associates Kortenbach and Rau. In Germany, the small foldable umbrellas were produced by the companies Knüps, which became a synonym for the German language for small foldable umbrellas in general. In 1969, Bradford E. Phillips, the owner of Totes Incorporated of Loveland, Ohio, obtained a patent for his working foldable umbrella. Umbrellas have also been fashioned into hats as early as 1880 and as recently as 1987. See, and I always thought of like umbrella hats as being like a novelty thing and not necessarily something that like people like legitimately use. You know what I mean? Golf umbrellas, one of the largest size in common use, are typically around 62 inches, 157 centimeters across, but can range anywhere from 60 to 70 inches, 150 to 180 centimeters. Umbrellas are now a consumer product with a large global market. As of 2008, most umbrellas worldwide are made in China, mostly in Guangdong, Fujian, and Zhejiang provinces. The city of Shangyu alone had more than 1,000 umbrella factories. What? That's so many umbrella factories. I'm amazed by that number, but maybe it makes sense. But also, what? That seems like too many umbrella factories. In the U.S. alone, about 33 million umbrellas worth $348 million are sold each year. What? Wild. These are just much bigger numbers than I had expected. I guess it makes sense, but I'm just, my mind is blown by that. Umbrellas continue to be actively developed. In the United States, so many umbrella-related patents are being filed that the U.S. Patent Office employs 4 full-time examiners to assess them. Shut up. As of 2008, the office registered 3,000 active patents on umbrella-related inventions. My mind is blown. Nonetheless, Totes, the largest American umbrella producer, has stopped accepting unsolicited proposals. Why are so many people trying to improve the umbrella? Why do so many people have umbrella ideas? I'm not mad at it. I just want to know. Okay, let's see. It's director of umbrella development. Imagine putting that on your resume. Sorry to keep interrupting myself, but like, director of umbrella development was reported as saying that while umbrellas are so ordinary that everyone thinks about them, it's difficult to come up with an umbrella idea that hasn't already been done. While the predominant canopy shape of an umbrella is round, canopy shapes have been streamlined to improve aerodynamic response to wind. Examples include the stealth-shaped canopy of Risotti, 1996, a scoop-shaped canopy of Lisiandro, in 2004, and teardrop-shaped canopies of Hollinger, 2004. I want an umbrella that hooks onto your shoulders with a harness or something so you don't have to hold them. Fun. Maybe you're the next umbrella patent person. That's actually a really good point. Like a backpack umbrella hybrid kind of a thing, right? It's actually a really good point. Yeah, awkward to walk the dog, hold an umbrella, read my book on the... Yeah, totally. Totally. Fun. I wonder if it's a thing. Considering that so many umbrella patents have been made, it probably is a thing. Hold on. Can we Google real quick? Umbrella harness. Hey, fun! Fun, check it out. Fun, look. 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 Look, fun. Look. Look. You see? See the little harness thingy? Fun, it's totally a thing. Sorry for pulling the little kid thing of like, look, hands-free umbrellas. Here's another one. Also useful for children. This is kind of more so what you're talking about, right? Absolutely, very useful. Fun, it is a thing. It is available to you. It's kind of, this one's a little expensive. But you know, the price of convenience, really. Oh man, they definitely are. Okay, wait. Can we just please, real quick, allow me to submit for your perusal this fucking dog. Oh, absolutely incredible. It's really good, right? Here's another one. Look at these dogs. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Beautiful. Remarkable. Amazing. Oh, for hiking. Makes total sense. Ooh, look at this guy. Okay, the caption calls this man a dork. Leave him alone, please. The caption says, dork with this $60 hands-free umbrella. Clearly not a dork. Clearly a photographer trying to take amazing pictures. Clearly a very cool guy. Not a dork. These ones are kind of dorky, though. Let's be honest about it. But still, very utilitarian. A new-brella. All right, they are a thing. So now we know. Where am I at? Talking about different designs. Here's a guy testing a Sens Storm umbrella in Rotterdam using a high-powered fan. This is a thing, though. If it's like super windy, y'all know, like when it gets windy and then like your umbrella is like upside down and it's like fucking terrible. That is a problem. It's a very real problem with apparently very real solutions, and yet I have cheap umbrellas because, again, it just doesn't rain here all that often. Okay, in 2005, Gerwin Hogendorn, a Dutch industrial design student of the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, invented an aerodynamically streamlined storm umbrella with a similar shape as a stealth plane. Using a stealth plane as your inspiration for an umbrella is just like next level shit, man. Which can withstand wind force of 10, wind force of 10. Winds of up to 100 kilometers per hour or 70 miles per hour. Wow. And won't turn inside out like a regular umbrella. That's pretty fucking cool. As well as being equipped with so-called eye sabers, which protect others from being accidentally wounded by the tips. When it's windy and it tries to blow away. Yeah, I love it because I feel like Mary Poppins. Yeah, that's fair. I can see that. That's fair. I can see it being whimsical and nice for a moment until it's like, now I'm getting soaked and now I have this like fucking umbrella to deal with, you know? It's like whimsical and cute until it's like not. Let's see. Hogendorn's Storm umbrella was nominated for and won several design awards and was featured on Good Morning America. The umbrella is sold in Europe, and Sun's umbrella is sold under the license by Totes in the United States. Alan Kaufman's Newbrella, we just looked it up. Newbrella and Greg Bredburn's Blunt are other contemporary designs. Other uses. The umbrella, hold on, I need more. We need more water. Thirsty work. All right. The umbrella is used in weather forecasting as an icon for rain. Two variations, a plain umbrella and an umbrella with raindrops overhead, are encoded in the miscellaneous symbols block of Unicode. Religious ceremony. As a canopy of state, umbrellas were generally used in Southern and Eastern Europe, then passed from imperial court into church ceremony. They are found in the ceremonies of Byzantine rite, were borne over the host in procession, and form part of the pontifical regalia. I'm curious, they might get into this, but I wonder if it's like, there's a lot of, in various like Judeo-Christian religious like ceremonies, there's a lot of like requirement for covering one's head, and like often that's symbolic of like covering yourself in the protection of God, right? And so I wonder if there's some of this happening in terms of like religious like ceremony that utilizes umbrellas. Don't actually know. We're gonna find out. Here on the left we have umbraculum in the Basilica of Saint Stanislaus Kostka in Winona, Minnesota. And then on the right we have Grand Procession of the Doge of Venice, 16th century. Why did I say it that way? We'll never know. Catholic Church. An umbrella, the ombrellino, Italian, or umbraculum, Latin, is a historic piece of papal regalia. Although the popes no longer use it personally, it is displayed on the coat of arms of Sede Vacanti, the papal arms used between the death of the pope and the election of his successor. The umbraculum is normally made of alternating red and gold fabric, probably like this picture, and is usually displayed in a partially unfolded manner. The popes have traditionally bestowed the use of the umbraculum as a mark of honor upon specific persons and places. The use of umbraculum is one of honorary symbols of the basilica and may be used in the basilica's coat of arms and carried in processions by the basilica's canons. A large umbrella is displayed in each of the basilicas of Rome, and a cardinal bishop who receives his title from one of those churches has the privilege of having an umbrella carried over his head in solemn processions. It is possible that the Galero, wide-brimmed cardinal's hat, may derive from this umbrella. Bitiano, an Italian herald, says that a vermilion umbrella in a field of argent symbolizes dominion. Interesting. Roman Catholic liturgy also uses an umbrella known as the umbraculum or ombrellino. It is held over the Holy Sacrament of the Eucharist and is carried by a servant in short processions taking place indoors or until the priest is met at the sanctuary entrance by the bearers of the processional canopy or baldacchino. It is regularly white or golden, the colors reserved for the Holy Sacrament, and made of silk. Here we have an Ethiopian Orthodox clergyman led a processional in the celebration of Saint Michael. The priests carry ornately covered tabota around the church's exterior, assisted by deacons holding liturgical umbrellas. Interesting. Oriental Orthodox churches. In several Oriental Orthodox churches, such as Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, umbrellas are used liturgically to show honor to a person, such as a bishop or her holy object. I always find it interesting during like various like weeks of Wikipedia stuff that like we've heard of this church and this religion like a couple different times now because we were reading about them with ululation. Struggling. But it's interesting when like similar things come up, even though they're like seemingly unrelated things. It's like ululation and umbrellas I wouldn't have thought of being related. It's like 6 degrees of separation thing, you know? Either that or it's, what is it, confirmation bias, or like, maybe it's confirmation bias, where you're like, you're looking for something once you're like looking for something. You find something because you're looking for it. I'm not explaining things well. We're almost done. Let's see. In the ceremonies of Timkat, Epiphany, priests will carry the model of the tablets of stone called a tabot. Let's see. Soul Sickness, hi, welcome. We're just wrapping up U Week. I hope you're doing well. We're reading about umbrellas right now. Learning so many things. How are you? What are you up to? Happy Sunday. Let's see. So tablets of stone called a tabot? Sure. On their heads in procession to a body of water, which will then be blessed. Brightly colored, embroidered, and fringed liturgical parasols are carried above the tabota during this procession. Such processions also take place on other major feast days. In Buddhism, a decorated parasol is ushered over relics and statue of Buddha, scriptures of Buddhist doctrine, and bhikkhus, sign of respect. Yeah, I feel like it's like a protective thing in some ways, right? Photography. Umbrellas with reflective inside are used by photographers as a diffusion device when employing artificial lighting, and as a glare shield and shade, most often in portrait situations. Some umbrellas are shoot-through umbrellas, meaning the light goes through the umbrella and is diffused, rather than reflecting off the inside of the umbrella. Interesting. Slept in, feels great, love it, love to see it. I'm glad you were able to sleep in, get some rest. It's also lovely to see you here for the last of our little umbrella time. Self-defense. Okay, here we go. In 1835, the Baron Charles Random de Berenger instructed readers of his book How to Protect Life and Property in several methods of using an umbrella as an improvised weapon against highwaymen. I love this. In 1897, journalist J.F. Sullivan proposed the umbrella as a misunderstood weapon in tongue-in-cheek article for Ludgate Monthly. Between 1899 and 1902, both umbrellas and walking sticks as self-defense weapons were incorporated into the repertoire of Bartitsu. In January 1902, an article in the Daily Mirror instructed women on how they could defend themselves from ruffians with an umbrella or parasol. During the 2014 Hong Kong protests, sometimes referred to as the Umbrella Revolution, I remember this, protesters used umbrellas as shields against pepper spray and tear gas used by riot police. Yeah. I seem to recall a Jackie Chan fight that was choreographed specifically with the use of an umbrella, not necessarily as a weapon, but in various things. I don't know where. I don't know. Now I feel the need to find that. Still taking requests, or is there a huge list? This was gonna be the last topic, but you know what, Soul Sickness? If you got one, we'll do it. We'll do it. I'm down. What do you want? You let me know. While I look up Jackie Chan umbrella, because I'm pretty sure there's a Jackie Chan umbrella fight. Is this the one that I'm thinking of, or does he do this multiple times? The factory which supplies unbreakable umbrellas for Kung Fu. So this is a Kung Fu trope at this point, it seems like, right? Folding umbrella, Jackie Chan design store. You can buy Jackie Chan umbrellas. I don't know if this is the fight scene that I'm thinking of. Or are there multiple Jackie Chan umbrella fight scenes? Shanghai Nights seems to be the one. Blind Ninja? I don't know. I wonder if there's a montage. Or compilation. Do you guys want to watch Jackie Chan fight people with an umbrella? Because I want to. Therefore, we're going to. Therefore, you don't have a choice. Okay, let's see. Give me a sec here. Ready, set, umbrella fight. Definitely not the scene I was thinking of, but I'm still super excited about it. Because I don't think I've ever seen this movie. I saw the first one. This is the second one, yeah? Yeah, like using it as a shield, dope. Why did they give him such an unfortunate wig? The singing in the rain reference? Shut up. Ridiculous. I love it. Dude, he's so ridiculous. Kung Fu is so dope. Yikes. The heel click, right? So cool! Using the hook, too. I feel like Jackie Chan is like just as famous for his choreography as he is for like actually being like a stuntman. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I've watched various things with him talking about like utilizing like every aspect of the prop or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, the movies with Owen Wilson. Yeah. Yep, those are the ones. Let me see. There was like another... There was another one. Hold on, let me see. Is this the same fight scene? Hold on, now I want to watch. Maybe this might be the same fight scene. What is the fight scene that I'm thinking of? Because this is the same fight scene. Maybe it's not. Maybe what I'm thinking of is like not Jackie Chan. Maybe it's just like. It is wild to me that there is a company, there's a factory that supplies unbreakable umbrellas for Kung Fu movies. Like, what? Can we also watch this real quick? Always prided myself on being able to do a half-ass jumping side heel click. I love that. Feels so fancy.
If you're a martial arts fan, this is probably a movie you have
Okay, hold on. Is this the fight scene I'm thinking of? Okay, hold on. It seems a wee bit loud.
seen many times. See the weapon Jet Li's wielding? It was made right here in Hong Kong. Meet the man who turns umbrellas into Kung Fu weapons.
Dope, dude.
叫梁猛成，係梁蘇記遮廠嘅第4代傳人。呢個就黃飛鴻個字樣。初係一間叫永盛電影公司，李連杰要拍對黃飛鴻嘅。
necessarily see the captions. Let me make sure that this is in a spot where you can see them. All right, should be able to see it now, hopefully.
電影嗰個工作人員嚟訂2把長遮，買翻去佢話打斷咗咯，咁仲問我哋點解咁化學嘅咁，我把遮俾你用遮雨嘅啫，唔係俾你打功夫噶嘛。於是乎佢係訂多啲添，咁訂咗24把，咁啊聽聞都好似全部俾佢打爛晒。
That's great.
黃飛鴻係一個代號啫，其實呢個遮有好耐㗎啦，呢英國沙士嘅遮長遮嚟嘅，多數都係10條遮骨嘅，係鋼骨嘅。黃飛鴻嘅遮咧係木芯嘅，實心木有道好處就係硬淨啲咯，同埋唔會生鏽啊嘛，防風嘅功能好啲啊，硬淨啲啊，大風都唔怕咁解嘅。
But Jet Li is not the first action star that used Leung So-Ke's umbrella. That title would go to Jackie Chan.
Here's an interesting one. You are the god.
聽我哋工場師傅講起咧，就係開唔到嘅， 好形狀嘅似嘅啫，其實成班都係金屬嘅。
Also, side note, thank you for the bits. Very unnecessary, very generous. Thank you. It's very sweet. Yui Vigar. Okay, we'll end the day with Yui Vigar. Although I'm on an umbrella kick now. Yui Vigar, is Yui Vigar... Hold on, am I spelling it right? Yui Vigar. Is it vinegar? It's not. There aren't any matches for it. Is there a different word maybe for what you're talking about, soul sickness? Just missed the heel click and said, hit myself in the calf. No! I love that you just tried to heel click, though. That's adorable and amazing. I love that. Hold on, let's see. Yui Vigar. It does not come up, soul sickness. It's apparently Scandinavian. That might be why. Is it Scandinavian for vinegar? Vinegar, it keeps like changing it to vinegar. I don't know. If you can find a Wikipedia article, share the link, and we'll do it.
Lung's great-grandfather opened the first Lung Soul Key store in Guangzhou in 1885. During their heyday, they had branches in Guangzhou, Hong Kong, and Macau. This shop in Samshui-Po is the only store left.
我哋全部都係人手製造嘅，由第一代做起都係有純正鋼骨永久包收呢個口號嘅，因為幫襯咗我哋咧就遮骨我哋係負責嘅，所有嘅譬如打風啊、有意外啊、爛咗啊攞翻嚟就維修咧係免費嘅，咁呢個係一個承諾嚟嘅，做到呢家都係咁嘅。人手整嘅遮嘅好處就係嗰個物料控制得可以好啲咯，質量比較可以控制得好啲咯。咁咪有咗遮骨嘅大細啊，決定用咩布啊，咁啊去開樣咯，放個紙樣睇下佢會唔會太緊啊，或者太鬆啊。咁啊，裁完之後咧，我哋就車邊先嘅，車咗邊之後咧，我哋就可以埋把，埋把就係8塊，譬如一把遮有8塊，咁咪車埋佢咯。把遮咧，佢埋落個尖嗰度咧，係需要紮頂嘅。如果紮得唔好咧，佢又會漏水啊。上次係遮骨同遮布離開噶嘛，咁啊要負責將遮骨同布連埋晒一齊。機器釘佢唔會打裂噶嘛，咁咪用得多啊，或者時候耐咗啊，佢又會鬆又甩線，甩線嘅機會比較多啲咯。咁去到遮骨嘅尾部咧，有幾粒珠仔啊嘛，上咗珠仔插落去就可以等佢實啲啦，把遮係靚啲啦，啊。因為讀書唔係好叻。咁英國去我父親咧拱咗我去英國讀咗都唔係好叻，佢話不如你翻嚟幫手啦咁。我學書差唔多學咗10年㗎啦，咁啊初我記得第一日翻工要我去工場咧就學掃地啊。原來咧以前啲工具比較冇咁先進嘅，好多零件咧跌落地下咧有啲人唔知嘅，咁我哋負責掃地執翻啲有用嘅零件啊，我唔覺得係手做嘅，即係夕陽行業咯，因為落雨幾百年都有噶嘛，未來幾百年都係會落雨噶嘛。
I love that.
Hey guys, did you know that Gold Thread puts out a free newsletter
That was a
once
great
week with
video.
information that we don't
That's
publish?
really dope, and I love that like. Part of the reason for this like company's existence is because Jet Li just kept on breaking umbrellas. Yo, Soul Sickness, will you describe what it is? Because now I'm super curious and maybe I can find it. Let me see. Jet Li umbrella. See, now I have to watch this. Welcome to, now we're going to watch Kung Fu fight scenes. The stream. Wikipedia with me has turned into, we're going to watch some Kung Fu real quick. Oh shit. Here we go. Oh fuck, it's going down. He's just smacking fools with it. Yikes. There it is, the protective element, right? Dope. And then using the hook, right? It's just smacking people with it, though. That's the part that's funniest to me. Dude, ridiculous. Oh, here we go. Use it as a fucking parachute. Yes! I fucking love Kung Fu, dude. Get him. All right, good. Good Kung Fu time. Do you like how I clap for my own stream? Like, good choice reading about umbrellas and watching Kung Fu videos. Let's see. It allegedly means woolly, often to describe someone's hair. Oh, vinegar is cool, though. We can do vinegar on V Week. That's interesting. Okay, so, hold on. I just want to know. Vinegar translation? I don't know. It keeps coming up with vinegar, which is like clearly not what you mean. That's interesting, though. It's interesting. The more you know. Okay, let's see. As a weapon of attack. Think about that. In 1978, Bulgarian dissident writer Georgy Markov was killed in London by a dose of ricin injected via a modified umbrella. The KGB is widely believed to have developed a modified umbrella that could deliver a deadly pellet. Shut up. What? Fucking wild. Undertow? Okay. That'll be our last one. We'll follow up umbrellas with undertow. How about that? Are you talking about with like water waves? Or are you talking about like with water waves, or that it looked like there was certain like media, like maybe movies and stuff. So let me know if you're talking about one of those things instead. But yeah, we can totally read about it. Why not? Why not? Okay, the ricin injection is fucking wild. In 2005, a well-known case in South Africa, Brian Hahn, associated professor of mathematics and applied mathematics at University of Cape Town, was beaten to death with an umbrella by an ex-doctoral student, Malia Fisha Steve Tlati. Wow. Dude, to beat someone to death. We were just talking about bludgeoning because we were reading about Al Capone because of the Untouchables. There's a scene, I guess, where he beats someone to death with like a fucking baseball bat. Bludgeoning death, dude. Bludgeoning someone to death with a fucking umbrella? Damn. Okay. In 2007, a 23-year-old woman in Rome was killed by a Romanian immigrant woman in the underground subway by stabbing through the eye using an umbrella. Ooh, brutal. In 2019, a priest in Berlin was killed by stabbing. An umbrella was rammed through his open mouth and the brain was pierced. Ah! Oh, I don't like it. Big waves out here currently from the hurricane offshore. Okay, perfect. We'll read about it. I know that undertow can be dangerous. I live in a landlocked state, so I don't know all that much about the ocean. But I love the ocean. But stuff like that is scary. We'll read about it. All right, the arts and entertainment. We mentioned Mary Poppins. The magical nanny Mary Poppins arrives at the Banks' home in Cherry Tree Lane, London, with her open umbrella. John Steed, in the 1960s television series The Avengers, used an umbrella which was part yardstick. In the film Batman Returns, the Penguin, Danny DeVito, sports a bullet switchblade mechanical gas-firing umbrella, which is very cool. A high-tech bullet-resistant umbrella is used extensively as a weapon in the film The Kingsman Secret Service by characters Harry Hart, Colin Firth, and Eggsy Unwind, Taron Egerton. In the Kirby video game series, one of Kirby's coffee abilities, called Parasol, has Kirby using a parasol as a weapon. It's also used to slow Kirby's descent when in the air. Players use victory reward umbrellas to glide into battle arena in the video game Fortnite Battle Royale. I did not know this. Let's see, in architecture, a lot of umbrellas in architecture. In art, we have some cool umbrella art. This is Utagawa Kunisada. It's a very pretty painting. Here is a couple under an umbrella in snow, Suzuki Harunobu. The parasol is one of the 8 auspicious symbols of Tibetan Buddhism. It's interesting that it shows up in Buddhism so much. I had no idea. Painting of Chancellor Pierre Séguier with a parasol hoisted above his head by Charles Lebrun, 1670. Japanese girl jumps from Kiyomizu Dera, Suzuki Harunobu, 1750. Pierre-Auguste Renoir, umbrellas, 1883. Woman with a parasol, Madame Monet and her son, 1875. Woman with a parasol, Edouard Monet, 1881. Colin Campbell Cooper, Summer, 1918. Victor Gabriel Gilbert, Women with a Japanese Parasol, 1933. Statue of George Palmer by George Blackall Simmons, 1891. I've seen this picture before. Contemporary street art in Port Louis, Mauritius. Shop decoration, Budapest, 2016. And then the umbrella is Christo and Jean-Claude. Yeah, that's right. I remember this. Japan and California, 1991. 2 people were killed in separate incidents involving the work. Yeah, so Christo is known for like doing like big old like installation art things. I wonder how they were killed. That's wild. That's wild. There you go, umbrellas. Oh my god, they also have, I don't know what a brumbrella is. Large pitch covering. Okay. Okay. Cocktail umbrella. All the umbrellas. All right, undertow. Last topic. Here we go. Are we ready? Ready for some undertow? Undertow. Water waves. Boom. All right, so undertow. In physical oceanography, undertow is the undercurrent that is moving offshore when waves are approaching the shore. Yeah, okay, now I understand. I now understand undertow. It's a freaky sensation when you're like standing in the ocean and you like feel the undertow, right? But anyway, okay, so undertow is a natural and universal feature of almost any large body of water. It is a return flow compensating for the onshore directed average transport of water by the waves in the zone above the wave troughs. Troughs? Trows. How do you pronounce things? Go with it. The undertow's flow velocities are generally strongest in the surf zone, where the water is shallow and the waves are high due to shoaling. In fluid dynamics, wave shoaling is the effect by which surface waves enter a shallower water change in wave height. It's also, it is caused by the fact that the group velocity, which also the wave energy transport velocity, changes with water depth. Oh, okay. All right. In popular usage, the word undertow is often misapplied to rip currents. An undertow occurs everywhere underneath shore approaching waves, whereas rip currents are localized narrow offshore currents occurring at certain locations along the coast. And now we know. Here we have a sketch of the undertow below the wave. Is it troughs? Am I saying that right? And the shore-directed wave-induced mass transport above the troughs in a vertical cross-section across the part of the surf zone. So this is a sketch from Burr Hansen and Svendensen, 1984. MWS means water surface. So you've got the water surface and then you have the underflow. Yeah, so it's like even if you're taking a bath in a bathtub, you can like create like undertow, right? Interesting. So soul sickness, is there anything in particular that you would like to know about in terms of undertow? We've got oceanography, seaward mass flux, confusion with rip currents. It seems pretty short. Actually, it's a pretty short thing. We can read it. We got it. Right? Like a bathtub undertow. You know what I'm talking about? It's just like the water exchange, like what they were talking about. Okay, oceanography. An undertow is a steady offshore directed condensation flow which occurs below waves near the shore. Physically, near shore, the wave-induced mass flux between wave crest and trough. Is that the pronunciation? This is gonna drive me through the wall. Hold on. Everyone, just hold the fuck on. Am I the only one who struggles to pronounce this word? I want to say trough. You've got through, you've got thorough, you've got tough. You know what I mean? It is trough. Okay, cool. Got it. Okay, so wave crest and trough is onshore directed. This mass transport is localized in the upper part of the water column, i.e. above the water troughs. To compensate for the amount of water being transported toward the shore, a second order, proportional to the wave height squared, offshore directed mean current takes place in the lower section of the water. So you've got water going this way, and then you've got water going this way. Undertow. I studied oceanography in college. I believe you're pronouncing it correctly. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you. It's bothering me. Let's see. This flow, the undertow, affects near-shore waves everywhere, unlike rip currents localized at certain points along the shore, positions along the shore. The term undertow is used in scientific coastal oceanography papers. The distribution of flow velocities in undertow over the water column is important as it strongly influences the on or offshore transport of sediment. Outside the surf zone, there's a near-bed onshore directed sediment transport induced by Stokes drift and skewed asymmetric wave transport. In the surf zone, strong undertow generates a near-bed offshore sediment transport. These antagonistic flows may lead to sandbar formation, where the flows converge near the wave breaking point or in the wave breaking zone. So here we've got a very fancy diagram. Mean flow velocity vectors in the undertow under plunging waves as measured in a laboratory wave flume. I know some of those words. Wow. Moving on. Seaward mass flux. Oh God, get ready for all the math. An exact relation for the mass flux of a nonlinear periodic wave on an inviscid fluid layer was established by Levis-Civita in 1924. In a frame of reference, according to Stokes' first definition of wave celerity, the mass flux, MW, of the wave is related to the wave's kinetic energy density, EK, integrated over depth and thereafter averaged over wavelength, and phase speed, C, through this. Okay, so. Mass flux equals 2 times the kinetic energy density divided by phase speed. We all here? We all get it? Y'all get it? Everyone understand? Similarly, Lunguet-Higgins showed in 1975 that for a common situation of zero mass flux towards the shore, i.e. Stokes' second definition of wave celerity, normal incident periodic waves produced a depth and time averaged undertow velocity. Good. P.S. It was a hard course. Only 2 students got A's. You know what that tells me? That tells me that your teacher didn't do a great job. That's what that tells me. Because a teacher at the end of the day should be able to, theoretically, and teachers are not gods, obviously, but to a certain extent, a teacher's job is to take complex ideas and simplify them in such a way that their students understand them, right? So if only 2 students got A's, clearly your teacher didn't do that good of a job. I'm just saying. But I do understand that hard courses are hard courses, yes. I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna skip the math talk. Do you mind me skipping the math talk? I'm gonna skip the math talk. We're gonna move on to confusion with rip currents. In contrast to undertow, Rip currents are responsible for the great majority of drownings close to beaches. When a swimmer enters a rip current, it starts to carry them offshore. Yeah. Okay, so maybe I'm confusing it with rip currents, maybe. Well, I don't know. No, I'm not. Start over. Undertow occurs everywhere, which is what they're saying. And I feel like undertow can be dangerous. But when I really think of like when someone's life is endangered, what I'm thinking of is rip current and not necessarily undertow, right? Because undertow is just a natural thing that happens. Yeah? Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yes, very, very young, uninterested students were a factor. Skip the math. Okay, cool. I mean, that's true. That's true. Young, uninterested students. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, so when a swimmer enters a rip current, it starts to carry them offshore. The swimmer can exit the rip current by swimming at right angles to the flow, parallel to the shore, or simply by treading water or floating until the rip releases them. However, drowning can occur when swimmers exhaust themselves by trying to unsuccessfully swim directly against the flow of a rip. Interesting. On the United States Life Saving Association website, it is noted that some uses of the word undertow are incorrect. A rip current is a horizontal current. Rip currents do not pull people under the water, they pull people away from the shore. Drowning deaths occur when people pulled offshore are unable to keep themselves afloat and swim to shore. This may be due to any combination of fear, panic, exhaustion, or lack of swimming skills. In some regions, rip currents are referred to by other incorrect terms such as riptides and undertow. We encourage exclusive use of the correct term, rip currents. Use of any other term may confuse people and negatively impact public education efforts. And now we know. Now we know more about undertow. And umbrellas, and unicycles, and universal basic income, and all sorts of things. Uranium glass, ululation, the Untouchables, Unicron. We learned so much today. Gosh, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all the different bits and subs and things, and thank you to Terranian for the raid earlier, and just thank you to all the chatters and lurkers who hung out with me during this Wikipedia time. I will be back Tuesday for whatever I want. Probably hardcore World of Warcraft, but who knows? Could be something else. For sure. May or may not do a stream tomorrow, but Tuesday for sure. I will be back. That said, dear children, let's find out who we want to raid, shall we? Gotta find someone to pass the love on to. Team Miller, thank you for being here. Always good to see you. Always lovely having you, my friend. Gimp Extreme is on. We could always go hang out with Gimp. Ryoko is on. Ryoko is doing a 12-hour stream. Maybe we should go hang out with Ryoko, huh? Ryoko's fantastic. I believe that they use they, them pronouns, and often use she, her pronouns. And we love Ryoko. So let's go hang out with Ryoko. Doing a 12-hour stream, I believe raising some money for charity. Just a wonderful, amazing human being all around. So let's go hang out with Ryoko, shall we? Let me spell her Twitch name correctly. Ryoko! We love Ryoko. Glad I caught it. Yeah, thanks for being here. Metal God, good to see you. Good to see everybody. I will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday. Goodbye. Thank you. Send Ryoko some love. I will see you soon. Okay, love you. See you. Bye. I love you. Bye. I'll see you later. Bye.